But as far as the character, I just hope he's like, personality. I hope he's funny. I really do.
Shinki?
Yeah, it will go against the way the Shinju looks. Like the Shinju just pops up like next chapter. He comes off the tree just cracking jokes, just something crazy you wouldn't expect that just wouldn't match the way he looks.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Oodie and Kamui. They joined us.
And welcome back to the Walky Talky podcast, but on Cloud Ninja Podcast on Free Games Channel. Anyways, I think that the new Shinju can't be Shinki. Because it's Gaara.
Can't?
Yeah, can't. It's Gaara.
Why do you think it's Gaara, though?
Well, first of all, it hasn't been confirmed. And so either way, it's a theory still. And so my word is just as good as your word.
Right. Yeah, I said Conquero at first when the
that's a W
came out.
Yeah, I love it. If we're going based off of physical appearance, which is the last thing we should do, because that's just desperate grasping at straws based on the physical appearance. If we were to do it, though, then I would say that, okay, maybe he kind of similarly might have the face painting similar to a Shinki, more like a Conquero, but his dressing, uniform, outfit, however you want to describe clothing, that is Gaara's clothing.
It is.
So there you go.
Granted, we haven't seen Shinki's time skip design, so in theory it is possible he just copied Gaara's outfit the way Boruto did with Sasuke. But
why would...
kind of like, at least personally, I kind of find that mid. If we haven't seen it beforehand, it just feels so mid to do it that way. I would rather beat Gaara's outfit.
Yeah, I don't know why Shinki would dress like Gaara, considering Gaara gave him up for adoption.
What?
Because remember, he's Conquero's father-in-law, son and child now.
That got fixed in the
okay.
It's not his son-in-law anymore.
Never mind.
It's ambiguous to what like defeated means, because he said he told Shikamaru like Shinki he said he had that tree affliction, and then Gaara was defeated. So like defeated can go from like killed.
They were vague about Gaara. So personally, my hope is, if we're assuming that like Matsuri or Mamushi are behind this and not Code, if it is Code, that's a little bit different, but assuming it's one of the Shinju, my hope is that, well, Shinki, as already been stated, is probably a tree, but then Gaara has something weird going on too, because otherwise it's like, why are you being so weird about it? Just say, Gaara got injured, but he's cool. Like, don't phrase it so suspiciously. So my hope, personally, is that just like Hidari was going to try to devour Sarada, we don't know what that does, but hypothetically, if Matsuri, let's say, did some sort of devouring-like thing to Gaara, he's not a tree, it does something different, but that's what we're gonna get. That's what I'm hoping for, personally. I want Shinki, granted Shinki's already a tree, I want Shinki to be in the story as Shinki the person, not Shinki the Shinju. I'd rather have Gaara the Shinju and Shinki the character, if I can have it my way.
We didn't get Sasuke the character, though. We got
Sasuke's character arc's already complete, though.
What?
Yeah, Shinki's barely.
What I'm saying, all right. So
Shinki's barely been in the manga, and he hasn't been developed. So I get it.
Yeah, because Sasuke and Hidari are two different characters. Sasuke's character arc was complete, so now we're getting a different person, Hidari. In Shinki's case, especially in the manga, all we got like almost nothing from him. But the one thing we did get is basically Gaara saying, "Hey Shinki, you're an incomplete character. You need to look forward in the future and become a complete character." And so if we just don't get that in favor of a knockoff Shinki Shinju, I'm just not looking for that. I want Shinki, the character, the one that was established, to finish his character arc. Gaara's already got a complete character arc, so let him be the Shinju, just like Sasuke. That's how I'm looking at it. Oodie, I can't tell if you're talking, if I can't hear you, or if everything's just going green.
I think it's just going green, but I did have stuff to say. So
okay. That was throwing me out that whole time.
I'm sorry. I don't know why. It should be good, but yeah, I'll check in a second. In reference to the Conquero thing, I think there's two ways to look at it. In universe, and then from the writing perspective. I'll look at it in universe because I think that's more fair and more open-minded first, even though it's probably technically less correct. So in universe, there's a fine line between Conquero just contacting the village and waiting for Gaara to recover. Because if Gaara's injured, well, he's apologizing considering that Conquero's contacting him because it should be Gaara. If it's that big of a deal, then just wait for Gaara to be healed. But, like, I don't know how long Gaara is going to take to heal or what his situation is. So if that seems like if the village is in such a panic that they need the contact to help immediately, then Conquero should contact them. So I don't know where within that gradual line we would fall, but it's pretty blurry right now. In terms of writing, in terms of writing, they could just have Gaara be healed whenever.
Conquero to contact them.
It's not that it's the craziest thing in the world, but, like, for Japanese society and the fact that Conquero's apologizing, it kind of might be. Because why wouldn't he just wait for Gaara to heal if that's the case? Why is he apologizing?
Gaara's in a position where he can't.
Exactly, but why not wait till he can?
I just assume
unless he is in a
urgency,
position where he can.
He wants him there as soon as possible.
Or they probably don't know if he's going to wake up.
Yeah, granted, though, we don't know what state Gaara's in. Like, I mean, if Gaara's just got a fucking paper cut or whatever, I think they can just hook up the phone to the hospital. But if he's, like, knocked out or in a coma, Conquero's got to do it.
Well, but that's exactly what I'm saying, is that I think Conquero contacting could lead credence to Gaara's condition. The fact that he isn't going to wake up anytime soon.
He'll probably reveal it next chapter. Did the conversation end between them, or did the chapter just end? I'm pretty sure they're still on the phone talking.
The chapter just ended. Well, so, he said, "Can you let us a hand?" And then that was the last thing he saw.
It's possible they can continue the conversation next chapter and let us know, or they can just show us a panel of what Conquero explained to Shikamaru.
Yeah.
That being said, out of curiosity, I was curious what you guys think about this. So, this is my opinion. I think they said too much. So if you page-wise, it would be the last 2 pages, but I think the chapter should have ended when Conquero said, Gaara's been taken down. His adopted son Shinki too, and Shikamaru saying, what? That should have been the end of the chapter. I don't think they should have said anything about Shinki being a tree or whatever nonsense, even shown us the new Shinju. Because that way, you leave, that's a much better cliffhanger. Rather than ending the chapter with the answer, you're ending the chapter with the question like, oh shit, they were taken down. What happened to them? Which one of them, if any, became a tree? You don't have any answers. That just feels so much more suspenseful. The whole month you're wondering, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Versus just giving you the answer. And there's still questions, what happened to Gaara, for example, but I feel like you're ending it on a much better cliffhanger with that slightly earlier ending.
Honestly,
what do y'all think happened to Gaara? Literally, like.
Ooh. So it. Yeah. Okay, I do love the idea of Matsuri attacking.
Gaara or Shinki?
Sorry.
Whoa.
No, you're all talking.
Who do you guys think would be more powerful? Gaara or Shinki? Sorry.
You mean as a Shinju?
Yes.
That's interesting.
I don't know if there'd be a difference. Because Mamushi looks stronger than Hidari to me, but assuming they're equal, then, I don't think Bug was the strongest Sasuke, so I don't know if it matters.
I think what...
Mamushi, he definitely looks stronger than Hidari.
I think the treification process makes the human strong, but it takes away any ninja-ness. And so it's obviously taken away Sasuke's biggest asset, and then it doesn't really matter for Bug at all, assuming he's not a ninja at all. And so I can imagine them at least evening out. So in terms of Gaara versus Shinki, Gaara's more ninja-ny than Shinki would be, so I feel like he would feel more nerfed than Shinki. But in terms of raw power, I don't technically know who would be more powerful, considering Shinki has the Iron Sand, but I don't think he has as much chakra as Gaara would. Considering in the War Arc alone, Gaara was already being perceived as the Shukaku-tailed beast, even without it from Rasa, his Edo Tensei father, before he arrived at the battlefield.
But keeping that in mind, the feat Gaara did that made Rasa think it was Shukaku is a feat he already performed back in part 1. So strong Gaara was versus Kimimaro.
That's a good point. Yeah. Free game, who do you think, though?
I think Shinki, just because of the Iron Sand. Like, sand and Iron Sand is two different elements. Like, I think his sand will be stronger than Gaara's, but when you come to like battle IQ, Shinky's still like wet under the ears, so I'll probably give it to Gaara.
Okay.
Right, that won't apply to the Shinju anyway, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Would the Shinju even be able to use, like, whether he uses sand or iron sand? Like, would he take it from his cloak, or like?
Sorry to cut you off, but what's his name? Sasuke didn't know nothing, or Hidari didn't know nothing about the
About
Chidori.
Sasuke.
Well,
Yeah, he just instinctively uses it.
So he doesn't know about it, but he knows it, which is interesting. He can use all of Sasuke's techniques, seemingly. He just doesn't know how to apply them.
Not all of them.
I would assume all of them. All the
that he
ninjutsu, anyways.
What if he just
Yeah, the
didn't know, like,
gray
he
area is
has
going to be
Sharingan,
the
he would just
Kekkei
activate
Genkai
it?
stuff.
Okay. So, okay, this is an interesting question. Free game, I'm really interested in your Block Uchiha and I guess Kamui's answer on this. So, do you think Hidari hypothetically could do Itachi's shuriken target practice effectively? Can Hidari even do that? Because that's not like a smart thing, but it is like a ninja thing.
I'm saying no.
No? Okay.
I don't think he can. Hidari's too stupid.
All of them shuriken probably confuse him.
I haven't watched Shippuden in 5 years, so
okay.
Like
you
when
remember the thing where Itachi jumps in the air? He's throwing the kunai against the kunai. It's hitting all the targets on the trees. Orochimaru watches him in one filler scene, and he's like, "Oh my god, that's so amazing!"
He's like Ninja Jesus.
I want to clarify. In this case, Hidari knows what to do. Like, he's seen someone else do it already, so he doesn't have to figure out to bounce the kunai off of the other kunai. He just has to be able to physically do it.
To me.
Okay.
You see when he fell over when Sarah to him, the Chidori's like, good, he's fallen over. Like, he's a clumsy. I don't even know. I don't trust Hidari on that. I think Mamushi's got a better shot.
You know what? I think Hidari could do it.
I think Hidari got it.
I think he would do it, but not in the same way. He would cheat by using his claw marks, and he would refuse to do it normally.
Okay, that maybe.
Yeah. He wouldn't even jump up in the air.
So, what do you guys think is Hidari's overall mission?
Like mission for Jura or his in terms of himself?
Overall. Like, do you think he's going to, since he's the embodiment of the Tensels, do you think that he's going to somehow absorb all the rest of them, or something in that nature?
That's possible. What,
I think he'll break away and be his own person.
Hidari's target isn't Sarada. It's about finding out who he is, and right now, to do that, in order to achieve that, he thinks that it's going after Sarada. He's going to realize at some point that isn't what he actually wants to, or the way to get what he wants.
You mean Himawari? I'm not talking about Hidari.
You said Hidari, right?
Sorry, you said Hidari.
Sorry, I meant Jura. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Jura is a Tensels.
Since he's the embodiment of the Tensels, do you think that his target is to consume all the Shinju and reach some type of?
I think he wants to become a perfect divine tree, or he wants to figure out if that's really what he wants to do. So that's his mission right now.
What if he's because he's trying to not force them, but encourage them to seek out their targets and devour them. And he asks them who their target is. So he's trying to gather some information. So if he consumes them, he consumes all the information that they gathered as well.
Well, Ironically,
that is a possibility.
I,
Go
I
ahead.
I don't think they're going that route. Ironically, they actually have some really interesting parallels to Himawari as a character. Before they ruined her. So Himawari, it's not that she didn't know what she wanted to do, but it's not a thing to where she like needed to know what she needed to do. And so going through her life, she was just doing whatever, gaining experience until she eventually figured out what she did want to do. Jura, I think, is the same way, to where as of right now, his end goal or whatever is to become a divine tree. But like the whole point is that his curiosity is overriding his instinct. And so he doesn't have to do that. He can explore other things he wants to do in the meantime. I think that's almost identical
side
to what
missions.
Himawari was doing in the past.
That's so boring though. Then like Jura just decides he wants to like
Destroy the
travel the
world.
world, sees 6 paths and all that other jazz. I don't think that's gonna happen.
I
Okay.
think Jura is gonna suffer from like a character contradiction to where deep down he wants to be his own person. He basically wants to be human, but he's telling himself and the other Shinju to be Ten Tails. And in a sense, he can use the other Shinju as validation for that. So if Hidari, let's just say, devours Sarada and he bees Ten Tails and it makes him into a
Bees
divine tree,
Ten
whatever it
Tails.
does, that essentially justifies Jura to be like, okay, this is what I need to do. And he's going to tell himself that, but deep in his heart, in the back of his mind, that curiosity is there and it does want to do something other than be Ten Tails. The question is, where will he end up? I'm guessing he's not going to choose humanity and be like redeemed or anything like that. I think Hidari would be the one to do that, while Jura will choose to be Ten Tails. Like they're going to go their separate paths. That's what I'm guessing as of right now, at least. But I think he's going to be tugged in those directions.
And Ariana, Queen of Pop, what do you
Now,
think
granted,
about
he might
Himawari?
he might absorb the other Shinju in the
Okay,
end.
I guess
but
Kamui wasn't
that's a
done
separate
talking.
thing.
Ariana,
I'm
Queen
sorry, I
of
had to
Pop.
pick
Oh,
my
I see
tooth.
your answer in chat of what you want to do. She left a $2 donation saying, everyone needs to know Hima is great, Hima is peak. Well, now that we know Ariana, Queen of Pop's thoughts about Hima, I'm glad we can proceed. Everyone knows it now.
I appreciate those thoughts.
Yes.
About to
Glad we all
gain
agree. So what do you guys like about Himawari?
I think that's a little underwhelming. Oh, I had a question for you guys.
Yeah.
With your wanting to find out all the knowledge, do you think that he will ever like come across Amado's knowledge on like Shibai and the cells and stuff like that, and possibly like try to enhance himself in that way, and that's how we get Shibai back to the series?
He's like
I
the
don't
vessel
think
for
they should do it
Shibai.
through Jura.
Would you do
Yeah.
Jura? Yes, sir.
Right
think
now,
they
they're
should do
doing
it a
Jura's
different way.
character justice. Yeah, they're doing Jura's character real justice. Like, he just has to keep on developing in his own way. But if they moderate him to like a Kaguya and just make his Kaguya Shibai,
I'm not saying in a Kaguya way. I'm just saying like, he does all the research and he finds out, say like certain people had a Shibai cells and he comes after them so he can get those Shibai cells and enhance himself to a greater extent.
I mean, that could be interesting as long as they don't make it a way for like directly involving like Shibai's return. Is it because they can do maybe Jura's journey, because it's interesting because everybody doesn't know like how he's gonna end up, but maybe his journey can be like something where it's like the original way to birth a true Otsutsuki. These are how like maybe Otsutsuki's are originally born. Like they start off as pure ten tails, but the ones who are strong enough to gain like a grasp of their sentience and gain knowledge or evolve or have something lucky happen, like code mess with your chakra and stuff like that. That way you start to evolve eventually and become whatever you become. So I think like I think either Kamui said it, one of you said it, like using the other Shinju as like a ten tails and seeing how that goes or where that path leads, maybe eating possible fruits that stem from whoever Mamushi or Matsuri or Hidari ultimately end up devouring, and whatever changes occur and goes along that route, and Jura ends up eating the fruit. But I don't want him to be like Shibai though. No, definitely.
I'm not saying more so like Shibai, just gaining his abilities.
That could work still.
By the way,
I mean,
Frey, I think
everybody
you
already
might.
has his ability now.
And he technically
a little,
already has one of them at least, the claw marks.
Not
Literally.
all of them. Just saying that they got a few of his abilities.
He said, "You get a Shibai cell. You get a Shibai cell."
But real quick, hypothetically, let's just say he got Ada's ability, Damon's ability, and Kashin Koji's ability on top of Code's ability. How are you stopping this dude?
Yeah, I was about to say, how do you stop that? First of all,
like, what Deus
Baryon
Ex Machina are
mode.
we gonna rely on to beat this?
I mean, we already have
That's
omnipotence.
when we get the pure eye.
Pure
We
eye.
get the pure eye that comes in to canon finally. Shinki's
I don't want the Jougan in the manga at this point. I've had enough of it. I hate the Jougan.
it's inevitably gonna show up in the
It's
manga.
gonna show up, bro.
It's gonna inevitably.
Yeah, inevitably,
whether
I will drop the
Jougan
series when it
or-
shows up. You're right. I don't want to see it.
Jougan,
I've
or
had
just like
enough.
Boruto's special eye, whatever they do, Boruto's gonna have to have something to do with that right eye, and he's gonna open it, and he's gonna do.
I'd rather have him just.
Language.
I'd rather have him just use the Byakugan in a new way than see the stupid Jougan. I don't want it.
How do y'all think they're gonna handle Himawari's Byakugan mixing it with like Kurama though? That would be fire.
I think they already did with Inojin. The fact that his things was blocked, his chakra nonsense or whatever. She had like a Byakugan enhanced healing or something that stopped his chakra somehow. They're gonna explain that in some way.
His healing thing, that whole Sakura saying his chakra flow stopped, that was pretty. I just automatically linked that to like Jura's would release like stabbing Inojin. Like,
that's the other
I don't
possibility.
think so personally.
Yeah.
But that's the second option.
Yeah, last time I presented that possibility, Kamui freaked out on me, so I don't even want to go there.
That is the biggest lie ever, considering I literally addressed how it could work and just why I don't think it's that. You're bullshitting me.
I mean, that's a good way to nerf Himawari though. It's just like she just can't heal all the way right. Say that again?
No, Kamui. Sorry. Go ahead. Ask your question. I'll ask later.
Huh?
No, I interrupted him. So go ahead. Ask your question. My bad.
No, that was Black Uchiha asking a question. I'm confused.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't even know like what I'm pretty sure I was saying. I don't know something, but yeah, go ahead. I heard the Jougan, so like.
Well, I guess I'll go. Black, you were saying something really interesting about.
I'll go then. No,
Yeah,
you're
okay.
not gonna go, so you don't remember because I was next.
Go for it.
Kamui, what's your contention with the Jougan? Why don't you want to see it?
Because of what the anime has done, no matter how they introduce it, when comparing the anime to the manga, it's gonna be bad. The long story short. Because on one hand, I'll make a comparison in Naruto after, but so in the anime, Boruto's used the Jougan like 4 different times, and he is aware of the fact that he's used it. By the time you get to the Urashiki stuff, he's like, I felt this sensation before. I know, I might not know everything about this, but I recognize this. I'm seeing Urashiki do stuff. Urashiki looks at him and says, whoa, no, you have the Jougan. He's even got the name down. Now, hold on. The anime is supposed to be the same story as the manga, according to these producers, so hold on. Okay. So then in the manga, Boruto is either going to do one of two things. He is either going to awaken it for the first time, have no idea what it is, and all that jazz, which means the anime is no longer anime canon. It's complete nonsense filler that doesn't exist in the manga, and I don't want to hear it ever again. Or he's going to act like he's done this before, and you're going to be like, where the hell was this in part 1? This is stupid. To make a comparison, imagine if in Naruto, in the manga, Naruto never uses Kurama until like the pain arc. First time it comes out. And you're like, whoa, what is this? Where did this come from? But then in the anime, he's been using Kurama like every other arc. You're going to be like, huh? Why are these so different? It's so weird. I don't, and so at this point, it's gone on for so long, 94 chapters. I'm just like, I don't want Boruto to have the Jougan anymore. You're in this deep, just don't even do it in the manga. Because no matter what, you're going to be looking at the anime and calling it filler. So let it be anime only at this point.
But would it be anime only? He didn't know what it was necessarily. He was just like
Ishiki told him.
He thought it was a Jougan at first. Not the Jougan. He thought it was a
Yeah, he thought it was a Byakugan. Then Toneri's telling him all about his eye, and Ishiki 100 episodes later says, "Hey, that's the Jougan, so it's not the Byakugan."
Yeah, Jougan, nigga, I ain't never heard of this shit before. Like, what the hell?
Exactly. Now he has.
Now, but he didn't question it or nothing.
Yeah, because he was aware of the fact that he had the eye.
I can see what you're saying. I still want from the
he recognized the sensation, or Ishiki told him what it was.
Yeah, by the way, Free, I think your mic is a little low. You can turn it up.
Yeah, I cranked him up to 200%.
I can't do that on my Chrome.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah. And I'm glad we got everyone else's opinion on that. Hey, Ariana, what's your opinion of that? Oh, wow, Ariana really got back to me quick in chat. So they say Boruto fraud, Hidari fraud, Damon, Hema Peak. Thank you, Ariana, for your $2 super chat to say that. I'm glad that you could have valuable input in this current conversation of which is ongoing.
Hema Peak. Oh my goodness.
Hema Peak?
The Hema love is going crazy right now.
Hey, we love to see it. Hema, the goat of the universe.
Pancake princess, as we might call her.
So what do you guys think is the relationship going to be between Boruto and Mitsuki from now on?
Mitsuki's ride or die, bro. If he didn't prove it last chapter, I don't know what else to like. Mitsuki, something about Boruto that Mitsuki just can't let go of. The whole world telling him he's not who he is. I think him and Shikamaru are in the same boat, but like right now, a lot more eyes are on Shikamaru, so it's gonna be hard. But I think Mitsuki is gonna be one of the first ones to make the decision to openly, like aside from Sarada and Sumire, to openly be like, nah, man, it's Boruto or nothing. So
Boruto, nothing is crazy.
I see it.
I mean, he already chosen Boruto as his son. Like this chapter proves it.
Yeah, it's just a matter of when is he going to do it out in the open now, like, or is he going to continue to play covert? It's really cat and mouse. I'm interested. Like, I'm really, really interested. I keep saying it, but I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with Shikamaru and Mitsuki, because these elders, for some reason, that haven't died, that should have died in part 2 of Naruto, are like very adamant on Shikamaru having these consequences for letting Boruto escape. So it's interesting.
Fair enough.
Oh, quick question. Do you think that if they find like Shikamaru is the one who let Boruto go, that they'll either exile him or some type of punishment amongst them?
I think it'll start with an interrogation before they exile.
I don't want any more interrogations in Boruto ever. They've ruined interrogations.
I'm scared for an interrogation. We already know Ibiki's not going to be Ibiki when he does.
He's going to punch him twice and that'll be that.
So much for psychological torture.
He has the option of going into Boruto's mind as well, which is crazy that Ibiki didn't. And that's a gripe, which is crazy because Ibiki has dove into people's mind before in Shippuden plenty of times. And it's like
they have a jutsu to just read minds when you're knocked out.
Like, oh my gosh. They said, no, let's wait till he wakes up and then ask him these difficult questions that he's most likely not going to answer. And then let's kill him if he
I don't know why they thought he was going to answer. Like, Konohama's already asked him 80% of these questions. You know what Boruto did? He didn't answer them. I didn't think he was going to answer this time.
Speaking of
Ibiki, some things like omnipotence is understandable, but it's some things that's just like...
Now that Ibiki's back in the story,
nobody's like upstairs.
I have to wonder where Ibiki's been for the past forever. When Amado first came to the village, why wasn't Ibiki reading his mind?
Well, you know what's
It had
weird? Well,
Naruto.
actually, no. Okay, so Ibiki is in part 1. He's interrogating Shojoji before Sasuke shows up.
Mhm.
But with Amado's excusable because he basically planted insurance beforehand with the bomb around Shikadai's neck.
Yes.
If Ibiki's over here pressing Amado like that, Amado can be like, hey, I want to be a citizen. If you do that shit, I'm blowing him up. And
He already
they don't
showed,
want
he
that.
can blow
So
it
they
up.
had to let Amado say what he wants to say willingly. Then when he's an
I
actual
agree.
citizen again, they can't just, it's probably illegal to just knock him out and read his mind. So they're letting Amado have a chance to be genuine. And he does, seemingly at least. They also had Ada to check him the second time, which, by the way, just as a side note, why are they interrogating Boruto when Ada has access to all of the information Boruto has? She can listen to everything Kashinkoji told him. Literally, there's nothing Boruto knows that Ada can't know. In fact, Ada already knows 85% of what Boruto... She already knows everything Boruto told them, and she can find out the stuff that he didn't tell them. You don't
That's
need
the thing,
Boruto,
though.
just ask Ada.
It's certain things that if she confirms with her powers that Boruto's saying is true, it's going to contradict her original lie because it's just it all goes back to Kawaki telling her to lie about Naruto being dead. Because
But yeah, but Ada can pick and choose what she wants to say. The point is, why is the village not just asking Ada?
well, that's true because they decided to act
Like even
so
just to
much at the end of
confirm
part
what
one,
Boruto
everything.
says.
And things like that.
What'd you say, sorry?
Well, it's
Just
also
about
because
like the Shinjus and how they operate and stuff like that. They could have been had that knowledge.
maybe it's because
Like
well,
when
and then
she told Cole, like when she told him that Cole had an army coming in, like
I mean, Ada's looking anyways. No one's asking her. There's the problem. She's just chilling on the outskirts of the village.
No one
They
asked her
forgot about
the
her.
Shinju.
Like
They
Ada
literally
went
waited
out of
until
her way to
Boruto-
tell Shikamaru about the Shinju right after Boruto told him. So Shikamaru already knew, but she's like, hey, and she tells him the same information. So they could have, like, frankly, Shikamaru could have been like, just to protect Boruto, be like, hey, instead of interrogating him, let's just ask Ada. So that way, Boruto's not being like under watch by all the ninja as much. It's a lot easier to break him out because you're focusing on Ada. You know how much easier it is to execute your plan?
No, that's
Like,
hilarious. Instead
it
of
works,
instead
it works
of
in all aspects because you don't have to press Boruto. Just ask. Shikamaru wants the information too anyway. Just ask Ada.
instead of
So I could
them
say- I would
begging
say, like,
Ada,
for the moment,
it's like Ada's having to contact them, and then they're like, "Ugh, not now. What do you want, Ada?" Which just has information.
Literally, they did that.
well, I was
Oh my
saying, it
God.
could
Like, you know what's
also-
funny? Like, why is Amado even connected, like, through through the mind transfer jutsu stuff to this interrogation? He has no relevance to this. Like, what are they thinking? Like, why is he there talking? Like, yeah, he knows a lot about the Tentails, but Ada would be so much more useful for this. Why is he there? Why is he there, not Sakura? Why are the
insane,
elders there and not Kakashi and Tsunade and Sakura? People who have actual connections and like the former Hokage are way more important than the goddamn 90-year-old elders who have fucking like, I don't know, Alzheimer's by this point. Like, why are they there?
or Sai.
Well, Sai's watching Amado, so I can excuse him for not physically being there. Granted, why isn't he connected by the jutsu?
Yeah, I'm
I
about
don't
to say,
know,
he's
but at
listening. He
least
could be
I can
listening
understand why
too.
he's not physically there.
The real reason the elders are there is because we're still operating on the old shinobi system. It's just outdated. Like Kakashi's saying this about the feudal lords back when he was Hokage. So yeah, they still have like political power. They haven't betrayed the leaf or anything. So until they die or until the system changes, they're just gonna be important still, unfortunately. And Hashirama
Yes,
made
that's
it a
fine.
rigid
But
system.
even still,
It's not like
I
it's
still
But
think it's
Shikamaru
funny
still
that they
thinks
have
Ada's
Amado hooked up
wishy-washy.
to this and not Ada.
Shikamaru still thinks Ada's wishy-washy.
Yeah.
And something, I hope they didn't abandon... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying I was surprised they wasn't dead yet. The ancient.
Oh, yeah, they should have been kicked the bucket part one. Really in Donzo's time, though, but if we're being honest.
I
Yeah,
mean,
like or Kakashi.
this is the
They
world.
should've
You know what
done
would've been
where
awesome?
They got chakra.
Imagine if Hidari killed the elders. in Sasuke's place.
Yes, I'm down.
Yeah, same. Get rid of him.
At this point, yeah, they don't need to die. They need to be killed. At this point, yeah, they need to be killed. They don't need to die. They need to be killed on screen too, please.
They might be elite though. You never know. They might.
Do you think if the tree
Man, there's no
people,
way.
if the tree people wake up, do you think they're gonna remember what their Shinju was doing? Like if Boruto gave the soul thorn to Sasuke's tree and Sasuke woke up, do you think he'd remember trying to attack Sarada? He'd feel guilty over it, maybe? They could do a lot of things there, play into that. In the same way that
Do you
like
think they'll age
Boruto
while
was
they're
awake
trees?
during the moment.
I think it's a way for them to snap out of omnipotence. Whoever gets woken up out of the tree individually, like before the end game and like Jura's defeated and all the Shinju go away, like whoever gets individually broken out of their tree, I feel like those individuals will remember like the truth about, for whatever reason they want to explain it for, but those individuals will remember the truth about Boruto. And those will be the ones who are on his side. So essentially Boruto is on a hunt to like free his soon-to-be team. So like maybe someone like, and even Inojin too, because whatever's going on with him, it will be interesting for that. So like people like Inojin, like I was about to call her Matsuri, but Moegi and I guess obviously Sasuke. So like figures like those who you wouldn't expect wake up and be like, nah, guys, Boruto is the real deal. Kaoki's a fraud. Fraud alert.
Kamui, to answer your question, do you think the Shinju are aging? I think they are, but they're not aging to get older. Because what is aging? The way we understand it, it's cell division and the telomere shrinking. I don't think that's happening. I think they're more like Zetsuification. In fact, I think that's what Zetsuification is, to where rather than that, it's like not a conversion process, but like through the aging process in a way that isn't the way that we know it. That's what they turn into.
Are you referring to the Shinju or the people in the trees?
The people in the trees.
I was asking about like Sasuke himself. Okay.
Yeah. I would imagine, like, I don't know, it's, telomeres maybe aren't shrinking, or maybe the cell division is like all the cells that are dead are like staying on the person or something. Some way to keep them immortal, but like not really.
Because I was thinking like, let's just say Shinki was turned into a tree when he was like 12 years old, just for the sake of this. By this time skip, would the Shinki in the tree look like a 15-year-old Shinki, or would he still look like the 12-year-old Shinki? That was my real question.
Yeah, so I think he would still look like 12, but he wouldn't look the exact same. I don't think he would age to look 15, but I think he would still age to look different.
Yeah, in some manner.
Yeah.
Like maybe he looks like a Zetsu sort of or something.
Well, their heights, for the most part, their heights match up with the counterparts. So he would probably come out looking like a...
Well, I don't know. Ryu here, it's kind of tricky because on some panels he looks small, some panels he looks gigantic. So I don't know how big he's supposed to be.
As far as we know, Ryu is actually Jiraiya.
Shinki.
Yeah, it's like that panel of Jiraiya where he's just towering over EVK.
Ada on Fraud Watch goes crazy.
Ada on Fraud Watch.
Yeah. Black Uchiha, do you have any theories for going forward in Boruto? Next chapter, next arc, next 2 years, next whole end of the series? I don't know. How far do you want to
go? Whole end of the series? Do y'all see like an Otsutsuki invasion, or is Shinju and like Shibai solely like endgame? Like, I don't know. I think like Otsutsuki homeworld, at least some type of lore. If they end the story without something like that, it's a missed opportunity, honestly.
That's the name of the game in Two Blue Vortex.
Yeah, missed opportunity. Ain't forward to this series. So, actually, I want to ask you this. So this is kind of a similar question, but kind of different. Of all the plot points that have at least somewhat been set up, what is like the one of all the ones you are like, if you're gonna address any of them, please do that one? So let's just say there was 10 unfulfilled plot points. You can only pick one. The rest get dropped. Which one are you picking? I have my answer, but I want to hear everyone else's.
Dropped.
Oh, shit, bro.
That's
I think
crazy.
so. Can I? Okay, I would say like the plot point with. Oh man, I don't know. It's theorizing, like addressing it, or like theorizing how far they can go with it to clarify.
So basically, I don't. All right, so
you can only keep one. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm gonna give one that.
It.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like an example that I don't think anyone will pick. Just to use as an example.
I think going with Kamui's idea, it's more so which ones do you want to kill rather than which one do you want to save. There's a better way of thinking about it.
Well, no, because I'm saying only pick one. So
well, exactly.
The one I would want to see the most, like
okay, I'm gonna make up something. Let's just say Deidara was foreshadowed to return to the series and be the final endgame. There was just some foreshadowing saying Deidara was gonna be it, and you were gonna say, okay, that's the one I want them to do of all the ones, or maybe it's not the one you would pick. But like the point is something that's been set up, like it has been set up. You can point to something to say, okay, there's something there, but you can only pick one. You have to drop all the others.
Just one, bro.
I can go first if it helps, but
yeah, I would say I'm deciding between two plot points, but I would say for Sarada and Sumire, for them being immune to like Ada's enchanted ability, I don't know where they went with that plot line or the story or the significance, but like it went completely out the window because my perspective in Tubu Vortex is like, even with omnipotence saying, okay, this is that and that is this, it's a known fact that these two girls are immune to the power that everybody in the world too is affected by this girl. And these two girls are the only ones saying this weird thing. So at the end of the day, let me not just brush off what they're saying. Let's see, like, at least why are they immune? That's a plot point right there. And,
that's a good one.
You know, like literally the fact that, okay, even though I believe he's Kawaki Uzumaki, I still also know for a fact, because 3 years ago we confirmed it, you two are the only ones that are immune to Ada. And if you two are the only ones saying this nonsense and everybody else isn't, I can only put two and two. Like, I don't think omnipotence can stop someone from coming to that conclusion. And that's something that always
clearly, because Shikamaru did it.
I'm saying, like, I don't know, like, why no one has just simply thought, like, they're immune. I mean, I understand, even if Shikamaru's the only one who knows, why 3 years of having Sarada tell you this constantly, and you didn't even think to consider, wait, she's not in love with Ada. I am. Let me hear her out. Let me at least like hear what she has to say. Elaborate, Sarada. Go ahead, continue.
Bro didn't even believe her.
Like literally just like brushed her off.
Nobody believes it till they see it. You gotta prove it to them.
I feel like the proof is in the pudding. He already knows they're immune. I feel like there's so much proof.
Bro, like they're at this point, just blow up their whole secret. Yes, they don't fall for you, Ada. Like blow them up. Like let everybody know. At that point, they have to let at least like the higher ups know. Okay, if it was a secret mission, I think, and Shikamaru was the only one still after these 3 years that knows about it. That's a mistake on his end. He should have included the likes of like Konohamaru and Sai, and maybe since they're throwing him in a chapter Ibiki, like, okay, guys, 3 years ago, like they could have been like, okay, guys, Sarada and Sumire on an ongoing pending mission to where push comes to shove, because he said it, they might be the only ones who could take down Ada. So why they're on this mission? Because apparently they're the only two who are immune to her. You know, that's like top secret intel for the Hidden Leaf. So if Shikamaru did reveal that intel and nobody's thought to put two and two together, that's but either way, it's bad because Shikamaru kept it to himself, and he himself didn't still put two and two together, and or if he shared it and nobody else decided to put two and two together. So, and plus, why are they immune? Like, come on, like, don't do that. Like, why are they immune? And I don't want it to be, oh, we love Boruto. Like, oh my gosh, I might drop the series for that. Like at this point, but yeah, why are they immune? This is like a big deal. Like people are just like accepted. Like we've got omnipotence because everyone just accepts. Sarada knows who Boruto is. Sooner we forget, like, bro, Ada don't like work on them. Why?
Yeah.
I love your answer, and I actually have a follow-up question after, but I want to save it.
Okay. I feel like now would be the perfect time to ask it instead of okay. Do you not want to ask it?
Well, I
Unless you can
can.
figure
I
out
just
instantly.
the thing was, I'm worried that this is gonna take for. Okay, fine. You know what? Fine. I'll ask it. Okay. So, sort of bouncing away, but similarly related. Do you guys think it would have been better if Shikamaru actually didn't see through omnipotence at all, like the way he does in chapter 6 and 7 and so on, and instead he only saw through Kawaki's lie about Naruto and Hinata being dead? In other words, Shikamaru doesn't think Boruto is Uzumaki. He just thinks that he never killed Naruto, either because he uses common sense like Himawari and thinks about the fact that Kawaki was out here doing everything and anything in the world to protect Naruto, so why on earth did he kill Naruto all of a sudden? Or he just sees so much Naruto in Boruto, independent of seeing through the role reversal. And this causes Shikamaru to doubt that Boruto actually killed Naruto, or you just use both together. The point is, he just believes Naruto's still alive and that Kawaki lied, rather than thinking Kawaki and Boruto are flipped. Do you think that would have been better than the omnipotence nonsense we got?
I think it's been kind of flip flop. Like, I think they would have brought up the like blonde hair, whiskers, things of that nature. Like, he looks more like Himawari and Naruto than anything. So like, I think like the omnipotence, it like altered their brain function, so they see things in a different manner. Only thing
But
that wasn't changed was like Amado's creation, because he has cybernetic cybernetic technology in Kawaki, so he was able to disperse like, yo, this is my work, and I don't think omnipotence could have affected that. So I don't think that Shikamaru, just off of just like looking at him and stuff like that, would have came to that conclusion.
it's
That's
hard,
fine.
but
Then you
like
just use the common sense of why would Kawaki ever kill Naruto? That makes no sense. Because he can do that. That's not part of omnipotence.
you can't do that. And the thing is, though, also on off of what Free Game has said, though, in the flashback they showed us Sasuke was like, for some reason, even though he didn't believe it, he said when he looks into his eyes, he can see Naruto, or he feels like the resemblance of, he, reminds him of Naruto,
Pull up
even
the
though he.
panel.
Well, for a fact, it was chapter 5 in the flashback.
I'm just playing.
So,
I'm just playing with you, bro. I'm not gonna.
okay. I was about to say, I was about to start looking at it. But I was like, but yeah, he said, he was like, when I look into your eyes, I see, you know what I'm saying? It reminds me of Naruto. So, but I don't know if that's like straight up directly saying, like, hey, you got the blue eyes like Naruto, or it's just like the genuineness or the determinedness for Boruto and the mission that they were on at the time. It just reminded Sasuke how determined Naruto was to bring Sasuke back. So, it can go both ways. What I was going to say is, how do y'all. No, go ahead, because I was gonna like.
Yeah, you good.
Trail off. I was just gonna say, like, what do y'all think? Like, how can they make it good? Like, if they decide to do it, or do you think they should decide like to bring back Toneri? How can that like be effective to the story at this point?
Kamui, you want to go first?
That's another one of those tough anime nonsense situations.
That's why I said, like, if they even decide to, like, is he even gonna have like a manga debut? Like, who knows?
Let me ask you this first. Assuming the manga brought back Toneri, but didn't mention the Jougan ever, do you think that could work, or do you feel like Toneri needs the Jougan?
I feel like if they bring him back and he doesn't mention the Jougan, but in a way to where it's like the topic just wasn't brought up, it can work. But if they just bring him back and he doesn't mention and it's like Toneri's like, I don't know, maybe he never even met Ishiki and he wasn't frozen, and it would just feel more fuel to the argument that you had earlier for like the differences with the anime and the manga.
Yeah,
which I understand.
If that's the case, I don't want Toneri.
Yeah,
I would
understand. But like the thing with Toneri though, I think they can more so focus on the fact that ultimately ends up because whatever he did to Hinata. But like the fact that the clan was watching him and whatever he was doing throughout Naruto, the movie, and Ishiki, if they want to do that and they want to say, okay, the clan was watching whatever Toneri was doing. What was so significant about Toneri's action, despite whatever he did to Hinata? Why did they decide to watch him? Like, did they already have their eyes on Hinata or on Earth for a specific reason? So they can like bring his backstory or lore in that way, like connected to the main clan. Like, okay, they had their eyes on him. Why did they have their eyes on him? And now what is he doing currently? So I think that'll be an interesting way without bringing the Jougan.
That could be cool.
No, I just kind of thought about,
yeah,
because that's all interesting, as well as all the Suzuki shit, but none of that has to do with Kashi and Koji's worst possible future. So I'm kind of scared.
But the thing is,
because if they're involved, it seems like they're not going to be a major thing, because the worst possible future isn't them.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, that's true. Well, what if their worst possible future isn't them? Like, whatever happens to the Earth, then they come afterwards. Obviously, you can't see because you're dead. Or maybe, I don't know. You're right, though. But like I said, well, what I was going to say, but with Kashin Koji's power, though, like, they make it seem, well, to me, for how I understand it, it's like, every second based off of like whatever decisions are being made throughout the day, like whatever futures or screenshots he was seeing, like they basically whatever screenshots he saw 5 minutes ago is completely different than what he's seeing now. You know, like I don't know if that made sense how I said it, but like
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so like since the future is always changing, everything like he sees, like he cannot basically go like longer than a day without checking his power if they want to go on their plan or their path accordingly. He has to constantly, like, let's say he has a time marker every 15 minutes, he has to check like what futures are presented because everything is always changing. So but he did say though, like everything he's seeing is like either Ishiki code or the Shinju. So yeah, they're scaring me, man. I don't know, bro. I just want Otsutsuki lore, if we're being honest.
I like feel like, you guys
on.
might agree, maybe they should have just not described what the worst possible future is.
Yeah.
Right. And they
just don't know.
Yeah. He just could have been like, man, it's keep on changing, but in all the futures I see, you're dying, Boruto. They could have left it at that.
An interesting way they could do it. They haven't done it this way. It's already too late. So this would be a rewrite. An interesting way they could do it, and this would have to apply to the Senrigan as well, I think, is, well, Otsutsukis are immune to Shinjutsu. The Senrigan, omnipotence, 10 directions, they're all Shinjutsu. So in the same way, Shikamaru is just blanking on the concept of omnipotence. In the same way, both Koji and Ada just can't use their ability to see Otsutsuki. So in the future, Koji's basing everything he knows on the future based on everyone else. But he has to relay that information to Boruto.
That makes sense.
I think that
since
could be
their powers essentially don't work on Otsutsuki, he can't use it to see Otsutsuki future or futures affected by Otsutsuki.
Exactly, yeah.
Or I should say true Otsutsuki. I would say true because, you know, he sees everything that happens with Kawaki, you know.
But to say you could just remove that hypothetically too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that would be interesting though. That I feel like they could do that.
Right, if you do this, you do need to rewrite this Senrigan from the get-go.
Yeah.
So Ada just can't watch Kawaki ever.
She's like, I don't know where he's at. I'm sorry. But I would say, like, okay, so if it's like going back, all right, so this is going way back to like Jougan. For his whole reasoning behind destroying them, we can understand most likely it's because of the enhancement that the Shibai cells cause to like these cyborgs. But since they can't necessarily, like, the abilities itself can't work on Otsutsuki, do y'all just think they would, like, they had the ability to straight up overpower Jougan or potentially Ishiki, which is why he wanted them destroyed? Or, like, what was going on with that? Since their abilities wasn't going to work on him regardless.
Well, I think Damon's reflection would still work. It just, like, the love charm wasn't going to work.
Would his reflection work, though?
It worked on Boruto and Kawaki.
It worked on Boruto and Kawaki. So then they would have to explain that. What Shinjutsu don't work on Otsutsuki? Or is it just like the overpowered ones? Or did they just write that in for Ada? Because
the only one they've said they're immune to is omnipotence. Which is kind of weird that the Shinjutsu of Shinjutsu is the only one that doesn't work on Otsutsuki, but every other one does.
That's crazy.
Like I feel like it's
that would make
backwards,
sense.
but
I think it probably tells you
Okay,
something
so I've
about
been seeing
omnipotence.
this.
But yeah.
I've been seeing this on Twitter recently about the whole Jura versus Ishiki thing. Like, where do y'all stand on that as far as it goes?
I don't think you could actually say right now. But if I had to guess, I would go with Jura.
What about
you want to elaborate on
you?
that?
Or yeah, you can elaborate.
I mean, so like, there's a lot of ways you can approach the idea, but I guess we can go one at a time. So Kawaki's strength. We don't know exactly how strong a Karma 1 current Kawaki is, but it is going to be very strong. No matter how you slice it, no matter how much he's been slacking off, kid's going to be strong. Is he Ishiki strong in that state? Probably not. But he's going to be very strong. And Jura did foderize him. So there's one thing to look at. Second, going to Kashin Koji. Jura's just straight up stronger than Boruto in all these futures, and he's just gonna kill him. Like the fact that he lived was defying intervention, apparently. So Jura is just straight up over Boruto. Now, what do we know about Boruto? Well, Boruto's OP as fuck.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's stronger than he was very easily defeating Code, who, whether it's a skill thing or not, if Jura's just strong enough to get around Boruto's skill, point remains the same. Jura can easily beat Code. Code is someone who is massively stronger than Jougan, maybe not stronger than Ishiki, but if he's not stronger than Ishiki, he's really not that far off. You know, Ishiki's not going to be more than one tier over him. Boruto did foderize him. Boruto's probably getting to that Ishiki level of power. Then you've got Himawari, who's using a power who just feels like it's Baryon mode based off how she does. And even if it's not as strong as Naruto, it's still got to be like somewhat comparable based on how she does against Jura. And then Jura just fodderizes her when he just decides to try more than 1% power. And I mean, Jura's just being built up as like this unstoppable force. There's probably more things you can point to, but at the end of the day, I just feel like Jura probably is stronger than Ishiki. Maybe not way stronger, but I think he's winning.
Yeah,
I like your explanation. I think definitely. Well, I don't know, right? I can't give you my answer right now. But I'd say definitely, like, I don't even want to say by the end of the story. Just give Jura a little bit, even more time. He's going to be completely universally understood that he's stronger than Ishiki, because it seems like he's still like in his early stages. Like he has a lot more growing to do, and he obviously said he hasn't gone all out. But I think it's going to be too hard to say because of all of the hype built around Ishiki and the fear of him being revived within Kawaki's body. That was understood, and the whole, like you explained, Code being above Jigen, right below Ishiki, and Kawaki losing to Boruto, and all of that stuff being mixed into the factor. It's just interesting. Like the most I would take out of it for Jura to compare him to Ishiki, I would say like the statement of him not going all out in the fight with Himawari would be the best in taking, because out of everybody that we have in the story, I think only Jura and Damon said flat out like, oh, I want to go all out. I want to fight someone at my full powers. So those are the only two confirmed that not only have we not seen their whole power, but we just haven't seen them fight like to their fullest of capability. So it will be interesting to see how far that can go. So for Jura's case, the effort that he exerted versus him, I'm not trying to get into like the mega trilitons though, so I'm not going down that right.
Into a what?
So bear with me. But I'm not trying. Yeah, I say I'm not trying to get into like the mega trilitons of the whatever power scaling thing.
I'm sorry. One more time.
The
who? The Transformers? The what now?
I wasn't trying to get into the specific. I was making up a word, but I'm not getting into the specifics of whatever the power scaling specifics. I was saying mega trilitons or whatever. But
yeah, I was trying to figure out what you said either. That's hilarious.
It was not a word though. So, but yeah, like the effort that Jura exerted versus Himawari in that fight, it showed a lot of. Well, it showcased first on Himawari's end that she doesn't have control of her power, because a lot of the things were exerted as opposed to normal Boruto fights where we don't see a lot of destructive output as much as we used to in Shippuden. So lot of like groundbreaking, hill shattering going on with the Jura versus Himawari fight. But it was interesting to see, like, Jura never really felt threatened versus Himawari. And it's obvious that Jura, if you replace Jura and Hidari in those situations, like Hidari versus Konohamaru, Sara, the fodder, and yeah, that's not going on for too much longer. Jura's going to end that. And I think we can all universally accept that as a fact. So moving over to like Damon, and the best way we can say, I say like the effort that he exerted versus Code is a little bit more tricky because first, I haven't read the fight in a little bit, but essentially, Damon reacted to some of the things that, Code was doing. And we see how well Boruto did versus Code. So, and we understand how much stronger, Jura is than Boruto. And then basically piggybacking all of this off of, Damon's ultimate interest in, well, not interest in Boruto, but his intrigueness enough to say, okay, get strong enough to where I can fight you full power. But his interest in Himawari in a case where it's like, she has a power that's interesting. She might be able to, do something with that. And we see with those two figures that ultimately, in some way, shape, or form, piqued interest in Damon, we see Jura's cases against them. So Jura flat out, he destroyed Himawari. We saw it. And it's stated in multiple futures, he kills Boruto. And we see literally in chapter 13, he almost killed Boruto. So I think since I don't know, is it universally accepted that Damon is weaker than Ishiki or not? Before I continue,
I think it's still debated by people. Everyone's got their opinion on it.
Universally accepted. It's the other way around. Universally accepted. Yeah, it is universally accepted, but not what you said.
So Ishiki's stronger than Damon.
No, that's the exact same thing you just said. What? I don't know.
No. I was saying, so it's universally accepted that Damon's stronger than Ishiki. That's why.
Yes.
Okay.
I think a lot of Boruto fans think Ishiki's stronger, not gonna lie. I don't know if it's universally accepted that Damon's stronger. Regardless if we think he is.
Doesn't count.
But that doesn't make it universally accepted. So regardless of what we think, I'm not confident that the average fan believes Damon's stronger.
Right. But okay, so taking that into account, so it ends off two different ways. It depends on if you take Damon as being stronger than Ishiki or not. But with everything we know, connecting the interactions between the four, Jura, Damon, Boruto, and Himawari, Damon's peak of interest with both Boruto in a sense of telling Boruto, get strong enough so where I can fight you full power, and sensing the power in Himawari, and Jura's case of killing Boruto in multiple futures, almost killing him in our future, and beating Himawari in a fight, and admitting that, she piqued him enough to want to see what it's like to go all out. So if they were to I don't know, give them both, at this point, it's already been accepted that they both don't have no one else to fight. So a fight between them, I think if you accept that Damon isn't stronger than Ishiki and Damon somehow beats Jura, it would ultimately confirm it for that fact. But if Damon is above, and it's too ambiguous because we don't know how strong Damon is, but if he is above Ishiki, then ultimately what I think, did you give your reason, Kamui, or was it Oodie who said their reasoning for, or I think it was you, Kamui. Then
I said some reasoning for why I think Jura is stronger than Ishiki.
Yeah, so if it goes down that down that route where it's Damon is stronger than Ishiki, and we see where, if Damon does beat Jura, then we can say, okay, all right, we understand where Jura's or Damon lies at, and how Boruto, lies at in that regard, because we understand Boruto would lose to Damon based off of the statements from Kosh and Koji, and that since Boruto would lose to Damon, and if Damon would lose to Jura, and if Damon were to beat Jura, that can be a key thing right there where then maybe Jura can beat Ishiki. But if he's weaker than Ishiki, then, and Damon beats him, and it's obvious the answer would be, but Damon doesn't beat him, then it's still, but like I said, right now, all that is just however you want to see it, whatever details you want to put into it. Going forward, I think ultimately he will be stronger than Ishiki, but it's too many questions right now.
I think there's another way to look at it, which is kind of like a slight, just almost common sense thing. But I mean, let's just say Jura was equal to Ishiki or weaker.
Right.
Realistically speaking, it's pretty understandable for Kawaki to get to Ishiki level by just using 100% of the Karma Seal, Ishiki's power, in a perfect vessel that also has enhancements for healing, ninja tech blades. You know, he's got Ishiki and more. So if he just uses all of his power, that's basically Ishiki, if not stronger. And if Jura's weaker than that, why is Jura losing to Kawaki? So it kind of makes it seem like, well, Jura has to be stronger than that Kawaki, otherwise it's no threat. And if he's stronger than that Kawaki, it's kind of hard to imagine why Kawaki isn't Ishiki level at that point. I think
Kawaki
it just makes more
right
sense for the story if Jura's
nerve.
stronger.
I agree with you, but I say for the Kawaki point though, I think right now he does have a mental nerve. So like I think we all agree that Kawaki is very disappointing in terms of what we thought he would be based off of the ending of part 1 and where we see him end up throughout 2 Blue Vortex. I think he has a mental nerve and he's not able to draw out all of Ishiki's power that he currently has within his karma.
I think he has mental nerve.
I think that's what's going on with him right now, because he should be.
The
way
fact is, he
stronger.
hasn't used the horn.
And he should be stronger than what he is. I'm gonna tone it down because I said he should be way stronger, but he should definitely be stronger than what he has showcased throughout 2 Blue Vortex for sure.
I've loved every second of Kawaki, and he's done nothing wrong. So you take that back.
Oh my goodness!
Dude, last stream you were like, "I disowning Kawaki. I'm not supporting him anymore."
That's a different part of Kawaki. That doesn't count, okay? I think it's obvious Jura has to be stronger based on narrative progression. It's not ambiguous. We know how strong Damon is. It's universally accepted because I'm not going to count the outlier, crazy, drug-infested nudists, public nudists that are just rampaging through the streets of the poorest towns in the world. I'm not going to count them, Kamui. They're not rational beings. Those Shinju are more rational than they are. So no, I'm not going to count them. So any reasonable person knows that Damon's the strongest. How? Because he said it and then he backed it up. It doesn't matter who's number 2 or number 3 because he is number 1. And you know what Jura is? Not number 1 because Damon's number 1. So who's stronger? Damon. Damon already proved it. That's all you need.
I'll say 2 things. One, as far as Ishiki goes, I don't see the point in Damon saying that line if he just wasn't number 1 if Ishiki's around. Right. It just feels very dumb to include that line. So I feel like I agree. That should just put Damon over, even if it doesn't technically have to. It's kind of like, why are you putting that line in there if Damon isn't number 1? Mm-hmm. That said,
that's right.
That was 3 years before the birth of Jura, who we had no idea about. And so I'm not going to use that to necessarily say it means he has to be over Jura because character didn't exist yet. Damon's got no clue. Ikimoto probably had no clue.
But what is Jura?
But he should be stronger. I think it would be better.
Jura is the Ten Tails, which was around 3 years ago. Same as Code.
But Jura's stronger than the Ten Tails.
How do you know that?
He definitely.
Well,
because
he's not even a
Jinchuriki. Is fodder. It got one shot by Jougan, who's weaker than Ishiki, who's weaker than Jura, as we just established.
It wasn't one shot. What are you even talking about?
Oh, sorry. It got 9 shot by all 9 rods or whatever.
I was about to say, yeah, he subdued.
It's not damaged.
Jougan had no trouble, clearly.
It's not damaged. It was undamaged.
I don't care. Jougan's not doing that to Jura.
How do you know? If he had those 9 rods of that size,
was able to just break out of these rods without much trouble.
As if the Ten Tails couldn't have got away if it wanted to, as it already did. Literally had no troubles. Oh yeah, I didn't realize the Ten Tails is still locked down under those 9 rods, Kamui. I forgot that it still is there. Man, I wonder why Boruto didn't kill it.
We don't know how that happened, but We don't know how that happened, but what we do know is it happened after it evolved. And we're talking about the evolved situation of Jura.
Yeah.
That's not the same Ten Tails.
Jura had to lock in and said, okay, it's time.
So Jura can do it.
Jura should be the
10 Tails could.
weakest, if I'm being honest. He should just be the weakest Shinju.
Why?
They're all literally taking his power and becoming sentient. If you look at it in that case, I see what you mean.
Because
he should be like as the
yeah.
core. So essentially,
Go
I
ahead.
don't know, I was just gonna say like taking in, if he were to absorb all of the Shinju, like someone brought up earlier, that can, in a sense, that's just him taking back his power because he is the 10 tail. So he is.
Well,
yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think he'd be the weakest because I think that one 10 tails main bodied claw grind would still be more valuable than like Bug. You know?
I don't think he'd be gaining back his power or anything because I don't think he ever lost it. It's more like his power split up, but like into multiple 100% portions. Like it's not like a shadow clone to where his like chakra is split or anything. I don't think.
It just doesn't make sense though.
I think it just gain
Like-
size, if anything. Like it's closer to like the Shin clones. It's not like they're 1/30th the
But
power
that's not
of
how
a
it's
Shin
described.
I literally watched that episode today.
clone. There you go.
I mean, that would be cool, but that's not how it's described. Like, Code didn't describe, like, hypothetically, let's just say Code said he split it into 100 pieces, and they're, let's just say, and then he's like, I'm cloning him now to make it 1,000 or something. Like, that could be cool, but the way it's described by Code is just, I split it up. The same way Hagoromo split up the 10 tails, and you got 9 weaker Bijou. The same way Shadow clones are splitting up your chakra. It's described in that manner. So it's not really like the Shin clones. If it is, they did a horrible ass job of explaining in a way that implies something completely different.
Okay.
But then again, would that really be that strange for two artists?
Well, chat, what do you think? Well, Aizen wants to know what's going on here. So, guys, what is going on here?
Black Uchiha? Can you answer that?
Well, what I can say for a fact is that oxygen is flowing and we cannot see it. So that is going on here.
Well, but
we are talking.
okay, let me
content.
add another question to your answer of the question. Where is here? Yeah,
That's actually a good question.
there you go.
Maybe they're, well, yeah, they need to figure out where is here, and then we can get to answering their original question.
Okay, Aizen, if you can clarify where is here, then we'll be happy to answer that question for you. But Kamui, did you want to move on to the next topic?
We can, yeah. Which one do you want to do next?
I figured that you would have seen the message I sent in the Discord like 20
Okay, you want to
hours
get to
ago.
my other one, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the question is, now, before jumping the gun, I want you to like think about it. Is there any point to Shikamaru forgetting about omnipotence? Because the reason, where did I write this in? I wrote this somewhere.
Is there any point to Amado forgetting?
No. Shikamaru.
Okay.
Where did I write? Oh, there it is. Okay. So I guess I mean, do you want me to read all this nonsense I
Go
wrote
for it.
First?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't know how long this is gonna take. In concept, sure, it sounds cool and it sounds like it would add tension to the omnipotence plotline because even if someone explains it to you, you're just gonna forget about it anyway. You know, that makes sense. But as we saw with Shikamaru, while he might not remember the word omnipotence, he seems to remember literally everything else. So he remembers that some things affect lives with Kawaki. He remembers that Naruto and Hinata are still alive. And most importantly, he remembers that he made the choice to trust Boruto. He may not remember why he made that choice, but he remembers that he did make that choice. And because Shikamaru trusts his own judgment, he chooses to believe in himself in the memory of that choice. And as we saw, that means he will continue to help Boruto. With this in mind, is there even any point in Shikamaru forgetting about omnipotence, or more specifically, the word omnipotence? Because he seems to remember the part that actually matters, and at that point, it doesn't really matter if he remembers omnipotence or not, because he's just gonna help Boruto anyway. So I don't feel like the memory of omnipotence does anything for the plot or the story. Like, yeah, you could say it strengthens Shikamaru's resolve and makes Boruto's victory more earned because Shikamaru can't even remember the reason why all of this happened. But it's not like Shikamaru believes in Boruto because of anything Boruto did. He believes in Boruto because he believes in himself. He literally reconfirmed his conviction by remembering his choice to trust Boruto. And at that point, does it even matter if he forgot omnipotence or not? Because it seems like we're just repeating Shikamaru's initial judgment call. The other thing about this, that's going to be more prominent down the line than it is right now, is that since Shikamaru forgot about omnipotence in less than a day in the timeline and easily reconfirmed his conviction in a matter of 2 pages, this means that Shikamaru is either going to go through this forgetting and remembering process over and over again to the point of absurdity, or because he remembers making the choice to trust Boruto and decided to believe in that choice, he will never have to go through this little dilemma ever again. At which point, this becomes entirely pointless, since nothing ever resulted from this plot point. It led to an extra 2 pages of the manga, and that's it. The only real way this can ever be a valuable plot point is if someone else has omnipotence explained to them, and they go from believing in Boruto to no longer trusting Boruto after they forget, and that leads to an unexpected betrayal. That could definitely work, but the problem with that is, nobody else believes in Boruto in the first place, even after having omnipotence explained to them. Remember Ino? She's the one who secretly connected Shikamaru and Boruto when they had that conversation, which means Ino was listening the entire time. And yet, she never once trusted Boruto. Not even for a second. She always remained doubtful. And as we know, Sarada and Sumire apparently explained omnipotence to Shikamaru in the past, and they still couldn't even get him to remotely believe in them, which still makes no sense, but that's besides the point. So I'm extremely doubtful that we're ever going to see another person believe in Boruto and then stop believing in him once they forget about omnipotence. The people who are believing in Boruto aren't believing in him because he explained omnipotence anyway. They're believing in him because of other reasons. For Shikamaru, it simply makes logical sense. For Amado, it's allegedly the same reason. For Mitsuki, it's because of the sun. And for Hibawari, it's because she unconditionally loves and believes in her brother. So of course, it doesn't matter if you explain omnipotence to them or not. They're just going to believe Boruto is innocent anyway. And then for everyone else, they have their heads way up too far up their asses to even listen or think logically about the situation, to even believe in Boruto in the first place. So it seems unlikely for them to believe in Boruto because someone explains omnipotence again. So what is the point of forgetting about omnipotence? Any thoughts?
Uchiha?
I think it's a good. Well, I agree with what you with the reasoning behind him not is no point in him forgetting. But I think the reason why they did it is to show how not only how overpowered omnipotence is, but also to show like what Shikamaru did, what it would take in order to like essentially quote unquote, because we know you can't break out of it, but to break out of it. So like you said, does it ultimately lead to the fact that we're going to have to go through this to the point where it becomes absurd, or does it lead to the fact where Shikamaru just has to accept that he trusted in Boruto? And I think it leans more towards to that fact where Shikamaru, after he experienced this, because this is his first time experiencing actively forgetting why he decided to do something, in relation to Boruto. So he's like, I decided to trust this guy for what? Like the Kawaki lies, like what's going on? So I feel like moving forward, Shikamaru is going to come to understand that, okay, this is how it works, is actively eats away at my mind. I believe Sasuke described it like whenever he was talking to Boruto, whether it was the flashback or the end of part 1, where he's like, it is constantly like making things less and less, meaningful in terms of what I should really be paying attention to. Like that doesn't seem right, but it's constantly making it less and less meaningful, so you don't pay attention to it. So Shikamaru just simply, to make it make sense, he would have to just simply accept the fact and continue moving forward with that fact and accepted that I'm gonna help Boruto because that's what I decided to do. I believed in myself and my decision. I don't know why I made that decision, but I know something is going on to the point where as long as I know that I decided to help Boruto and I have to stick with that, that's how we can move forward. And it can ultimately tie into how Sasuke was able to train Boruto for a year because he's like, I don't even know. Like, he's selling Boruto, even if you are who you say you are. So that tells us he doesn't even know if Boruto is who Boruto says he is. But he knows for a fact he saw Sakura to activate a Mangekyo Sharingan and pleaded for him to help Boruto. So he's gonna believe in that fact that whatever his daughter did, like she wanted him to do, he's gonna do that, and he's gonna believe in that action, and that's how he's gonna move forward. So they even though they didn't directly tell us, they kind of gave it to us where like Sasuke never really accepted Boruto as Boruto Uzumaki, and he never really necessarily fought the idea. More so, he focused on the fact that his daughter wanted him to help this kid, so that's what he's gonna do. And in his mind, he's just praised that he isn't making a grave mistake. So what we see actively going on with Shikamaru, it can kind of be like, okay, so in a general sense, if a shinobi or someone in the story is capable of, like, say, Amado with his research and the proof in Kawaki's karma, they're able to actively understand, okay, if my memories are going to be telling me something that I can't believe in the first place, I'm just already going to rule that out as a factor. So I'm not going to rely on my memories. I'm just going to have them there, but I'm not going to rely on them. So and I'm not gonna lie, I think about omnipotence in the real world view a lot just so I can try to make it make sense. So I would say for us, think back to wherever you went to college, high school, or grade school. Say for a fact, okay, Black Uchiha, Kamui, and Oodie, we all went to the same high school. That's how we all remember it, right? We all went to the same high school. And then one day, randomly, Oodie comes up to Kamui and he says, we never went to high school with Black Uchiha. And in your mind, Kamui, you're like, I remember sitting next to him in chemistry class. What are you talking about? But because of whatever history you and Oodie may have, you decide, okay, the fact that I vividly remember seeing Black Uchiha in that class, yet you're somehow telling me he was never in our school, I'm going to believe you for whatever reason because I'm whatever deep friendship or bond or whatever, that's what I'm going to choose to believe. And instead of choosing to believe the memory, which clearly, in my mind is like all three of us in the class together. So that's how I kind of like try to paint it in real life. So where like people, they just accept, okay, this is what my memory is telling me, but I'm going to actively choose, to not only not try to fight it, but I'm going to actively just choose to ignore it, as omnipotence is already making them ignore the obvious things, but I'm going to just choose to ignore the fact of relying on my memories and going based off upon my memories and just choose to, find a conviction or find something externally that I can cling on to in terms of like, that's the choice I decided to make. So in Shikamaru's case, he remembers himself trusting Boruto and going along with Boruto's plan. He doesn't remember why or what lie is attached with Kawaki's name, but he has that memory. So in this instance where Boruto is being interrogated, he's like, even if I can't justify it completely in my head, I still, feel like if he dies here, it's going to be a grave mistake. And since I already made the choice to, help this kid out without any knowledge, or at least now I don't have any knowledge as to why I made that choice, I'm just going to decide to focus on the fact that I made that choice and move on from there. I think that can be in a way to explain it,
Yeah.
Tying in Sasuke, though, this kind of goes back to the earlier question I asked. I'm like, should Shikamaru even be able to figure out omnipotence? Because, like you said, Sasuke never believed Boruto. He trusted his daughter. He went through that whole time skip, still being like, yeah, I don't know if I believe you, but I'm just doing my daughter said. I hope she's right. But I don't believe you, kid. That's basically Sasuke. And it's like, if Sasuke can't figure it out, why can Shikamaru? So I kind of feel like this is just me, instead of the whole forgetting thing, I kind of think I lean towards, just have Shikamaru not be figuring it out. He's just trusting Naruto's alive, so he's trusting that Boruto is being like a good guy essentially. Because I mean, at the end of the day, he still trusted Boruto regardless if he forgets. I don't feel like forgetting actually adds anything crazy. I mean, yeah, it makes omnipotence look stronger, obviously, but it's kind of just like, what does that really do for the story?
Right.
Because let's just say everyone's figuring it out then forgetting. If they're all just going with their choice, the memory of their choices, it doesn't actually change anything. It's only going to make omnipotence actually be stronger if someone else doesn't do what Shikamaru said. But that's going to require someone else to believe in Boruto and then proceed to not anymore. But explaining omnipotence hasn't done the trick for anyone. Sara and Samurai couldn't do it. So it's kind of like, I don't see how this is ever going to matter.
I'm trying to think if, like, somewhere in between the conversation with Boruto and Shikamaru and he first came into the village, because we know Ino, like, she wasn't buying it at all. And despite the fact that she wasn't buying anything that Boruto was saying, there were still multiple times, like, where separate occasions occurred where she contacted or she attached, Shikamaru and Boruto on call without hesitation. It wasn't even like, a question about it. So the first conversation occurred and Boruto explained the whole omnipotence thing, and that happened. And then chapters later, after the whole fight, or I guess before the fight with Mitsuki, Shikamaru literally reached out to Boruto again. So that means that either, Ino had to keep the line open for them, or she literally connected them again. Point still stands. It was without hesitation in terms of the cooperation. So once everything died down and her whole son, is he going to wake up? I feel like that's really probably was the main factor for Ino's decision. So that can play into it to where, like, maybe if you take away that aspect, Ino probably wouldn't have denied Shikamaru's help this past chapter, and connecting him with Boruto. So that's possibly can be a way to explain it, but it's not so, like, solid because, like you said, Ino never flat out trusted Boruto and aided him, and then not trusted him. It was more so she followed orders and then she just decided to stop.
Yeah, the other thing is, it's not like Ino's playing into the whole I forgot, like, aspect. It's just, I don't trust him. Why do you trust him? We got to stop this. It's the rules is the problem. So I can't justify Ino's betrayal, quote unquote, as forgetting omnipotence, because that's not being indicated.
Yeah.
Well, I think what would be interesting way to, like, expand on the explanation of omnipotence would be to see from Sai's perspective. Because Sai essentially heard the same thing that made Shikamaru put all of the pieces together, the story from Amado. So we know that Sai heard it. So
and he asked Shikamaru, hey, what do you think about this?
Like,
we never
what do you
got
think about this?
Sai's thoughts or Shikamaru's answer to that question.
Yeah, so it would be interesting to see where Sai stands, whether it be like, is he on Shikamaru's side as far as, like, we're gonna covertly support Boruto, or did he just do as his wife did, like, Shikamaru, you're not really believing this dude, are you? But as far as, like, the fact that that was coming from Amado, and they know not only how slick he has been in the past years, but also how smart this man is, right? So I think they need to show Sai's perspective or Sai's stance, and that can give us more answers without actually giving us the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like there's too much to address that I haven't had the chance to, that at this point I just don't even know where to start. I guess starting with omnipotence, I think it'd be really interesting if the way they played into it, and this doesn't seem to be what they were doing, but if the way they played into it was their circumstances at the moment omnipotence was casted. So for example, let's just say Shikamaru was not, like, with Naruto, but, like, something in line with that. And that could be the reason that he's figuring it out, whereas others can't. Just, like, coincidence almost, based on how you were when omnipotence was casted at that moment. I think that could be interesting playing into that. For example, maybe those, like, soldiers who immediately found Kawaki, maybe those are also the only ones advocating, oh, no, that's actually Kawaki, not Boruto, just by coincidence. I don't think they should actually do that, but, like, you know what I'm saying in terms of that. I think that could be an interesting way to play into it at the very least. First of all, so what do you think about that as an idea? Would you like that if that was in the story? Not that it is, but, like, almost as a rewrite, maybe?
It depends
So-
on what they do specifically, because at first glance, that might take too much away from Sarada and Sumire, as well as Shikamaru's situation. It just depends on the nitty gritty specifics, I would guess. You know, how it's executed, really. Gonna make or break it.
Well, I think it would work for Sarada and maybe not Sumire, but at least for Sarada, considering her situation going with Boruto. But then at that point, it should work with Mitsuki as well. But maybe that's not a bad thing if just all of Team 7
and then
is
also you have the
immune
question
instead
about the
of
charm
Sumire.
immunity as well.
Yeah, so this is also just kind of replacing Sumire with Mitsuki in this case. Do we want it to be some love thing in the future whenever that's revealed, or do we want it to be Team 7?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think the Team 7 angle just might be better anyway.
I think-
It does remove
yeah.
Mitsuki's
I mean, I'll
story
say
into
right
Vortex
now-
as it is, but you know.
Yeah, I agree there. But it's just as things are, if they're gonna use any love angle as far as Sarada and Sumire's omnipotence, the only way, and I'm fine with this one personally, but the only way I think it's justified is if Ada, because she wanted to be friends with Sarada and Sumire. Why? Because she thought they would understand her. Why? Because she knows they love Boruto, or at least like Boruto. So that's how you get to that. If Ada wants true friends, he chooses them because of their feelings for Boruto. And then because she wants true friends, she got true friends and they're just immune. I'm fine with that. But if it's because,
He just got
loving
that
an
revelation.
Otsutsuki makes you immune, I'm dropping the series. Because Cho thinks
Wow.
Kawaki's hot.
Mind blown.
Nah,
You
that's
just heard
not
the bells click in my head
love.
as soon as he said that.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, JoJo
I
doesn't
never consider. I mean,
love
I don't. Yeah,
Never
I don't think
considered
I ever
that either.
considered that.
Yeah, I've been meaning to make that video on the Sarada Sumire thing for like a year now. I need to fucking finish it.
Literally, it's just Ada. It's just Ada. Ada's like, yeah, I don't want them affected. Unconsciously, she just doesn't know it. But
Yeah,
she's like,
and I like that because that adds to Ada's character. But if it's because Sarada and Sumire love Boruto and it's just that aspect, fuck that, bro.
It
Quit the
cannot
manga.
be.
Cancel it. I don't want
It-
the rest of the story
no.
anymore.
It should not be. It will not be. It's gonna diminish, and I'm not even the type to drop something so minuscule for minuscule. But yeah, it cannot. If it's because they love, more Mitsuki loves Boruto. If we're talking like, if you guys just, and if they just want to say it's romantic love, then like this is a shonen anime.
It's
Shonen
like
story.
it's too like where do you draw the line? Because it's like, okay, so
literally.
loving Boruto as a friend or family doesn't count. Liking
Right.
Kawaki because he's hot doesn't count. It's like, where are you drawing this arbitrary line for when it counts? That's
'Cause I'm-
just dumb.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I'm sure Boruto's family members would fall into the love category. Like they all love Boruto, so members of the Hyuga clan, like Hiyashi and Hinabi, they would be like, okay, why is everybody suddenly thinking Kawaki is my nephew instead of my actual nephew Boruto? So because they love Boruto, but that's not the case. So it cannot be. It cannot be. And
Well,
I
does
just fear
Boruto's
what
family
they would do to
really
him if
love
that turned out to
Boruto?
be.
I mean, look at Naruto in the movie.
Yeah,
He
they
had
were-
flaws.
now
Himawari
we get to the
hit
juice. Now we
Boruto
get to
that
the
one time. It's abuse. It's like Jougan did the
Now we
same
get
thing.
to
Does
the
he
juice.
love Kawaki?
The truth revealed, nobody actually loved Boruto.
That'd be a
Everybody was faking
crazy
it, but-
revelation. Yo, that's low-key he,
I'm
considering the
I
community.
never loved him.
Not even Denki? Like, come on, guys. Who's Denki?
Denki was actually
That'd be
friends
wild.
with his bullies from episode 1. They were like role-playing or something.
Hey, yo.
It's like the Gaara backstory where they're like, you were never loved, Gaara. Never, but it's Boruto. You were never loved, Boruto. Never.
That's wild. And then Boruto destroys the village. So he's like, wow.
See, now that's the omnipotence we needed.
My goodness. Free game, we're back.
We've rewritten Omnipotence so many times.
Mhm.
Welcome back, free
Swear.
game.
Say that again.
Welcome back.
I'm saying, welcome back.
Huh?
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh, I've been back.
Well, welcome
he just-
back.
I had to go handle something personal. I told Black Uchiha, don't dox me.
Okay. Well, you'll be pleased to know he didn't dox you.
Not
free.
dox me as far as giving my address or location away, but
Yeah,
when we
I would
see
assume he wouldn't do that either way, but he didn't do it, so there you go.
That's what,
I don't know what you
anyways,
being
was
here has
it.
to do with that or not, but all right.
I was I was I was in and out. So refresh me.
Should
Okay.
Shikamaru forget omnipotence?
What is, or what's the like? How does that affect the story?
Yeah, the
If he's
question is:
gonna, if he's gonna help
is there
Boruto.
any actual points? Because I already read through the whole shenanigans, but just being brief. At the end of the day, he forgot, and then in 2 pages helped Boruto anyway. So did it really matter that he forgot?
So he forgot that Boruto told him about what was going on, but he still helped him.
Yeah, like there's no consequence because the potential consequence was resolved immediately. So it's kind of like, was there even a point to that?
What was the consequence? Just to elaborate.
So
Boruto-
forgetting about omnipotence in theory could have meant, oh, Shikamaru's gonna like forget, he's not gonna help Boruto anymore. But at the end of the day, no, he just helped Boruto anyway. In 2 pages, he got it covered. So it's like he went from helping Boruto to helping Boruto. Was there any point to him forgetting? Because it doesn't seem like it matters because he remembers 85% of the conversation anyway.
I don't think he forgot because he was going through some type of turmoil where he was like, should I trust him? Like everything in my being is saying trust him, not verbatim, but he just has like a strong gut feeling. And if you like been out there, you felt something fishy, you usually feel it in your gut that something's not right. So maybe that's what he's having. He is having a gut feeling and he's following along with it. Shikamaru's smart as hell, so I wouldn't put it past him to have some type of idea that something's going on wrong. Especially with Ada. Ada is an unknown, so who knows what she could have performed. Like there's so many unknowns that's been presented to him that he don't know what the hell to believe.
You think they factored it in by now? The biggest unknown of all unknown. Like all of this weird stuff's happening, and y'all haven't thought to click like, oh, 3 years ago, these weird siblings showed up into our village. Now all of a sudden, things that never happened before are happening. Who should we ask? These 2 siblings. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Like some things are just like right there, guys. And I'm like, come on,
I
Hidden
wanna
Leash,
bring
y'all.
I want to bring it back to like the conversation you guys was having regarding like Ada having omnipotence. Why wasn't she able to see the Shinju, before they attacked as they was coming? Do you think that she hid that knowledge? Like, you think she got some ulterior motive?
I think
She
she
was too
just
worried
wasn't
about
paying
Kawaki.
attention. Like, as soon as they showed up, she starts talking to Shikamaru.
But if they wanted to interrogate Boruto, they didn't need to. They could have just asked Ada, "Hey,
That's what I said
going on?"
earlier.
They could have done that
was a
regardless
stupid
of
move on the
Boruto
leaf. I mean,
being there. They could just done that any time. We
They
still
could've
don't know
just-
why they haven't done it.
Ibiki could have went into his mind. It didn't even have to be like Ibiki, Ada. Somebody could have confirmed it with actual evidence, but they decided to ask the man who they all
But
universally accepted
who
that they
knows
weren't
how much
stronger than.
Boruto? Who knows how much Boruto actually knows though? Like, it seemed like Kashin Koji is just giving them inklings of information.
That's true.
Yeah, but either
from their
way, no
perspective,
matter what he knows, the thing is, as far as Ada goes, at least, anything Boruto knows from an unknown informant, Ada can get. So Ada is literally just as much, if not more, valuable than Boruto knowledge-wise, because she can also just watch the Shinju herself, which Boruto can't do.
Is she more knowledgeable than Kashin Koji?
She wouldn't be more knowledgeable than Kashin Koji, but she could tell them that Kashin Koji is the informant because she could watch him talking to Boruto.
Literally.
She arguably would be more valuable because at least
She
she
can-
can know for a fact what does happen. Kashinkoji's just saying all possibilities.
Yeah, Ada can tell you what a possibility is.
It
It
The one
just
that's
hit me.
currently
The
happening.
thought just hit me. So
Maybe
what if
you know
like
how Ada stated that she doesn't have full control of her abilities. Maybe this is just like a prerequisite of Kashin Koji's abilities. Maybe he will be able to foresee in the future
oh,
or like filter out certain timelines that are implausible.
Well, okay, I hope they don't do that because
I
then
was about to say that'd be
it's
OP.
already bad enough as it is. He's already got all the answers as it is, and let's not make it any worse.
I have a feeling
Not to say that can't
Boruto.
happen, but please don't.
Next time we see Boruto, he's going to be teleporting back to Orochimaru's lair, and Koji's going to be either not there or dead, or a fake dead, and that's not actually him. But I feel like he's not going to be there in the same way that he was, because he just can't be, bro.
You think somebody ended up approaching him when the
I hope
frog
so.
I
disappeared?
hope so.
Shinju?
I remember Mello pointed that out to us like a couple pods ago. He was like,
Yeah.
it seemed like somebody was walking up on Koji.
Mhm.
If it's not that, then I hope it's Orochimaru talking to Koji.
I mean, like, I
Hey,
wonder who was using this hideout.
That'd be
Say
freaking
what you
hype.
said again?
Yeah, he's like, oh, it was you guys.
Okay, Black. Say what you said again. I missed that.
Well, like what just now?
No, just like 2 phrases ago.
Oh, no, because Mello had brought up, I think last or the pod before the last, that at the end when Kawaki was searching Boruto and he had pulled out the frog, when the frog disappeared, whether it be because Kashin Koji reverse summoning it or Kawaki shrinking it, it looked at that bottom panel like someone was walking up onto Koji because of the, what do we call it, sound markers or the kanji they decided to use.
Yeah, the ooh thing that they do like
Yeah.
half the panels.
And then yeah,
Yeah.
and then Kashin Koji's reaction. So it possibly. I was just saying, like, would it be like? Do y'all think someone pulled up on him?
Better be, bro.
We can only hope.
I mean, it'd be the perfect timing with the Shinju having just finished the research or whatever.
It would be, but who though? Who would be able to?
Please, the Orochimaru.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody else but Orochimaru.
Okay, Log is the other option. But
Does he have a manga? Well, yeah, he
You
is.
just love Log, bro.
or
Well, Naruto
Suigetsu.
manga.
Okay, I'm down for Suigetsu.
Looks cool,
Sweet.
bro.
Suigetsu. They bring in Karin.
Hey, bringing it back to chapter 13 though. Why do y'all think Jura let Why do you think that Jura let Hadari die?
Because bad writing.
Come on, man. Give me a more complex answer to that. Bad writing is not good enough for me.
Well, that's the actual answer. If you want us to make up a rewrite answer, we can do that.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay.
He probably
So something that's not in the series. Just to clarify.
he just
Not letting you get away with it.
I'm gonna say I don't know. Like, why would he let Hidari get beat? The best I can come up with. They were just born yesterday. It's been stated many times. Like curiosity carries. You know what I'm saying? So maybe Jura wondered, what will Hidari beat these people up, or they're actually beating him? Is he gonna die? Maybe he was like, it's like what's like,
This is
But-
hilarious, bro.
yeah, bad, probably bad. They just didn't explain it. Oh wow.
If I could give like a one of two options for something them to do with it, it's either Juro was seeing like, okay, let me see if Boruto is like a worthy foe because he wants to test his true power. So he could say, hey, let's see how he does Hidari. Oh, he beat Hidari. Okay. I think I want to fight this kid in the future. That's option one. Option two is he's looking for any and every excuse to leave without achieving his objective for, long story short, character reasons. And so he lets Hidari die, so that way he has no choice but to bring Hidari back home to heal him. One of those two. The problem is they didn't appeal to either.
Yeah.
I think they still could have made it work with Mamushi or the Bug Shinju popping up randomly at like the climactic moment. They could have made that work with or without Hidari dying. It could have just been like they could have or it could have been like where Jura is watching the fight. Maybe he's about to enter the fight before Hidari dies, and then Mamushi or the bug Shinju pops up. Because I feel like the main reason he decided not to kill Boruto and just leave the battlefield, because he still could have finished everything too, even after watching Hidari get beat up like that. It's because he knows that Boruto knows whatever he knows, and it's not because of Boruto himself, but whoever Matsuri figured out his accomplice is. We know it's Kashin Koji, but Jura wants to know who is Kashin Koji and how does Kashin Koji know whatever he knows to get Boruto to know whatever he knows in terms of like he knows our way how to actually kill us. I thought it was just Boruto, but since he has an informant, let's figure out who his informant is. So maybe in Jura's head, next time Boruto pulls up on Kashin Koji, he's just gonna snipe both of them instead of one.
Well, I mean, I'll say two things on that. One is they should have just done that instead of the whole, oh, we can't let his thorn soul rot bullshit. But second, I mean, he could still just kill Boruto anyway and then go kill the informant separately. Now, of course, the argument against that as well, he wants to use Boruto as a sacrifice if he can, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But so it really just boils down to just don't say, oh no, Hidari's gonna rot. Just say, oh, okay, so we don't have to kill Boruto. We just gotta kill this informant instead.
Put the thorn soul right through
just
his
do that.
I don't think they should have did that either. Made it seem like the thorn soul was the reason that they had to retreat for the most part.
It was cap, bro. It's like Hidari wasn't rotting while you were shooting Boruto 2 seconds earlier. Like, what changed? Like, if Hidari was gonna rot that quickly, how is Boruto ever gonna save Sasuke? Because by the time he gets to Sasuke, it's probably rotten, right? Like,
so true.
Yeah. Free game.
But anyway.
Yeah, so it's been confirmed that Bug is no longer the Henny Lord.
Well, we don't know that.
Mamushi's
special ability could be a bottle of like Jack Daniels. We don't know.
You stupid.
Bug still had the bottle in his hand. Even
yeah, we don't know what's hiding in that beard of his. He could just pull out an alcohol bottle any second.
He took the whole case to the dimension.
The only reason why I say that is because he reported to Jura. So like if the top dog, you're not gonna report to the underling.
I'm sorry, but
because didn't like Mello think Bug was gonna be like the big bad or someone else? I don't know who it was.
I think Mello was presumably trolling, but
I don't think he was. That's the problem.
I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm about to say I've heard Mello say that before. I mean, it makes sense why he would say that, but because
I'd be down.
Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but like he seems more like a wild card to me, like an underling that you can't necessarily keep in check. Like he's only going along because your way is more fun. That's what he seems like to me. Like in Bugs, I don't think he's stronger than Jura at all, but I think in his head, if he wants to, he feels like I'll just betray Jura. But what Jura's doing is fun, so I'm gonna stick with Jura.
What is his abilities? Like I know he has brute strength. He can
He's got his crab claw thing.
The little wood, the claw.
He can infiltrate Ada's mind space, like.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
They gotta explain that shit.
That was very, very weird. That was.
And if the others can do it or not.
That was cool though. That was a cool ass scene.
It was super cool. I think that was very. They could explain that. Hopefully that's just like him, because I don't think the others saw her.
I mean, Jura knew it had to do with the Senri gun. At least he was like, "Oh, Senri gun, huh?" I don't know if he saw.
Mm-hmm.
He just assumed based off of Bug's actions. He's like, "Oh, so she's spying on us with the Senri gun." Bugs is just like, "Ada, I see you sitting right there. You're my target."
You love to see it.
So do y'all see any other Shinju dying?
Oh yeah, they all dying.
Dying for real, or just like Hidari, where they get blown up, then put back together the next chapter?
Had to add in the
Hidari
next
was an
chapter
example.
thing.
I think that was the next Shinju to die is getting like their tree person is going to get revived. So, and the next Shinju, it won't be Hidari to die. So maybe Matsuri. Maybe it's sad to say, but maybe because I think Bug is real because like the power and the whole Ada target that's too interesting to kill him off one time. So maybe Ryu, or maybe like Koji did say they're gonna have an army. So maybe they just bring a couple of fodder Shinju from No Name Ninja and then show us how it would be like if a Shinju permanently died.
Damon versus Bug will be epic.
Man, Damon's gonna wash him. I don't know why people keep saying that. So.
Oh, it'd still be cool.
Yeah.
You don't know that yet. You don't know.
The code fight was
for
cool.
A fact, Damon right now, Damon is like he doesn't care about what's going on. Even with Jura and Hidari pulling up to the village, he's still chilling. Like he's just like, yeah. He's like, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, man. Jura got to get through Damon, and I don't think that's all the way possible right now. I don't know. Damon is, for me personally, right now,
he can infiltrate mind space. He has the fucking claws. He can.
Those claws ain't gonna do anything.
I mean, if Sarada can body slam Hidari and Chidori him apart and shit, I really don't think Damon's gonna have trouble with Bug.
Especially Bug too. Yeah,
you gotta see Bug in action, and hopefully y'all clip this because when Bug give Damon to work, I want to recite.
Nah, that's not gonna happen. I'm trying to tell people. The reason why Damon hasn't met any of the Shinju right now is because the story would end. Damon would just like kill them. It's no
really
point.
In all the futures, Damon just doesn't do anything to stop it.
Literally, he's bored. He's like, maybe he's literally like, maybe death is better. So
in hindsight, that he probably got smashed.
No, bro, because even the one where Code wins, Damon just didn't do anything. We already know that Damon beats Code.
True.
Yeah, I know, but what Kashin Koji said is like all of the timelines I've seen end in doom.
And Damon's not a hero. He is not a hero. Because if it was like the greater good, like at the end of the day, I live on an earth, so I'm not gonna let you destroy it. He really wouldn't let the Shinju do what they're doing in the first place. He's just sitting back, letting things unfold as they are. He doesn't really care. It's more so like personal. He's a kid too, so like he's not like the bigger picture type of guy. Like personal space, my sister, video games, fun, cool. I'm number one. Until I see somebody that can diminish me from that mindset, then we can decide to develop his, mental character further. But no one's challenged that aspect for Damon, so I don't see him changing, and it makes sense as to why he's just been chilling and why he would chill in a sense where like cold plants a god tree.
I'm good with Damon. He don't need a change. Keep him as he is for now.
That's like saying that he's Zeno. I don't know if y'all. I know.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean. Like, I watch Super.
Yeah, like him being Zeno, unbeatable. Like that's I wouldn't like that.
Well, do you like Zeno?
I don't think he's unbeatable right now. I just think right now he's not like nobody can beat him.
But I like the idea of the world building.
Okay, so you like Zeno.
And as far as like
do you like Gojo?
As far as like his reflection.
There it goes.
You like Gojo?
Yeah. Or Goku?
I haven't got into
with no P character.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Yeah,
no,
him.
Yeah.
Yes, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's what I'm talking about.
I haven't caught up. I can't give a opinion.
Okay, fair enough. Well, a lot of people do like him, so there you go.
Nice question though. When is Cole popping back up, guys?
Hopefully soon. But we never actually finished the other question.
If we go to the sand,
well, the next Shinju that's gonna die.
I thought we passed that. Go ahead.
Well, only one person actually answered. Assuming they're not gonna add new people, so like for example, they're not just gonna add a Soegi Shinju just so they can free them. We're just gonna stick with the 5 we have now. then, and assuming it is Shinki, I'm going to say Shinki, he's just going to be freed first. I don't think they're going to free any of the other ones before him.
Yep.
Yeah, if we're going to the
Makes the
Sand
most sense.
Village, then it's definitely either going to be Matsuri or Ryu, depending on how they want to play out
Or both.
it. Or
They
both,
might do a
yeah.
pair.
Yeah, it depends if we're gonna like
And
stay
they
in the
can
sand.
get
Well, we're
Boruto
not.
an
We're not
ally.
gonna stay in the Sand Village, depending if we even go there at all. So we'll see.
Well, they should. Conqueror asked for their help, so I'd like to think they're gonna help.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a 6-month time
They-
jump where they got help off screen.
Nah, they have to send a team. We're gonna have to see the team that gets sent to the Sand Village.
You know who I think is going to die first?
Ooh.
I think it's going to be Mitsuri. I think it's going to be a chance for Konohamaru to actually showcase his abilities.
Now, I want Konohama to get devoured. Bro thinks he's Ibiki. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
Gosh.
That ain't your job.
The village is in so much trouble without Naruto and Sasuke. You see how they're handling crisis? Like they just don't know what to do, bro. You got Konohamaru leading investigate like terrorist level investigation. And what did y'all get out of it? Like at least when Naruto was here, the prisoners at least ended up staying behind bars or cooperating to some extent. Like I just noticed, especially also through Tubu Vortex, like the hidden leash, they need like even though like the power obviously clipped, like there, I'm not one of those like Naruto and Sasuke already got surpassed long ago. But it just shows you how important they were because like even when Kawaki first pulled up to the village, when Amado first like investigations, like they had a whole system. They transported Kawaki to like everything. Like they knew what they needed to do to get what they needed. And a lot of it was because I guess the faith that they had, like we got Sasuke. If not, we got Naruto. Like end of the day, like we got them. And you see how they handle crisis. Like they're delusional now. You see the old man talking about it doesn't matter what threat poses to the Heath village, we're gonna handle it. I don't know who they're gonna send out. I guess Rock Lee and Sai, but
yeah, like they're gonna send out Rock Lee now, and Rock Lee hasn't done shit the first 95 chapters.
Yeah, so definitely they're not handling this well. They need Naruto and Sasuke. Their absence is very notable to me. It's like Naruto was here, it wasn't sliding like this. Even though he was delusional, you couldn't argue. Like Naruto, like, yeah, this kid is depending, he's gonna blow us all up. We got terrorists after him, possibly Otsutsuki. No, yeah, just let him live with me. Everybody's at the table like, oh, well, I guess, sure. Are you sure? They like literally, that's all. Are you sure? Yeah, okay. Well, Naruto says it's cool. It's cool. You know, they need a figure, and Naruto. It's sad to say, Naruto's been alive too long and strong too long to the point where everybody had this sense of security and not a sense of reality where like he's not going to live. It's not confirmed he's going to live longer than you. You don't know when he's going to die. And as we see the result, they don't know what to do without him. So
if it makes you feel better, it's not the village that fell apart, it's the rider.
He's like, Naruto. He's like, I don't know what to do. Kill Naruto.
Yeah, so there you go.
What about Code? I would like to see him in this arc. I honestly think it'd be cool if Code was behind the Sand Village stuff, but I'm not sure that's where they're going.
I doubt it, bro.
I think it's just more so like the groundwork. It's more so like these are from probably the claw marks that Code placed around the villages in the past. And just like the Shinju and the Clawgrams are utilizing whatever Code initially set up. Like I see, like the Shinju are just carrying out Code's plan.
And then, if it wasn't Code,
say that again.
Who would have infiltrated the sand then? If it
Matsuri.
wasn't Code?
Oh,
Mamushi or Matsuri.
Yeah. I think it was Matsuri definitely. Because she was the most.
I don't know how the research. Well, okay. In theory, we don't know how Matsuri would have come to this area, but we do know that Orochimaru's hideout was near the Land of Wind, so that's near the Sand Village. As for why Matsuri would have just known to go there, I don't know. Plot convenience, but That could be how she ends up in the area because she's looking for Kashinkoji, basically.
She's not though. She's looking for
Boruto.
Shikamaru. That's her target.
Shikamaru.
No, she was doing research. Whatever this research is.
And she found out about Boruto's help.
She probably would have came with Jura and Hidari if she wanted Konohamaru.
Yeah, she was doing something else.
I need a panel because I don't remember that.
You don't remember? That's the reason Jura left, basically.
Yeah, because Mamushi said based off of her research. So that tells us that, like, okay, she actively was looking for, it wasn't clearly stated, information on Boruto or information on whoever's helping Boruto. But whatever active research she conducted, her conclusion was that Boruto had help.
Panel.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Hold on. I just have to find where I put the screenshot.
I was gonna say it's like one of the first.
This is chapter 13, right? Yeah, chapter 13. Okay.
14. I think it's 14. Oh no, you're right. You're
13.
right. Sorry, 13. Yeah, when he pops up.
Is this it?
Yeah, because I don't make sense.
Okay, I'm putting in the Discord chat, or I can send in your DM if you want. But
Discord chat. I got it. Hold on. Let me put it on the screen real quick for the folks, so he can see if he proved me wrong. But he probably did. So fuck you.
I said Himawari hated Boruto the whole time is a crazy plot twist. That's funny.
Oh, here it is.
So you're pulling up the panel right now?
Yeah.
About the Jura mumbo jumbo. Okay. I'm just trying to remember where we were at.
I would just go to chat if you want to check it before free game does it.
It's Matsuri's back.
Yeah, I did.
Based on her investigation, it seems likely that Boruto has an accomplice. I'm showing this on my screen too for chat in case you were not looking. There you go.
Okay. So yeah, that whole based on her investigation. So like she was actively looking for something that led her to, the discovery about Boruto. So most likely, I don't know, because Jura did say it doesn't matter where Boruto goes, he's going to always be able to find him. So whatever caused her to start looking, maybe it was just part of the whole curiosity thing that they're feeding off of, just like going out, venturing in different parts of the world. Maybe it was like, Bug, you stay here. Me, Hidari, we're going to pay a visit to Naruto, quote unquote Naruto, and Matsuri, I don't know, maybe
Matsu, go do research.
Go do research, yeah. But it would have to, yeah. I get what you're saying, free game. There has to be a reasoning for her to actually say, I want to go search for Boruto or about Boruto for whatever reason. But it's plot convenient enough to where her investigation led to her finding out, yeah, Boruto has help. So that's intel that is very useful for them.
Way to bring the other villages in, because like through the whole Boruto manga, all we got is the leaf. So
right.
It has its moments.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But if they could, well, I can see what they say with the whole only in the leaf. My whole thing is like expansion. I'm thinking like Otsutsuki lore, but as far as like in the village or in the shinobi world, going out into the sand, as much as what they've done in like part one, they necessarily like, I think it's fine. It's not like prior to now, because obviously, the sand village got attacked and the whole thing that's going on. Part one, it really wasn't things going on outside of the village that warranted for presence, like our readers' presence to be, outside of it. Aside from like the Kara hideout, the dimensions where the fights took place and things like that. But now that we get into like at the end of part one, that's where they said I believe where Shikamaru. I was about to say Ikamaru, guys, but Shikamaru and I think Sai or Shikamaru and Ibiki, I believe. Whatever was going on, but they were investigating in part one the Code's claw marks, and it was confirmed that he placed claw marks around all of the villages, not just the Hidden Leaf. So that can be like a little stepstone or a setup for what we got going on right now. So
I agree. Do you see? Would you like if Boruto got to more like the galactic scale rather than being on Earth? Like
we're already here,
existing?
bro. I want to see the Otsutsuki flying down in the army, shooting down Bijou bombs on the
Bro, that
Shinobi
brings
world.
me
I
back
only
to
want to see it if Urashiki is among them.
Yes.
Ishiki will be live.
We already half got it with
that brings me back.
Himawari.
Literally. That fight was so. I don't know. Did y'all notice the paneling Ikimoto used in that fight, chapter 10 or whatever? But it felt completely. I loved it.
It was
Favorite
really
chapter
good,
so far
yeah.
in Super Vortex. But it's it
I
felt
loved
so
it.
different. Like
For sure.
the angles, like Jura flying through the sky and then clashing with Himawari and Bijou bombing.
Yeah.
I was like, the paneling is different this chapter, huh?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. But talking about that question though, that segues me to another question. At the movie in the beginning of Boruto, they was talking about a space curvature, with the Biju being there and stuff like that. With me talking about like me being more intergalactic, with that being said, do you think that there will be more Osusuki that come down and see what's going on? Like there's no God tree been implanted on this planet, blah blah blah. I haven't heard back from Momoshiki. But they did say for Kaguya for like thousands of years though, so I don't know how that would work.
And I hope they don't come down. I hope we go up and see where they're at. I don't want no more Otsutsuki's to come to Earth. I said that earlier though. So I'm not gonna try to like rehash a lot of it, but I definitely think we should go to their homeland and they can use Kaguya's lore and her history with Ishiki as a gateway to going into that and that as an ultimate gateway to like Shibai. But I fear realistically, Shibai might be the next Otsutsuki we see in the story. And if that's the case, as what they're building it up to be, Shibai to be like end game, I don't see no point of introducing any of Suzuki or the clan after introducing Shibai. So
Can I play
Unless it's
devil's advocate?
Urashiki.
yeah, well,
Can
man,
I
they
play
they.
devil's advocate?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So do you guys see Jura like backdooring everybody else? Like what's his ulterior motive for doing all this?
Maybe later, but not anytime soon.
Yeah, I think all of their intentions are honest right now. They've been honest so far.
All right. With that being said, do you guys think that Cole has the master plan? Because he did create him.
I don't know.
Free, you're really quiet right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like I can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm far away from my mic. I'm sorry. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you were saying
sorry.
like, does Code have a master plan or something?
Yeah, he created him. Do you think that he has some type
He
of
didn't
plan?
even know what he was doing. He thought he was making a mindless army.
I know. But he's been out the story for a while, and like if you watch Naruto, you would have thought that Toby was the most uh the biggest imbecile in the world, but tables turn and he's the one who's been like
Code ain't
masterminding.
with Code though. Like you can, even in his serious moments, we don't like tend to take him serious. With Toby, he's a jokester. He's a clown. Cole's been presented as a guy who's serious that nobody takes serious because of the actions that he decided to take. But as far as like the grand master plan, I don't think that's gonna be it. But his return, the fact that they decided to keep him alive has to have some type of meaning to the story. He already played a major part to the story. Without Code getting beat up by Damon and making an emotional decision to alter the Ten Tails, we have no Jura. So there's already that. So
Yeah, but he's still alive, so he's still some type of threat.
Well, but this
Like,
just tells
I
you
mean,
that
I remember
whatever role he was going to
when,
play, he already played it. So either they're
hold
keeping
on,
him in
hold
this.
on,
Okay,
hold on.
okay, go ahead.
I remember when not Kashikoji, Ishiki told him go to planet devouring chocolate fruit and become a Nosuke king.
Right.
So could that possibly be why he hasn't been introduced into the manga lately? Because he's abiding by his master's rules.
I don't. They would have to explain how he has access to like other planets because he can only go where his claw marks has already been.
Yeah, he has no way to get there.
So I don't know what Code can do. Maybe he has because it seems like even with Hidari's fight, it seems like they even have the claw guards under their control now, and it's quite obviously their goals aren't in a well. Code says they are, but the Shinju don't consider Code an ally. They already like Matsuri was talking trash. She was born and she
Not
started
talking
talking
trash.
trash to her creator right then and there.
Nah, definitely not that.
Yes,
You
she
said what?
was, Udy. Get over it.
Can
Yeah,
can
yeah. She
can
was
he
trash talking
fly?
him.
Can he
But
fly? Can Code
No,
fly?
no, he can't.
no.
I
But I'm
know he
saying like
can't.
he his
I know
Yeah, I
he
don't know why
can't open
Kamui's so
dimensions
mad
with
over
his
nothing. Crazy.
I know he can't open dimensions with his karma seal, but we haven't been able to see that since he got his limiters unlocked. So he possibly can. We never know.
No, he said after his limiters came off, he told Bug that the only reason he could get to the Tentos dimension is because Jigen brought him there and he had a claw mark. So
yeah.
he still can't do it.
Got you. Is it possible that Jigen left claw marks in other dimensions?
No, because Jigen didn't have claw marks. Unless he brought Code there, I guess, if you mean that.
This can be an
Yeah, that's
unexplained
what I'm saying.
possibility.
That was
It's
his right man.
possible.
That was his right hand man.
Facts.
But Code has to have another. I want honestly, I think Code character should be in like an antagonist. Well, obviously he's an antagonist, but an antagonist for all parties in the story. So like an antagonist for the Shinju, an antagonist for Konoha, an antagonist for Boruto. Like everybody, like they have their gripes, their concerns of what's going on. Jura, figuring out the curiosity, Himawari, the Kurama, omnipotence, Naruto's death. But then every now and then, Code just comes into the story and shuffles the cards and exits. So I think they can use
So,
his character as like something like that to a point where like he's annoying, but a good annoying in a sense where like people in world they like actively like, okay, we can't get rid of Code, but we need to get rid of Code. He's just like
something like
messing up.
War Art Kabuto would work. It's just a
Yeah,
matter of specifically what you want to do with it.
Yeah, I think you guys are
right,
completely
exactly like that.
underestimating Code. Like, no one's treating him the way you guys are saying. Who's not taking
What do you
Code
mean by
seriously?
no one? As in people in series?
Like,
or
yeah, who's not taking
people
Code
Matsuri,
like in real
serious
life?
in series?
Matsuri literally called him a clown,
Okay.
and she was alive no longer than like 3 minutes.
Well,
Okay.
Udy, the problem isn't the characters in
Well,
series. Like, all the Leaf Villagers will take
well,
Code seriously.
yeah. I'm
The
about to say
problem is
people in
for
the
the audience because Code isn't pursuing the destruction of the village like he should be. He's just who knows what.
The audience is
So
waiting
we're
for the
kind of just
Shinju.
like, okay, what is he gonna do?
Well, we already know
He
what he
can
wants to
backdoor.
do.
He can be the one that backdoor Jura.
He's
He
doing
can be
this
the one.
first.
The best thing to do to fool your enemy is to play stupid. You know, if they find out you're intelligent, then they're gonna try to be one step ahead of you. But
Well,
if
two things on
they
that.
figure you're stupid, then
First of all, Code isn't playing.
go ahead.
Second of all, Code isn't being
I'm about to say
stupid.
Code is not playing.
Playing, he's really
I think he is serious.
But what is Code doing that you think is stupid?
If you ask me, not doing the one thing he cares about in this world.
You know, he already said he's going to do that after he
revenge.
takes everything away from Kawaki, and that implies that he cares about
Which he isn't
taking everything away
doing.
from Kawaki. He thinks it's Boruto. He doesn't.
He's
He
not
didn't know where
taking
Boruto
anything from
was for
Kawaki.
3
He dropped
years.
the idea.
He didn't know where Boruto was for 3 years. He's been chasing him down the whole time.
He doesn't need to know. Just go take things from Boruto.
Boruto wouldn't
know where he lives. Just destroy the village.
It doesn't
You're
take.
too late on that
It
decision,
objectively
yeah.
takes things away from Boruto, but if Boruto doesn't know, then it doesn't matter.
That's not true, Oodie. That's not
Boruto's
true.
gonna know eventually.
That's not true, Oodie, because in the 1 or 2 years when Boruto left, they had a fight with Cole, him and Sasuke. So he had some inkling of where he was, or maybe he just ran into him.
And also, Oodie, if Code hypothetically kills Boruto first, he's not taking anything from Boruto if Boruto's already dead. He's gonna kill Boruto last.
He was trying to work
Right,
smarter,
he wasn't
not
accepted.
harder, by going after what hurts Boruto the most, which is Boruto himself.
No, that's factually wrong. What hurts Boruto the most would be the village, and Code knows that because he thinks that Boruto cares about Sarada, even though he's supposed to be Kawaki in his memories. But that's besides the
But that's
point.
like his last resort, and
Well,
again,
it's
because
just
again,
inconsistent,
he
bro.
thinks that this is Kawaki.
So in his mind, because remember, Kawaki ran away from the village and tried to negotiate with Code for the sake of the village. So even if he was 3 years too
I
late
guess
on
that's
coming
fair,
on
yeah.
to the so even he was 3 years too late coming to the conclusion, he still decided, well, he still cares about this village. So let me see if I destroying the village, that'll draw him out. And
Well, it's not like this is
add
some
insult to
big
injury.
deal.
Yeah.
Like, if this doesn't work, then it's over for Code. It's just something he's randomly doing. Like, oh, let's see if this works.
That's
Well,
not
that-
no.
that
My
too.
Guess I might
problem.
as well.
My problem is that once the Shinju showed up, he's just like, "Oh, they'll kill you for me. Lovely. I don't have to deal with it." Then he leaves, and it's like, okay, then why don't you go pursue the taking everything from Boruto part? If the Shinju gonna kill Boruto for you, why don't you do your other part? No, he's just dropped it all.
Okay, then you
Maybe
must
he's gonna
hate
wait
Naruto
until, like,
over the time skip for
fruit
not
shows
going
up.
after Sasuke.
Naruto didn't know where Sasuke was, and Jiraiya told him, "You need to get stronger," and he convinced Naruto to get stronger. I didn't see any of that thought process with Code. I don't see Code talking about how he needs to get stronger before he destroys the village or anything. I don't get anything.
Tell it
Just
to
disappears.
Sasuke, who says that Naruto should have been training instead of chasing after him for 3 years. 2 years, but you know.
What do I need to tell the Sasuke?
That's what he
Well,
said.
Sasuke got,
Sasuke's
like,
calling
so much
Naruto out
stronger.
for being weak.
Sasuke got,
Yeah.
like, so much stronger after that time skip. So in his eyes, it's like Naruto barely did anything. So
Exactly.
Let me ask
Considering
you something.
Sasuke trained over the time skip and got stronger.
Let me
Sasuke,
ask-
first of all, Sasuke doesn't know what Naruto actually did and didn't do. He's just calling him weak and saying, "Hey, maybe you should have trained
Well, yeah.
harder." Like me.
If he trained
But-
harder, he wouldn't be as weak. And if his whole point is to train to get stronger, then he should have been doing that. He should have got as strong as Sasuke. So they were relative before, why aren't they relative now? Sasuke was training. You don't hate Naruto. Naruto should have trained harder.
No, because I can understand. Yeah, maybe, but I can also understand the fact that your Naruto needs to work on the basics more than Sasuke did, and that's just kind of like an unfortunate truth that he needs to work on. I also am aware of the fact that Jiraiya spent a lot of this training trying to master to the Nine Tails, which didn't work. So, you know, God knows how much of the training
that's a
was
contradiction.
pointless. Not that they knew that was going to be the case.
And
Huh?
it's like you just said, he needs to work on the basics, but that's not something that Jiraiya is worried about. He needed to work on the basics in the tuning exams, and Jiraiya is teaching him Gamabunta.
Yeah, exactly. Jiraiya's being goofy as a teacher, but that's not really Naruto's fault. That's Jiraiya the teacher.
Okay. Naruto can train without Jiraiya
So why would I
anyways.
hate Naruto? Say that again.
Naruto can train
So,
without
like,
Jiraiya
in this
anyways.
case,
That's
I
what he
would
did to
say-
learn Rasengan.
in this case, it's like Naruto, even if he's not actively chasing Sasuke in his time skip, he's still actively doing something to help him pursue that goal in the long run.
Well, so is
for
Code the whole
Code's
time.
case-
He's chasing after Boruto. That is actively
I'm
pursuing
talking
his
about
goal.
currently. Talking about currently. Post fight with Boruto in chapter 3.
He's letting
Code delegated the killing
Yeah.
Boruto role to the
To the
Shinju.
Shinju.
So
He
the
did.
only thing left then is to take things from Boruto, aka destroy the village and shit. He's not doing that.
Why would he
So
need
he's
to do
not
that
pursuing either of the things he cares about most.
No, because hypothetically, not even hypothetically, Sakura just delegated bringing Sasuke back to Naruto, but that is something that Sakura wants. But like through Naruto, she's technically actively pursuing it because Naruto's actively pursuing it.
But she's doing things, at least. She's getting stronger to help Naruto the second time around.
Okay,
Like,
is Code
Sakura's
not getting
just
stronger
doing
right now?
nothing.
What's Code doing right now?
As far as we know, he's not. Because they
Okay,
haven't
yeah,
shown
as
us
far as you
anything.
know, but as far as you know, he is.
But also, you agreed in a previous podcast multiple times that Code is being out of character when he just says, never mind, I'm going to let the Shinju kill you, even though this is my prized possession in life, and then proceeds to do nothing.
That's a
So you're
fallacy.
just switching up for the fun of it.
And also, I had less information at the time. There was less chapters out.
That only works in my favor. As the chapters have continued, you've learned nothing.
Okay, we haven't seen Code to learn something. That's not okay. It's not relevant.
And if you agreed in chapter 12 or 13, you would only agree more by chapter 14 when we still haven't done anything. You're going to agree less.
You can never prove that.
So, and then, yeah, and I don't care if it's a logical fallacy in terms of this debate. I'm not trying to debate you in terms of a one-on-one current moment debate. I'm just telling you how you actually feel in the grand scheme of things, as well as how I feel in the grand scheme of things.
Well, how I feel's better than how you feel, so take that.
No, it's not. That's a fallacy. I don't know which one it is, but it's definitely one of them.
Okay.
Anyway, new topic. Oodie, do you want to get into your whole Jura's reason for leaving Tokyo Revengers stuff?
I feel like we can't do that until we have not pregame here. Well, pregame, to be fair, isn't really here.
Okay.
So, Black Uchiha, have you seen Tokyo Revengers?
Like caught up with the anime completely.
Well,
Have you seen the
2.
Taiju arc?
Yeah. Have you seen the church fight?
Yeah, I've everything anime. Yeah, I've caught up. I've seen all of it.
Oh, okay, bad. Okay, that actually works. So, Kamui, did you want to continue that right now, I guess, then?
Oh wait, free game. I was trying to say something. What? Wait, can y'all hear him?
No, we can't hear him.
I hear about those hilarious.
I can't hear him, so that's the thing. And Kamui just wasn't telling me, so there you go.
I thought it was intentional, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Never mind. Continue, free game.
Oh, sheesh.
Yeah.
All right.
I hear you the same, but
Huh?
I think Udy has to rejoin.
you're fine.
Fuck, I forgot the question. Just go ahead and talk Tokyo Revengers.
Oh my god. I think Udy was gonna ask the Tokyo, or was it you,
I like how
Kamui?
there's two Oodies in the stage right now.
Because I think he left.
Oh, there we go.
Tried to re-enter so he can hear free game.
Okay, I'm back. Now I can hear you again, pregame.
See.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say.
It's all Kamui's fault.
No, it's not.
What happened?
It's not my fault your Discord doesn't work.
You didn't say anything.
Because I intentional. It sounded intentional. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, it's on stream that I didn't hear anything, so there you go.
Anyway,
Yeah,
free game forgot, so I guess yeah, you might as well get into it.
Yeah.
Free game, you haven't
So,
seen Tokyo Revengers though, right? I'm pretty sure you already said that.
I'm gonna catch up. So next spot I can do it with you guys, but
Okay.
I'm gonna end this part right now.
Oh, okay. I guess that works then.
TBV episode. Somebody asked them where can they watch the TBV at. So, anyways, yeah. So I catch you guys later. I hope you have a good night, and I'll watch Tokyo Revengers so I can catch up. How many episodes?
2 seasons. Or is there a third season?
Technically,
Well, honestly, I only watched the church fight. So what was that, like 4 episodes or
it's
something?
probably like 5,
Yeah,
maybe
episodes.
6 with the context episode of episode 1. But I don't know.
I think altogether, Free Game is like 24 episodes, like 12 episodes a season, or 13 episodes a
Oh, I
season.
No,
get
but
that.
but
Yeah,
free
I
game, you don't even need that if you're talking about what we're talking about. You could just watch, honestly, if you want to just watch it in 2 hours plus with analysis, you could just watch me and Kamui's reaction at 2 times speed.
No,
We go
I'd
over
rather
everything
watch
in the
it.
context was.
Nah, I'd rather support to your channel.
Fair
Subscribe
enough.
to
All right.
the Talky podcast. But I'd definitely be watching that on my own.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, y'all have a blessed night, and yeah, I'll catch y'all next time. Thanks for
Alright.
joining me late night.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We'll
It was a
see
pleasure,
ya.
gentlemen.
So
Black, are you sticking around for the Tokyo Avengers stuff?
Were y'all gonna hop on call, or we're staying here?
I'm just gonna stay here.
You might as well say
Yeah, I'll stick around for the Tokyo Revengers topic.
Okay,
Yeah,
bet.
because I wanted to actually hear what you were gonna say
Okay, cool.
about Tokyo Revengers.
Kamui,
stuff.
did you want to like do a small brief recap about where we were last night, just for the sake of like getting into this for like day 2 or whatever, instead of just out of nowhere continuing where we left off?
That's fine. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what we said last.
Okay, so you've seen the Taiju fight, the church fight from season 2. First of all, just for the sake of clipping, in case I do that, I don't know if I will at any point, but if you want to see me and Kamui's reaction to Tokyo Revengers Season 2, the Taiju Church Fight arc, then it's on our Twitch. I'll link that in the description below. So definitely go check that out. That being said, it's like the Kawaki arc. It's like a condensed version. If you haven't seen it, I guess it probably isn't that big of a deal, considering we'll probably just talk about everything that you need to know anyways. But we're going to compare it to the Kawaki arc because it's very comparable. So with that being said, let's get into it. Okay, so first of all, the characters are very similar. Just recapping yesterday, it's like Kawaki is Hawkeye, if you remember, the blue-haired younger brother, and then Ishiki is like Taiju. Yeah. Takemichi is like Naruto / Boruto, if you want to put him in that role. And then, if you want to count the other ones, are like Sasuke, and they all do a condensed fight version of the arc, and it's really cool. That's the condensed version.
I never really thought about it like that. So like Hawkeye's older brother, the one that they had to fight in the church, that's Ishiki.
Yeah, his name is Taiju. Yeah, if you remember, he's like the abusive fatherly role, kind of. And he thinks what he's doing is right, and he's trying like he doesn't see Hawkeye necessarily as a, like a loving brother. He sees him as his brother, of course, but like a family member. But like he's seeing him as the future person to take over his clan, in the same way Jougan was seeing Kawaki as a son, but in terms of the Black Karma Seal, rather than as Kawaki as a human, actual literal child son.
I see what you're saying, because he wanted Hawkeye to take over the gang instead of being part of the.
And so the whole arc is about changing Hawkeye. It's about Takemichi doing that. In the same way, the whole point of the arc in Boruto is about Naruto changing Kawaki.
But that's really condensed. Yeah. Actually, I do see the similarity. And it's crazy how it's really effective in just 4 episodes of Tokyo Revengers. Like 5. How long is the arc? Like 4 or 5 episodes? 6 episodes?
You probably technically more if you count the episodes that me and Kamui skipped, but like we didn't need those anyways. I just explained the stuff that happens in them. So yeah. Probably about 6. Really 4 or 5. But yeah.
Yeah.
Depends how much context you want going on.
I agree.
Okay, cool.
I agree. I can see it. But I don't think he's as like for like Hawkeye. It's more so like the drive, his sense, because I think, well, I don't know if my memory's a little shaky because I don't think that was the last arc in the season, but his sense of duty, because as opposed to Kawaki, his whole sense of duty was to protect Naruto and cherish whatever like Naruto showed him, that love that Naruto showed him. He felt it was so precious that he wanted to protect that and go to whatever extreme measures. With Hawkeye, I just think he felt like maybe it was just because the dude was his, I don't even know his name, but because that was his brother, and because he had a sense of responsibility in the point where like he does have a way to where he can become the leader of this gang, and this gang still currently poses a threat to Tokyo Majin. So it's going to be his responsibility to make sure nothing, like no harm, comes across Tokyo Majin. And figures like Takamichi was just like a thorn in the side during that. So he's like,
I do like the
why are you trying
aspect
to?
that there technically is like a political situation that is influencing them from like half of their perspective, because for all intents and purposes, the gangs shouldn't fight because that's inciting a gang war, which would be bad for both gangs. Yeah, but then like the individual conflict is still there. My Hero Academia also does the same thing in season 3 with the fact that the hero shouldn't get involved with the gangs, but then like the person of the hero people, like Deku in particular, wants to save the little girl, but like if you haven't seen it, that's fine. And then in Naruto, they don't really lean in on this, but like technically the Leaf Village probably at some point should have been written to not try to be interfering with Kara, or maybe at least the other way around or something like that. But then like Naruto personally, especially when he gets mad at Delta, is like, screw it, I'm going to war with all of you.
Right.
I think that could have been the moment to do something like that. Kamui, what do you think? Do you think they should have had anything like that? To where maybe Naruto was like, alright, I personally want to get involved, but like for the sake of the Leaf Village, geopolitical situation nonsense, I shouldn't do it. But then at the Delta fight, that's the turning point in that, maybe? What do you think?
If they were going to do it, all they needed to do is basically just have, rather than having Kara be like based in an Ishiki dimension nonsense, if it was based in, let's just say, the Rain Village because of the anime episode.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, Kara's space is in the Rain Village, and because of peace treaty nonsense, the Leaf Village can't just immediately just go invade, basically. If they want to do something along those lines, then yeah, until like it reaches a certain point where they have to. But because it's like, you just gotta change that aspect, really. Just make it kind of like the Stone Village arc, to where once things escalated to a certain point, Naruto's like, okay, we need to like send people to the Stone Village. This is not okay. But before then, they can't do that. I'm pretty sure they did play into that a little bit.
Exactly.
But that would just be the approach. Just have the Kara organization be based in one of the villages.
Yeah. I think technically...
And like they can because of diplomatic purposes. Yeah.
Exactly. I think something like this happened in the Third Great Ninja War, to where Minato was fighting, but like the Stone Village, but then it like the Sand Village came with their trebuchets and like, hey, this is the border. You're not fighting here, or else this is war. And they both had to go away, or I don't remember how it was resolved, but something like that. Technically, if you want to say that they already have this through the like scum, worse than scum ideology anyways, where like they have to be on their mission, but then they as individuals want to not be on their mission to save selfishly their friends or whatever, comrades. That's already an aspect. If you want to say from the very beginning of the series, that's technically there. They would just be doing it here. Do you think it would be more impactful or less impactful if Naruto said, screw it, this is war to Delta, the Leaf is going after Kara? Or would it be more impactful if he said to Delta, I'm not getting the Leaf involved, I'm personally, as Naruto Uzumaki, outside of my village, gonna come after you, off the record? Which do you think would have been better?
Well, that would have been better. Knowing that we know, well, he probably would have definitely lost. But at the time, it would have been more, I wouldn't say more in character, but that would have been more, I guess, what the fans would have wanted to see. I would like it.
It might be better.
I'm going after them tomorrow, like today.
For the sole aspect that Jougan showing up shakes up the whole situation, because that could be the turning point to where now the Leaf is going to war with Kara, not because of something the Leaf incited through Naruto and Delta, but through something that Jougan incited for coming after Naruto instead, the thing that we weren't expecting to happen, especially at that moment.
So are you saying like where Naruto goes out looking for Jigen, and then incidentally Jigen actually comes to the Hidden Leaf, so like
No,
they
no,
miss
no.
each other?
So we would just keep that the same to where Naruto just is in the village with Kawaki,
Okay.
and then Jigen comes out of Kawaki's karma seal. That whole thing would
Okay.
be the same
Yeah,
in this
I see what
case.
you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Kamui, what do you
think
think?
I liked the dialogue of. I think I personally
Mhm.
would like Naruto saying, "Screw it, this is war." That just seems funny and cool. But I think more in character would be for Naruto to say something like, "This isn't about the Leaf Village right now. This is a like Kawaki's my like this is a personal matter for me. Kawaki is
Yeah.
my son, and you're trying to take him away. As a father, I am getting involved." It's something like that would be
Yeah.
more Naruto like to say. But saying "screw it, I've had enough. This is war." It's kind of cool.
In fact, technically, Kamui, I think we might be approaching this from the wrong angle. Rather than like the inciting war plot thread in that Tokyo Revengers arc, they already had a thing like this. Takemichi, like 3 times, I pointed out, had involved himself, interfered with that family's family matter. And not only Taiju, but Hawkeye pointed it out. Takemichi, don't get involved. This is between us siblings. And I pointed out that at the time, that's like a Japanese symbol, respect, culture, discipline thing, probably, societal standards, to where Takemichi is being rude and out of line and like that. That's a big deal over there, I think. And so I think Naruto could play in on that to where I don't care if he's your Kara inner. He is my son, and you're not interfering with the Leaf Village. You're interfering with the Uzumaki family household. Just play off something like that.
Yeah, that could work.
Well, there you go. All right, I like it.
Definitely.
So getting back into what we were saying last night, I don't remember exactly when we cut out, but Ash was saying, shout out Ash, they haven't like seen Tokyo Revengers, but like this is what they remember from us saying when we were buffering. So 3 minutes we were buffering, they said, we talked about something related to Tokyo Revengers plot in relation to Jura. So, do you remember what we were talking about in relation to the Tokyo Revengers plot in relation to Jura? Kamui?
We were just starting. I don't remember.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
didn't get that much into it, I don't think.
It's like Jura's reason for leaving, and then the plot is it's Mikey showing up. I said we get into that later. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out some other time, bro. But
I think the main thing that we started was the comparison with Mikey showing up versus
Yeah.
Mamushi showing up.
Yeah. That sort of gets into something that we'll get into a little bit later, so I guess we'll come back to that. The other thing we said off stream, I not only remember, I did write it down. So I did like this. So if you remember Black Uchiha, there was a moment in the Tokyo Revengers arc to where Takemichi punches Taiju in the face, and Taiju just falls down to his knees. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
And that was like a crazy moment.
Yeah.
That's like the moment that like convinces Hawkeye, that changes him. So narratively, you can argue it's good. But like plot-wise, the fact that it happened is a little bit goofy and ridiculous, and we've been laughing at it. And
it's
we don't
like
need
literally,
to...
he
Yeah.
got so tired from beating him up that he got tired as soon as he decided to take up. It was definitely suspension of disbelief needed, but
Yeah,
it
for
was
sure.
cool.
It's definitely cool, yeah. We argued last night whether or not it should have been there based on if we thought that a Naruto moment should have been there in a comparison moment. But the point isn't that it knocks him down to the ground. What we were saying after stream last night is the point is that Takemichi landed the punch. He's facing someone he knows he cannot defeat, but he's doing it anyways. And that's what changes Hawkeye. Not the fact that Takemichi's actually physically making a difference or change by bringing Taiju down to his knees. I don't think that part is necessarily the important thing. You can argue it's as impactful for the audience as Takemichi landing the punch, but like because it happens later, I think it sort of overshadows the fact that Takemichi does land that punch in the first place, just at all, because that is a pretty impactful moment. How I see that, how we were saying that after stream, is that I wrote this down. Takemichi's punch isn't about winning or knocking Taiju down. It's about proving him narratively correct to change Hawkeye. him being Takemichi. So Takemichi is validating his own path to prove to Hawkeye that he's correct and that Taiju is wrong. So what matters is that Takemichi lands the punch. This is similar to how Hinata's whole thing wasn't about defeating Neji. Even if she wanted to and was trying to do so in the prelims of the Chunin exams, it wasn't about defeating Neji. The fight was with herself. And Hinata was trying to prove to herself what she can be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So similarly, that sort of applies to a very similar concept in Tokyo Avengers. Kamui, you want to take it away? Based on what we were saying last night?
I promise I don't remember what we said last night.
Yeah, just based off that, you just go based on what I said just now, I guess. The Hinata thing.
So as in like, I kind of tuned out for like 5 seconds there. So as in like, how we could have. What was the question again?
It's the comparison between Takemichi punching Taiju and like the point there compared to Hinata fighting Neji and the point there. Like to what end?
But yeah, because like Hinata's basically her whole point is to change herself and basically to not give up, which is kind of the same thing Takemichi is doing. The point, regardless if he lands the punch, the point is that regardless, they're not going to give up. And that's why it played in favor of the arc to have the scene of, oh, Mikey's not going to show up because we don't even have it out. Our only option is to not give up. And that's what ultimately changes Hawkeye. So it's kind of like if Hinata's showings versus Neji inspired Rock Lee in the next fight or something like that. Yeah, obviously it doesn't happen, but it's like a similar concept to where that Hinata's doing that leads to something else. I don't remember what we said last night.
And it is a proper red herring. We did say a little bit more than that. That's okay. Because in the Hinata fight, it's not like we're expecting anything else to happen. Like, we weren't expecting all the Jonin to step in. In fact, we were told that killing is allowed in these Chunin exams. Like, make your opponent give up. Hinata wasn't giving up. Neji technically had all rights to kill Hinata if the match just didn't end. Like, Hayate was just like, alright, I guess I'm just gonna end the match here. Like, if Neji just struck, like, 5 seconds earlier, it would have been completely legal for him just to kill Hinata there.
If he didn't just announce that he was gonna kill her, like...
They wouldn't have stopped.
Yeah. Or if at any point he just did strike her hard.
Yeah, he just striked her and she just died.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been fair game.
Like, oh,
same with Neji. Not Neji. Sorry. Same with Gaara and Lee. Again, killing is prohibited. Gaara wants to kill Lee. And Lee looks like he's winning until the very end, where he just isn't winning anymore. We aren't necessarily expecting anyone, such as Guy Sensei, to step in. And so it's almost like a red herring. Lee is in danger of dying there. We're scared for Lee because we don't think that he has an out. We've been told and shown there is no out. These fights will just keep going. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Until
that's like
the
a
match person determines.
Yeah, because in Tokyo Avengers, it's not just the audience is told that Mikey and the other guy isn't coming, Draken, the gang leaders, they're not coming. It's not just the audience is told that, the characters in universe are told that, but it's beyond that. And then we're shown multiple times that they aren't coming because they're doing something else. The red herring that they're riding their motorcycle unaware of what's happening. They're just riding for Christmas or whatever. The whole time they were coming there, and that gets recontextualized later. But we are told and then shown that they aren't coming. We believe they aren't coming. So that when they say it to the characters, we believe it as well. So we've seen it. So we agree that they aren't coming and that these characters have to defeat Taiju in order to succeed and live. Yeah. Oh crap, I didn't read that message. Okay. We can go to the other Tokyo Avenger part of this now.
freaking is. I deleted the original message. Is this it?
I found it
You know
from
what?
one of your things, but
Chapter 13.
well, actually, just look for my
Chapter
message too. Yeah.
Chapter 13 start. No, I deleted that one, so I have to do it this way.
Oh,
This did not.
that's
help.
how I found it. Yeah, the chapter 13 start.
That's weird.
Do you want to
because-
share your screen on Discord for Black Uchiha?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I found
You're
it.
pulling up the panel?
No, I'm pulling up just the.
He's pulling up the podcast topic because he wrote a bunch.
Technically, don't have to look at this. You can look at it if you want to, but it's whatever. Okay. This is jumping in the middle of a podcast topic, but just pretend like you know what we're talking about. So, because they didn't do this, it feels contrived.
Oh my goodness. Literally middle of the conversation.
Why did you delete the preceding context?
Because we already talked about it. How was I supposed to know your stream was gonna freaking crash? It's not my fault.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah, well, they didn't do it, so there you go. If when Tokyo Revengers told us Mikey isn't coming and we don't see what he's doing, which wasn't coming, then it's contrived / feels forced, unbelievable, and cheesy when he does come, instead of cool, unexpected, and progressing the plot / going into a new direction and hype. So I'm glad they showed us him on his motorcycle, even though it's technically completely irrelevant and they could have cut it out entirely. It's still there with a purpose.
What
Even if it just has
what
a
it's
misdirection.
essentially doing is it's showing Mikey on his way, but making us think he's doing
not on his
anything
way.
but that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, and now I think I remember some of the stuff we were talking about last night is when we were comparing what they could have done with Matsuri.
Yeah. And because they didn't do this, yeah, that's exactly it. Because they didn't do this with the bug Shinju, it feels contrived when they do it with the bug Shinju. Specifically, it feels contrived, feels forced, feels unbelievable, and feels Shinju when Bug does come to talk to Jura at that exact moment.
Shinju? Why don't you mean cheesy?
Whatever. But no,
Feels Shinju. We gotta
it's
start
all
saying
of the
that.
above, and so it definitely feels that way because the plot's demanding it, and they just didn't write around it. At least the Tokyo Avengers, he showed up, yeah, when he showed up because the plot demanded it. He could have showed up 20 minutes early. He could have shown up 20 minutes later. It's not like he showed up at that exact moment for for a reason to show up at that exact moment in particular. That's just ironic, coincidental timing. He showed up at the perfect time. But it still feels natural, earned, etc., whatever, because we've seen it happen, as opposed to if he just randomly showed up out of nowhere, just because he needed to be there because of the plot. Just like with Jura and Bug.
So you're saying we could have at least seen Bug maybe in the dimension before?
We
he
should have
popped
seen
up
something with
through
Bug and
Jura's
Matsuri
chest?
for sure, yeah.
Something like
This is what we were
so,
saying
like,
last
the
night. But yeah.
Examples.
Go ahead, go.
Yeah, so some of the examples I gave, these were just off the top, but I think these would work. So, assuming for a moment that either Mamushi or Matsuri were behind, or both, were behind the sand village situation, some things you could have played with are, for Matsuri, you show her, like, imagine, like, you know, like in the Boruto anime, when, have you seen the Boruto anime Sumire arc? This is random, but have you seen it?
yeah.
Okay, so there's this one scene, it's Mitsuki's introduction. This is just the first thing that came to mind, where they're running around all those little alleyways and they end up in a dark corner. They're chasing after someone, then Mitsuki's just there. That's how he's introduced. But there's like a bunch of alleyways. So imagine you have a scene of Matsuri just in one of those little alleyway corridor things, and she's just like spying. Your first instinct is going to be, oh, is Matsuri in the village too looking for Konohamaru? It makes you tense and hype. Now, you don't actually know what she's doing, but that's your first thought. The reality here would be she's in the sand village or wherever. Then for Mamushi, what could you have done? Well, as we know, Ada's apartment is in this vast open plain area just all by itself. And as we also know, the Sand Village has a lot of those vast open plain areas, especially in black and white manga format, where there's no colors to differentiate. So what could you do? Show a scene of Bug just walking, let's say, in one of those open plains. Your first thought's probably going to be, is he on his way to Ada and Damon? Well, in hindsight, no. He was actually on his way to the Sand Village, hypothetically anyway. The point is, you show them in mysterious... You're not going to tell us what they're doing. You just show them doing these mysterious things. Your mind's going to think they're going after their targets. It's a natural assumption, given the previous conversations they had. But then you get the revelation of what they're actually doing. Oh, they're actually doing the Sand Village research, which we still need explanation of, but that's not really the point right now. Point is, they were actually doing something else. But that because you saw those earlier scenes, it's more believable because it's like, oh, the light bulb flicks. Matsuri was doing research that whole time. Of course, you can show other scenes of Matsuri, but you get the point.
Yeah, I see what you're saying though. It makes sense. With Bug, I think definitely they probably could have, because there was a point in time, like even prior to Jura confronting Himawari, where I found myself questioning, I wonder what Matsuri and Bug are doing. So just that in itself, like their disappearance wouldn't be enough to justify, oh, this is what they were doing, because it's just seen as like a plot point. Literally, it is a plot point. I mean, it works because it fits into the story, but conveniently, he just randomly pop. We haven't seen. I think the last time we saw Bug and Matsuri was what, chapter 5?
Chapter 5, yeah.
Chapter 5.
Where they're talking about going after their targets.
Like that's over for us, at least as a reader. That's over half a year. So
Yeah. I really
it's
like
actually
what...
crazy, yeah. We hadn't seen them in 7 chapters.
It's crazy. I really like what Kamui was saying there about the tension. I'm gonna go off springboard off that. I feel like there's a word for this comparison or description or whatever that I'm about to make, contrast there. So I don't know. I'm just gonna describe it this way. Is that I feel like what Tokyo Revengers did was passive tension, which is the same thing that Naruto did, to where we're just saying that he's not gonna be there to save them, so they have no crutch. Again, just like in Naruto with the prelims, that no one's gonna step in to save, like, Hinata or Lee or whatever. At least that's our assumption. As opposed to active tension, such as if they were leaning in, playing into the aspect that, oh, maybe Mikey is going crazy based on recent events that happened, that, like, you know, his friend died or whatever, that maybe he is going crazy, since we know he's dark in the future. Or leaning into the geopolitical gang war aspect, to where we get a misdirection that Mikey's actually angry at his gang because he figured out that they're getting involved and he's gonna go chase them down. So now it's the opposite. Like, oh, Mikey is coming. Oh, but he knows what we're doing. So now we can't rely on Mikey. If anything, we need to end this fight before Mikey gets here. I feel like that would be active tension, which is arguably, I think, probably better than passive tension. I don't know if there's a word for the difference between active versus passive tension, but does that make sense as a concept?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a word.
Yeah, so in this case, Matsuri, if we think she's in the village, this would be active tension as opposed to passive tension. Because, oh my god.
Yeah.
It'd be similar to, I don't know, randomly.
Yeah. So because...
If, like, if instead of, if in the tuning exams, the prelims, instead of, like, oh, we don't expect him to step in versus Lee has to solve this all on his own without outside help. He has no crutches to lean back on, nothing to rely on. There's no one going to save him. If instead of that, the anxiety here was like Sasuke versus Yoroi, we know that Orochimaru was fighting Anko right before this, and now he's rushing to the tuning exams prelims arena to go steal Sasuke right now. If we're cutting back and forth between those two shots, Sasuke in this case wouldn't know this, but like hypothetically, I don't know, they just randomly do. It's like, oh my god, Sasuke, hurry, you have to finish this match before Orochimaru gets here. I don't know. It's a ridiculous in concept, but I think you get at least the hypothetical.
I was gonna say, I think a better example would be Orochimaru in the forest itself is active tension. Like Orochimaru's right there fighting.
Yeah.
But during the finals, Orochimaru's a passive tension. We're waiting for when he's gonna make this invasion move that they set up.
Yeah.
But we don't know when it's gonna be, so it's much more in the background. The active stuff is gonna be Naruto versus Neji, Sasuke versus Gaara. We're just waiting passively for this eventual Orochimaru thing we're expecting. Whereas in the Forest, it's like he's actively there. Obviously, once Konoha Crush starts, he's actively there.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
So Matsuri, it was the same thing. We were waiting for the Konoha Crush. We just never got it.
Exactly.
They did that
Because
straight
it was
to the-
revealed
straight
that
to the climax.
Orochimaru was actually just sipping some whiskey with Jiraiya and Tsunade or whatever.
Yeah, so I feel like in this case, with your idea for this Matsuri scene of like her spying in an alleyway, we think she's in Konoha, that'd be active tension, which would be even better than what Tokyo Revengers did, which was already good. Which is such a shame, considering what Boruto actually did was way worse than what Tokyo Revengers already did. So it's like several layers.
Yeah, I mean,
worse.
and the reason why it upsets me is because people, oh, there's no room in the monthly manga. It's like, bro, there are pages where Ikimoto just draws boring nothingness backgrounds that have nothing to do with anything. Like, they're just literally like this random shot of rocks.
The wind.
And they're
and
not
the rock.
important rocks. They're just showing us it.
Yeah.
It's like, we don't care. Why are you doing that? So
Like,
just
aesthetic.
remove
Ah,
that shit and replace it with things that matter.
The perfect example, hypothetically, if the thing that Lee and Mello were talking about, that one panel of the Vlu with Orochimaru's thing, and then Koji's like, the situation, it's so bad. If that panel of the background of Orochimaru's lair going Vlu is actually nothing, that's the perfect example of what we're talking about. If anything,
Yeah,
that's a
it's just like,
misdirection.
what do you need that for?
It's
Just
worse.
remove it.
It's
But
just,
I want
it's
to
not just
find
it
one
should be
example
removed,
of
it
this, 'cause
literally
I've
should
seen one
be
where it's like
removed.
the whole first page, and it's just completely nothing.
It's actively making the story worse rather than passively making it worse, because we
I
just
think that was
It
actually
is.
in chapter 13. It was like the first couple of pages, it was just rocks, and then they showed the
Oh,
sand.
maybe that's
Shinobi.
what I was thinking of. Let me check.
Then
I'm
they
going
showed,
through like
yeah,
each chapter looking for something specific.
Okay.
because I think that's the best. Well, that's the most recent example.
But chat,
'Cause
what do
I'm pretty
you
sure it was like-
think? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I'm pretty sure it was just like one page. Well, the first, I mean, not like just one page, but it was the first page that just had nothing. So that was pretty useful.
I want to see the one that I'm thinking of, though. I'm going to keep looking while you guys talk.
Honestly, it's because it's so familiar to like when you say it to see it that I think he's done it a lot throughout the series in the manga to the point where it's in a few chapters because I can picture that where there's a lot of scenes. I'm even thinking back to like maybe when Ishiki first revived in the Kashin Koji fight. There was a couple of scenes where it was just like they were showing the pillars that we've already seen and the smoke. It was like a couple of pages like of just smoke and pillars.
I love Ash's response. This is from a while ago when we were talking about the Shinju, which job they would have. Matsuri should like have a journalism major to graduate to become a reporter.
Fake news all around the village.
She could be a detective.
I love it. That's so good.
Okay, this isn't a whole page like I'm looking for, but this is still an example of a panel that let's just get rid of this shit and replace it with
You post in chat.
this
Dialogue.
hypothetical monster. I'm putting it in the Walky Talky chat because
They
you're on
can
that
even
server.
just put dialogue there. Like literally, that's what they can
Like this isn't doing anything for
Mhm.
us.
Yeah.
Just put Matsuri there instead.
do. At least give us a son. Give us something.
For real. Yeah.
I know that there's gonna be one when I find. I'm just filtering through it because it wasn't that long ago. Like in one of these chapters, like 9, 10, 11 or something, there's just like a one page of just absolutely nothing that they show. I remember this shit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in Boruto, only Konoha exists. That's exact facts. George Platzer. Oh, George Platzer,
Well,
are you the same
Hopefully
guy
now
that-
they get
that's
out of
in the comment?
Konoha.
Or is this... No, that was not you. Wait, no. Who is George Platzer? He's freaking on... Yeah, this guy. Yeah. No, George Platzer, I just looked at your comment a minute ago. On stream. I don't remember which comment it was, though. So but it was one of them. Anyways. Getting back to it. Come, are you still looking for whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess while you're doing that, we could look at the comments first section.
Yeah, we never finished whatever one we started the other day.
Ariana Queen of Pop says, watch them seal Sakura up for shock value. Maybe the only reason she came back, LMAO.
That'd be wild. Disrespectful.
Probably.
It's terrible.
She's too like she's like the one person you can't bring back into just for like us to see them. Like you can do that for almost any other OG character, but literally her husband is a criminal and her daughter is seen as crazy because she's the only one fending for said criminals. So like her position is the most even when the chapter came out, I said it made sense for her to be shown healing Inogen, her profession and all, but like it's too like her character is in a too sensitive position for her to just be shown and just be like regular, like, oh, this is Sakura after the time skip. Like, no, like
Yeah.
something had like what's going on with her? Like what's
You know
That
what?
girl doesn't even care.
If they are gonna seal
It's all
Sakura,
hunky-dory.
if they are gonna seal her, let her reveal the Byakugo karma shenanigans nonsense. I don't care. You do that, take her out of the story, seal her away. I don't care. Put her in stasis until the story comes back. If she's in the story, she's gonna be ruined anyways. Might as well seal her out.
Yeah, just have her just randomly yell, Sarada, the truth about the Byakugo seal is blank, and then get sealed.
Yeah, as Bug is sealing her or whatever.
and what you gotta do is
Oh my god. The fact she's revealing this 3 years
I don't know what
later.
they're gonna do with Sakura.
I love it.
Nothing. That's what they're gonna do. Like I don't try. Like it's gotten to the point to like with how many times they've told us that Sasuke became a tree, 8 times, mind you. I'm at the point where I don't want to hear it the 9th time. I don't even for Sakura, if they're not gonna let her, if they're gonna let the fucking elders and Ibiki listen to this and not let Sakura hear it, then I don't want to hear it again. I've had enough. You've recapped it plenty of times. If you couldn't be bothered to tell her one of those, like honestly, you've said it 9 times, and half of these are group calls. If she couldn't be included in the biggest group call of them all, then what's the point?
Yeah.
She's not even thinking about Sasuke.
Yeah. So, Kamui, you'll be happy to know that our comments first section has finally caught up to the moment where Inojin was killed. From chapter, 10? we're only 4 months behind now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so, okay, Kamui, did you not find the thing you're looking for? Or did you just give up?
I didn't even look for it.
Oh my god, that's the whole reason I was looking at the comments first tab in the first place.
Oh my goodness.
Did I quit out of it? Oh, of course I quit out of it.
Screw you, because I didn't want you to interrupt me halfway through my next. Oh, I found it! Look at this, guys! I knew you were gonna do it. I guess I was wrong. But whatever, I'm gonna move on.
No,
So,
I just wasn't looking.
so back to Tokyo Revengers, which I should have apparently been on the whole time. The way it is now, we didn't know what Matsuri and Bug were doing, why they were doing it, why they aren't doing what they should be doing. In Mikey's case, it said he doesn't know / nobody told him this was even happening, let alone where. So when they do show up, it's entirely convenient timing. Just to force Jura to leave because the plot demands it in the most contrived way I've ever seen. I love how I wrote I've ever seen. Really emphasize the point. You can't say, well, this is still Jura consistently trying to do anything to be, or anything but to be Ten Tails until his last option, like with everything before. It doesn't need to be a single thing that narratively defeats anyone. It can be the combined efforts of everyone, even those who lose / are physically defeated themselves, across the whole time, which wears down the antagonist / motivates or props up the protagonist, like Taiju, Jigen Ishiki, the My Hero Academia War arc, all Dragon Ball Z villains, and Muzan from Demon Slayer being unforgiven by 1,000 years of Demon Slayers. Obviously, all 1,000 years of them aren't there, but like the legacy is continued on for the 1,000 years. So the Demon Slayers of the current era still hate him, just as the previous 1,000 years worth of Demon Slayers have as well. It's a continued hatred. It's carried across the generations. Hunter x Hunter doesn't need to follow this rule exactly, and can just nuke him. Death by 1,000 paper cuts still applies, just in a different kind of way, in reference to Meruem. And if it weren't for each and every single individual moving part working together against the singular antagonist, the protagonist would have lost. And I say list examples, but I can do it if you guys want. I actually had a rewrite for this part. I think I did write it in rewrites as well. Maybe I didn't, maybe I did. Okay, so I guess we get to this in a second. First of all, so thoughts on everything I just said.
If you want to know, I did find your thing. If you go to the bottom of Boruto Topics is where you posted it.
Okay.
No, the image right above, the top of there. The image that was the thing from the other day.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for that. I don't know why you're telling me about that. But okay.
You were talking about the comments first thing. That was the thing we were doing. The comment. I don't... Okay, that's what I thought you were asking me about earlier.
No, I was talking about the background you were looking for. I was like a page of background or whatever. That shouldn't have been there. That's what you were looking for at that time.
Then just look in chat. I didn't find a full page, but I did find another useless background.
I wonder if this is what Koji is referring to, the worst possible future.
Yeah, I don't know what page it was, but I remember there being like a page where there was like 5 panels of just nothingness.
Okay. But thoughts on the last things about the Tokyo Avengers, whatever I was saying?
In terms of
your thoughts?
No, recap real quick. Oh, was it what you just read from the?
Yeah, in fact,
from
we
the
can
stream?
start with Kamui, and I refuse to recap what I just said because I want to see if he was listening. So go ahead, Kamui. Go ahead. What do you think about what I said?
Hold on.
Oh, he's gonna go look in Boruto Topics to read it. He's gonna go find it himself.
No, I need to see it because, like, I know you're like you left off with the death by 1,000 paper cuts in the Meruem example. I just need to find it so I can.
There.
Where the hell is it?
Yeah,
maybe that's it. Okay. Oh wow, that's so far out in topic.
I know. We've separated the topics.
Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, the point. It's so with Jura, it's not that so like you said, it doesn't need to be one thing. It can be the combined efforts of everyone, but that doesn't apply to Jura because it had nothing to do with the protagonist at all.
I know.
None of their efforts.
I'm gonna get to a rewrite of that in a little bit.
Based off the reason he gives.
Yeah, we'll get to a rewrite of that in a little bit. I just want to point that out.
So, I mean, like, we've already discussed 800 billion small changes. It really boils down to Hidari rotting nonsense. Like, I mean, just swap that out for literally any of the other 20 options, and it's fine. But as it is, nothing Boruto started, literally any character did, led to the leaving/defeating of Jura. He just did it because of him/his fellow antagonist friends.
Well, he did say divine intervention.
Yeah, but like, but it's such cap. It's like, you're define my ass. It's you choosing to just not shoot him right now. Like, nothing's stopping you. Not like Buck said, don't shoot him, Jura. It's just, you don't want to because you don't need to.
What's funny is if he would have fired off the shot as Bug still would have showed up, he would have shot Bug's head off. That would have been funny.
I don't think Bug was in his line of sight, to be honest. I think Bug would have been safe.
I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't have done anything anyways, but just would have healed.
Honestly, I don't.
Yeah, you would just go back and heal.
Okay, real quick, I hate to derail, but did the Shinju feel pain? Because this whole scene with Sarada first showing up and Chidoriing Hidari makes me say no, just based on his reaction to
Really?
everything.
I would have said yes, because he said "guh."
I don't think that's
He screamed
pain. I
against
think
the
that's
Uchiha.
just a
Didn't
reaction.
he?
But none of the Himawari stuff matters, obviously. Oh my god, how far down is the rest of... Okay, I guess it's just next chapter.
Yeah, they probably don't, because Bug got hit by
next chapter.
Boruto's lightning jutsu, and he just like attacked him again.
Yeah, he just tanked it.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to say this is pain, then sure. You say that's pain.
No, he's just like on the the
guh. I think that's more of him falling rather than the pain. But like this made me.
Stomach.
I mean, it could be,
especially considering he's just not in pain pretty clearly, while still having the injury.
It's weird. But then in the next chapter, doesn't he like on the ground? Wait, what happened between these panels is my question. He's just standing up like fine. Then the next time we see him, he's just on the ground.
This is not the cover for this chapter, but okay. So the next chapter, whenever we're gonna cut to him. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, just on the ground. He's still got the energy.
When did he get to the why is he on the ground?
He's just looking. And it just starts there. Yeah, there's Himawari.
Exactly. It's like what happened?
Yeah, I mean he was just Chidori and just. My question is, why is he on his butt? Like, did he turn around mid-fall?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Forward. Like when he was just standing there before.
I mean,
I think they probably just drew his upper portion too tall, and it seemed like he was standing.
Maybe, but then then bad art. Like I don't. It looks like he's standing.
He's lunging forwards.
Wait, let's go.
Ironically, he's lunging less forwards here. It's like he was like leaning out and he's like went back to grab something that's like coming towards him almost, which is kind of
actually like he stopped.
Yeah, really interesting. Based on this, it kind of looks like he's also. This panel
makes it look like she missed.
Right,
it's kind of funny.
It also just looks like Hidari's reacting to Sarada, like he's trying to grab to his right based on his hand being here, and his other hand, I guess, being here. It just looks at least lowered. Like it's where she was in this panel, almost. And like closer to his body, it feels like it's more his elbows more bended.
It looks like it could be like post Chidori where like the lightning diffused, so now he's just like withdrawing or natural reflex.
Interesting.
But it skips. Like it just kinda like skips in motion for the panel.
You know what? Based on this, I think he is reacting. Because his body is almost like kind of fully sideways here, almost a little bit. Like at least 45-degree angle. Like it wasn't like that at all.
She got
before.
like the side of his gut.
I understand that, but like his gut is on like the same level of his head. Where previously he was almost standing like straight up almost.
I think it's just inconsistent, bro.
But either way, he's falling.
I think that's up to Ike. At that point, that's Ikimoto.
Yeah.
Yeah, because look, now he falls face down.
Well, so do you think this is the Ga, is him landing on the ground, or do you think this is still him mid-air? Because I thought this was him mid-air.
I thought it was him mid-air too, but now I'm starting to wonder if that is him on the ground.
Yeah, me too.
That's him
probably
he's
on the ground here. Oh no, you're right. We see him on the ground. He falls on the ground, and then he just gets on his butt. He just does sit down after this.
Sits up on his butt.
Yeah, he's standing. I guess he does stand up.
This panel makes it look like he's standing up, though. I feel like this doesn't look like a sitting pose.
Yeah. What happened? Why is he doing this? I can't wait for the anime to animate this.
They're just gonna cut away and cut back to when he's on his butt, just like the manga.
So anyways, my point is, he has the injury. He doesn't look like he's in any kind of pain at all. He's just like casually bored looking, almost yawning.
He comes back, he's fine. Same expression. So, but then, okay, the point is that's a Chidori electric-based attack, which very clearly hit and hurt him, and he seemingly didn't feel pain. Hypothetically, he just didn't in this case. Here, Chidori stream, an arguably weaker version of the Chidori, I'm gonna say this is a pained expression. You could say maybe it's like frustration from not winning or something. Or like he's angry at Sarada resisting him, but it feels like it's a pained expression.
It does. So retroactively, I would still say that the ga from earlier is also a pain indication.
But my question is, does it even make sense for them to feel pain, considering they should be made of wood?
I don't know if they're made of... This sounds so stupid, but I don't know if they're made of wood.
What are they? They're
because
divine
he
trees
transforms into wood. Like, because, like, look at his wood-style hand. It blatantly looks different. Like, the texture is just different from his normal skin.
Well, but what about this? Kawaki
it's
is a scientific
wood
ninja
normally.
tech.
Huh?
Kawaki is a scientific ninja tech, but only when he uses it does it look like that.
I mean, if you're gonna go by Katasuke's early explanation, his cells under... I don't know, it's fucking weird, bro. I don't know.
I mean, Black Uchiha, do you think he feels pain? If so, why? Just chakra and wood.
Well, don't trees feel pain?
Do you think... Okay,
just naturally...
The question... Okay. Do you think Hashirama's wood golem was alive? Not alive, sentient. I'll say sentient, because all wood styles should be technically alive.
No.
Okay. So it can't, operate outside of Hashirama, or, independent of him?
Yeah, I think Hashirama has to control it.
Okay. Well, I guess that doesn't count. Yeah, I guess I can't use that. Is there any jutsu that just makes...
But what I was going to say, though, is white Setsu feel pain. I feel like that would be kind of comparable to Hikari.
The Edo Tensei are made of ash, and, there's one interpretation where they do feel pain. I think it's a dad book statement, and, every other interpretation where it seemingly they don't. I don't know which one is true, but...
Yeah, Toby Brown was sure it seemed in pain when he was blowing himself up.
Literally.
I mean, these are these are ninja who just casually have their eye ripped out and they're like, oh man. So, no.
I think it's more so on durability, more so than if they feel pain. How much they can endure.
I can imagine the Tin Tails.
These two instances with Ari, it makes sense, kind of. But then when, go back to the bug situation, did he have any expression when he got hit by Boruto's jutsu?
Let's find out.
Which chapter was this?
Because he did just attack him. I think 4 or 5. It's 4.
What I was gonna say though is when Deidara blew up Sai's brother Sheen, bro was expressionless. He was blown to bits. But no pain.
Okay, so where in the fight is this gonna be? Is this gonna be before or after he talks to Code?
Almost there.
Right there.
Right there.
No expression.
He got hit.
I mean, he's reacting. I'm not gonna say this is necessarily pain.
But...
I mean, it's a little zoomed out. If I zoom in a little bit more,
it looks like he was hurt, but did he feel the pain or is he just damaged?
They just don't process.
He's just reacting
the same because they don't. Because we can see it did damage.
Where freaking is it now?
Marks.
Lost it. Also, he's healed immediately after. I think this is immediately after.
No, I think is that before or after? No, that is after.
Yeah, he just looks immediately after.
Did the healing get retconned? Because Bug did not run to the other dimension to heal himself there.
Yeah. I mean, do you think
their abilities probably have to be different?
This kind of looks like Uzuhiko in the same way that he hit Code with it, but he obviously didn't hit Bug with it here. I'm just saying it looks similar. So maybe it's like a low impact attack anyways. It just left scratches or whatever. Dirt mark, you want to say?
It was purple lightning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Which, I mean, again,
I think this was
electricity.
nameless.
So, like, is wood even?
I mean,
what would be the
electricity,
word?
a much weaker electricity had Hidari going, ugh.
Is wood conductive? I mean, I know lightning can like blow up trees or whatever, but like I feel like that doesn't count.
I don't know. Scroll down for a second though. Is it consistent? Like when Bug attacks Boruto later, like let's just look real quick.
Okay.
He still has the
bruised.
scratches.
So bruised.
And it goes away eventually. He's still
I'm just
there.
gonna scroll with this.
Then does it come back? So like, is it our error? Basically, is the question.
So he heals himself.
Seems like he's healed here, right?
He looks fine.
This is just marks, yeah.
Yeah. So keep going. Keep going. Eventually, she's gonna attack Boruto again. That's really what I'm wondering.
It's a lot easier when I zoom out. Okay. So that's back up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, just gonna keep using this.
So we want when everyone starts ganging up on him.
There's Matsuri, Hidari.
So skim past Kawaki's nonsense. Oh, actually, wait, go back real quick. Did they do the 4 shots?
Oh, he's fine.
Okay, he still looks fine.
If anything, he looks even more fine than before. Since no marks here at all.
Yeah. No, his
He
old
just
man wrinkles.
de-aged, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, he looks fine there.
I think they just retconned the healing. It's fine there too.
Either that or Ikimoto really just forgot that he was damaged.
Or probably like it depends on the severity of the damage. Whether you need to go to the tree to like, because he got his shoulder blown out from a Rasengan as opposed to like getting scratches.
Hey,
I mean, does Hidari heal Sarada's zapping in that chapter? Or did those marks stay? Because Sarada's jutsu is definitely weaker than Boruto's. The other one, the Chidori stream one.
Okay. Does he even get zap markings?
Oh, I guess he immediately gets blown up after this.
Yeah.
So, did he get the markings here from this, or did he already have these markings?
I don't know.
I think
I think that's probably just from the fight.
I think he didn't have them though, because I don't know where he would have gotten them.
Yeah. Looks
fine there. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is after
he So he got them from Sarada.
Okay. So he gets them. Here it's hard to tell. Corrent. I'm putting. Okay, that's too good not to put in. Mistakes out. Really quickly. Okay. Okay. So throws them out. Still can't really tell. I mean, from every like, it's so hard to tell, but like, from everything we've seen, he looked completely fine. Here, I think it's pretty clear. He just has no markings. He is fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess he just healed.
So is Ikimoto forgetting, or is this intentional?
Yeah.
Because my can probably heal scratches.
That's my thing. Is that I think they should be able to, considering what they do here. Like technically, I don't know if he even needs to go back to the tree if he just would have healed in time. Considering, is it smoking because of the Chidori just being hot or something randomly? Or is it smoking because it's healing? Like an Edo Tensei having the little...
It's weird. It's weird either way, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he shouldn't even need to go
just
back to heal
draws
anyways.
smoke in all his panels.
And everything is black and white, so...
Okay.
It's not like they really use smoke for healing in the past. Usually they do that like weird Like when Boro heals, for example, they don't do like steam or smoke or anything.
Yeah.
Same with
So
Madara, they do just
in the bug example, he obviously has the Rinnegan as he always does. When Boruto hits him, this is extremely far away. But do you think they're
I know, it looks like they're
trying
white.
to do a whites of the eye, like a passed out kind of thing? Or no?
I mean, it might be like his eyes going to the back of his head, like he was hurt so much, but it also might just be Ikimoto.
Well, I don't think
like,
the Rinnegan eyes are back on the are white on the back of them. I think it's Rinnegan the whole way around. Plus, it looks like the Rinnegan are here. It's really hard to tell again, but looks like he has a line here or something. I don't know. And then again, they look whited out here, so I don't know.
I don't trust it.
Yeah.
Like, there's those panels of Ada just losing her Senrigan randomly, and sometimes
Yeah.
I don't trust it.
Okay, fair enough.
There's also the infamous time when Ikimoto drew Kawaki's eye as white in its debut in the Goat arc. It's like, bro, what are you doing?
Oh, and people thought he had a Byakugan. Yep, I remember that.
Because it's just like it's such a dumb mistake. It's like, how do you just forget, bro? I don't know. Like,
That's the thing. A lot of these things are different also in the physical copies. So something like
yeah,
that.
they fixed it.
Yeah, so like I don't think if they probably have like changes to like the scratches when the physical copies for TBV come out, then we would know for sure, like, okay, that was a mistake. That was not healing.
See, I would love to buy it to check, but I am not wasting my money on Two Blue Vortex, bro.
Do you think?
I'm gonna get it when it gets out in English. I'll get it.
That's okay. I have two funny scenarios for you. Do you think at any point, and just percentage wise, I understand the percentage is going to be low, but I'm curious what you think the percentage is. Do you think at any point, what is the percentage that you think that he's going to draw Kawaki with white hair, and people are going to think that Kawaki got his limiters taken off? What's
It's
the
a high percentage that would be what people say for that.
But what do you think the odds are that that's
he would
actually
do
going to happen?
something like
That he's
that,
going to forget to draw in Kawaki's hair black?
Honestly, probably like 30%.
Okay, I give it
Like
20%.
less than 20. Yeah.
We're going at any point
Less
ever.
than 20 sounds good.
This is a lower percentage for sure, but do you think at any point he's just gonna forget that Code has his limiters off, and for one panel he's just gonna draw Code in his limited design when it makes no sense? I'll even tie this in with something more likely. He does a Code flashback to where Code should have his limiters, and he just is in his unlimited design. He just forgot to draw.
I actually see that happening.
That one's
more than the
likely,
Carl.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think the odds are of both of those? I'm gonna say 6% randomly for he's just gonna draw Code limited again and forget, and probably like 35% for the flashback one.
Did he change the shading of Code's eyes when he draws in black and white for limited and unlimited Code, or is the shading still the same?
I have no idea. Kamui, you would know that before I would. Probably the same.
I don't know as far as shading goes, but he did change the eyes themselves a little bit.
Let's check real quick, I guess.
His hair spiked up.
I mean, honestly, though, I would love for him to just draw Code in his limited design.
Like Uchiha, which design do you like better? Do you like his limited design or his unlimited design? I'm like the only one, apparently, that just likes his unlimited design. Everyone hates it.
Wait,
I like his unlimited
design. Thought I was the odd one out.
Well, by everyone, I really mean Kamui, but that's besides the point.
Oh my god, bro.
I don't know.
I'm glad you think I'm everyone.
I think his unlimited design is nice. It's wasted on him. Well, his character is like, he looks cool. He looks really cool.
Okay. I can't figure out how to get.
I
to
just thought
Naruto
his
Next
limited
Generation's
design
manga from him.
cooler, personally.
I like his limited design too, though. Well, I'm not gonna lie. When he first was in, I was confused with the whole like belts on his face. I was like, I don't know, but
We're not gonna
Why is he
was-
wearing them?
yeah, like why is he got belts on his face? But yeah, it was cool.
Okay, well I give up. Kamui, if you want to find it, go for it.
Well, let me clarify. I like
What am I
his
looking for?
I like
can't
his
right now anyway,
unlimited.
but
I like his
Code.
unlimited design in part
Here, I'll
one
just do code
more than his time skip unlimited design.
Just do it this way.
I'll say that.
Okay, so limited design, it's just white. It's just pure white eyes. And his unlimited design,
they've got those little rings in it.
This is pre-time skip unlimited. This is the one I like the best.
Yeah, this one he gets his limiters off.
That's
Can't
better
even
than
tell.
time
Yeah,
skip.
it's limited. Can I just do unlimited? So far away, I can't tell.
Or do the shot when he pulls up to the village against Sarada in chapter 1. They got a good
Okay,
full
let's
shot
see
of him.
if I can find it. Let's see if this just works. Okay, here we go. Let's go find it. So zoomed in, I love it. Oh, okay, we're reading a not English version, but that's okay. Kamui, this is the problem. Okay, so he has pupils in his unlimited design.
Yeah,
That's the
pupils.
difference. He does not have pupils normally.
Yeah, he has those rings in his.
His hair looks
Oh,
kind of
so one
shaved
ring, yeah.
on the sides.
Bro, it looks good. I'm saying. There's no way, Kamui, you can look at this and say this looks bad compared to his limited design.
I can't see what you're looking at, but what I can say is hair-wise, I prefer
It's crazy.
his
I forget
Two Blue
that
Vortex
Code
hair
has one
over
eye.
his end of part 1. So, in terms of the non-limiter codes, I like his Two Blue Vortex hair more than his chapter 72 hair.
This
But I
unironically
like
might be
his
Ikimoto's
code
best
art hair more.
This is just Ikimoto's best
It's
hair that he's
opposite
ever
for
done.
me.
Props to him.
I like
I be
his
forgetting he
I
has
like
a
his
scar
hair down
on
look.
his eye.
It looks
Low-key,
good.
his scar is better than Boruto. I think his scar is better.
Facts. Bigger
It
too.
looks more like you could tell Sasuke did his job. He knows what he's doing with the sword.
Yeah, plus it feels more earned than
How
Boruto
he's
just
already-
using his face to defend Sarada. Why? You're a ninja, bro. Wasn't even that severe. You had time.
He said, "Sarada, no, my face." He said, "Let me use my face."
At least Sasuke threw Haku out of the way.
Yeah, Cold looks cool. I mean, the time skip, the outfit though, it looks too much like vampire-ish.
I
He
told
always
you,
had that.
Oodie, and I didn't
always
even
had
have
that
to egg him
Punch
on
in my
that one.
gut.
He said it
always
on
had
his
the
own.
aesthetic,
Punch
but
in
it
my
looked too
gut.
vampire-ish.
There's no way. I could feel it coming too, Kamui. I had that dread, that pit in my stomach every word he said leading up to it.
I was planning on pulling up the pictures and asking him his thoughts. I didn't even have to. That's a win for me if I've ever heard one.
The fact that
This is
Kamui
definitely
heard that
vampire
makes this
vibes.
10 times worse. If Kamui wasn't here, I would still feel bad, but you just threw me in the mud and stomped my head
Kamui
downwards
had to
further
hear it.
into it.
That's crazy.
Bro, it's your fault for being in denial on that one.
Denial is crazy. Well, okay.
I mean, maybe it's the scarf though. Maybe it's the scarf.
Let me
I don't
ask
know.
you this.
It's like
If not even Code, if someone cosplayed Code to your Thanksgiving banquet, would they be dressed appropriately?
Yes.
I'll take
I
it.
don't think so.
No? Why not? What about his outfit screams not
It's
Thanksgiving?
like go to like the full body shot because they would have to sit at the table.
But
It's like
you don't think the pilgrim outfit underneath the cloak would fit the Thanksgiving theme?
the scarf.
There you go.
All right, this one, yeah.
Yeah, alright, bet. I'll
This
take
one,
it. Looks
this
good
one,
to
yeah.
me.
Because
They
look,
can show up.
if he takes off the Kara cloak, like the collars aren't too like, you know,
What I'm
doing too much.
saying, bro. The Kara cloak makes it. Let's go.
So
Love
yeah,
to
he
hear
can
it.
pull up with that one.
Yeah.
Well, the car cloak isn't his time skip cloak. His time skip cloak isn't the car cloak.
He's wearing his Kara cloak 95% of the time and then his time skip.
No, that's a different cloak.
This just straight up looks like he's supposed to be Gojo here. That's hilarious.
I wish I could see what you're looking at for that, but
I'm gonna copy paste this into the chat for you. As well. As the other
okay.
code one with
But,
the good hair.
But either way, no, his time skip cloak isn't the car cloak. It's missing the little button in the center, and it's got the vampire chain thing. It's a different cloak.
Whatever.
For whatever
Okay.
reason, he got rid of the other one.
Let me finish this last piece thing here, and then I'll get.
Oh, real quick about code.
Yeah.
Real quick, honestly though, because I'm only mentioning this because Black Uchiha mentioned this scar. They went out of their way to parallel Code and Boruto having a scars. I am not okay with them doing nothing with Code now. Like, they have to do something with that. Like, that is a symbolic parallel. You don't just do nothing with it unless you're Kimono. But yeah, like, they have to do something with Code in parallel to Boruto now. Not just Kawaki, but Boruto too.
As far as the scar, I think that was just their way of saying like, "Hey, Sasuke did something," rather
That's
than
mid though.
I
becoming
mean,
a tree.
this is what I was saying earlier. The fact that they decided to change their mind about Code dying in part 1, that tells us Code has already completed his original purpose. The question is, are they adding
Which was
a
altering the
new
Tentos.
purpose on top of whatever he's already fulfilled?
Yeah, because the Shinju stuff wasn't in Kishimoto's outline, presumably, because he was supposed, unless, and I doubt this, but unless Kishimoto's plan was for Ko to awaken Shinju and then die immediately after by the Shinju, I doubt it. I think that
I
was
can see that
Ikimoto.
though, but yeah,
But I
you're
think
right.
that was Ikimoto. I think that Ko was either going to die in the Kara arc, just like Boro and Delta, like he was going to fight Sasuke and die or something, or he was going to die in the Code arc to Momoshiki or Kawashiki. I think that was the original plan, one or the other. I don't think he was making it to the time skip.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure they confirmed that they were going to kill him in part 1.
At the whole limiters, yeah.
They said a long time ago, but when they say long, I don't know how to trust their timeline. So
I'm pretty sure
yeah,
they
it definitely
said part
sounds
1.
like part 1.
Yeah. Well, either way, I'm pretty sure it was up at this point. It would have already happened, meaning that at this point, the fact that Koda's still here, he has to be doing something new outside of the original vision. Either way, because the fact that he was planned to die,
Yeah, but
means it's not even like, oh, he could have died. No, he was planned to die, meaning that they had to have already completed everything they wanted to do with him before he would have died at whatever point of the story that would have been.
But look at so then either they probably planned for him to have his limiters removed earlier because they introduced the fact that he had limiters like pretty fresh after the Ishiki fight.
Mm-hmm.
So, and by that point,
but
he didn't do anything by that point. So like
but hypothetically, Kishimoto's outline was for him to just die in the car arc, like Boro, without limiters even being a thing. We don't know what his plan was.
Plus, you could maybe say this would be bad, but like hypothetically, he just could just fail.
Like, Orochimaru just did fail to get Sasuke's body. He just never at any point did do that. So that's fine.
That's true. He just never got his limiters removed.
It's just about how they write it. Like, it's not necessarily bad that they introduce the limiters and then just never have him go unlimited. That's fine. In the same way, you can argue that it's fine that all the Otsutsuki have talked about devouring a chakra fruit to gain a divine power, then none of them ever have. They've been defeated before that happened, or they failed to do so.
And they're doing all of this work to do something they've never seen. They're like, I know it's true.
Okay. Enough stalling. Let's get back to the frickin' thing of Tokyo Revengers. Okay, so this is the last thing of this. So this going off the previous thing that, like, if it weren't for each and every single individual moving part working together against the singular antagonist, the protagonist would have lost. That's also usually how they get to the theme of, like, fighting by yourself versus teamwork, friends. I look at all the people on my side, and that's like a theme. It's like, oh, that's better than being alone. Especially in Naruto, they do it a lot, but usually how they do it. Anyways, every single thing every protagonist does is a combination of things, all working towards one singular, unified effort. Every ounce of effort adds up to eventually, in the end, barely tip the tides and grant the win over the antagonist, who, being diametrically opposed, also is working with a singular, unified effort. But due to lack of teamwork, or working alone, eventually their stronger efforts reach their limit. Meanwhile, the weaker efforts of the protagonist continue fighting past that limit because the combinations of everyone together / their teamwork, each of them contributing to the singularity cause, each cog of the machine required to grant this opportunity to wear down the antagonist enough to just tip the tides while fighting full force the entire time. So it's basically like teamwork results in stamina / recovery / ways out, whereas the antagonist can be stronger but still lose because he doesn't have that in the end.
Yeah, it's like Naruto and Sasuke versus Fused Momoshiki. They win because teamwork. He loses because no teamwork.
It's like to break the fourth wall, like everything is being written exactly how it's supposed to be written because this is the only way it can end the way how it ends. So, like you said, with all of those outside factors coming in for the protagonist's story to ultimately end how it ends with them completing their goal or defeating the villain, taking away one thing in that journey averts that outcome. So in most cases, the villain usually wins. But this is a story of the one time with all of these like additions and implications and multipliers, the protagonist manages to barely pull off the win.
Exactly. It usually is a stamina thing in some kind of case. Usually it's specified to whatever the power system is based on the universe the story is taking place in. So if it's a mecha, they're going to be overheating. If it's My Hero Academia, it's going to be some other shenanigan. If it's Naruto, they're low on chakra now, whereas the antagonist or the protagonist, they're fighting together. They combined their ki and Dragon Ball, whatever it's going to be. It's going to be something related to the universe probably, etc., etc., and that's how they're going to be defeated in the end. The antagonist essentially overheats when they weren't expecting it. Especially that's a thing that you see in a lot of anime movies. This kind of idea.
Also Boruto with the ninja tech stuff.
Yeah, the Ao arc, you could argue that it's the same concept. Ao is stronger than each of them individually, but all these ants teaming up create the ant colony, and the colony was stronger than Ao. But yeah, even technically Death Note if you want to count that, but I don't want to get into spoilers in case anyone hasn't seen it.
I need to rewatch Death Note again. It's on my rewatch list.
You should do what I'm doing. If you haven't read
no,
the
you
manga,
should not
read
do what
the manga
Kamui's
while
doing.
you watch the anime.
You should never do what Kamui's doing.
Don't do it at the pace. Don't do it at my pace, but you should read the manga and watch the anime at the same time so you can see all the differences.
Okay.
Anyways, I forgot what I was saying, so I'm just going to reread this part. So every single thing every protagonist does is a combination of things, all working towards one singular unified effort. I remember I did read all this, so I'll just skip ahead. The weaker efforts of the protagonist can continue fighting. Oh, no, I did read this whole thing, didn't I? Yeah, just to tip the tides while fighting full force the entire time. Okay, so I did read the entire thing.
Yeah, you read the whole thing.
Yeah, okay. In that case, I have a rewrite for this, and I'll get to the part that I'm talking about. But first, I'm just going to go with a different part of this. So first of all, a separate kind of rewrite that I'll intertwine later. So first of all, what do you think about this idea? So going with chapter 13, Jura's reason of leaving. So hypothetically, we're just going to keep it as similar as possible and try and make it work as is. With that being said, Jura needs to give all of his chakra to Hidari's soul thorn in order to revive him as close to his true form as possible. So he can't afford to spare any on Boruto because he needs as much chakra as possible. What do you think about that as a concept? So it's not a time thing, it's a chakra thing, quantity-wise. He needs as much of it as he can.
One concern with that would be, well, can't Jura just put Hidari to 100% later when he has more chakra again?
That's... Okay, I'm glad you say that, because I get into that. But first, before that, I want to add a caveat to this. So I word it that way as opposed to a different way because of this. It's like, as opposed to he needs 17% of his chakra, and he's coincidentally at 17.1%, and one small Biju bomb snipe would bring him down to like 16.9%, lol. That would obviously feel very contrived. We don't want Jura to need 17% of his chakra to bring back Hidari, and then he uses 0.2% of his chakra, now he no longer can. That's way too much of a coincidence.
Do you think?
No, but even then, though, like, let's just say he uses like 95% of what he has left, and Hidari's like 90% full form. Can't Jura just the next day finish the last 10% of Hidari that he didn't do?
Okay, so you weren't worried about what I just said. Okay, I guess that's fine. I'll move on to what you're saying now, because I already addressed that. And by already, I mean I'm about to, but I already addressed it in the text. So, okay. I don't think this might be addressed, but really quick. But you either need to keep the rotting for a time limit or have it be that Jura can't regenerate his chakra normally for whatever reason. So here's getting to what you're saying. So I like this as an idea. Himawari blocked Jura's chakra to give that fight meaning. Himawari versus Jura. That fight now has meaning if Jura realizes in this moment he's either not regaining his chakra or his chakra points are blocked or whatever else.
That would have been cool. I probably would remove the laser beam shot in that case, though, because that definitely feels like he's using his chakra.
Yeah.
Well, no. In this case, the point is that he can't do it the next day because he's not going to regain his chakra. Or he's not regaining his chakra, as of right now, anyways.
So how is he going to get it back?
You could just decide that as the author at some
and then
future
in
point.
this case, to make up for the loss
actually,
of chakra, it would be required. Maybe that's why, like, all of this Shinju needs to be there to revive Hidari to make sure he comes back as close as possible.
That could work as well. I like the idea that Jura does it because he is the Ten Tails, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if Jura has to be the one to heal them, that's a fine idea to play with. You just have to get into some specifics for how you're gonna make it make the most sense overall.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Himawari having blocked his chakra.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah, that's the big thing here.
How you want to play with that? Because you can just say, like, Jura was playing around taking the hits for fun. He didn't know it was blocking his chakra. Of course, he was so strong that it didn't really matter. But now it's having a consequence. Granted, though, if it's blocking his chakra, I feel like he shouldn't be able to just heal Hidari like that. So I'm thinking what you could do, though, is just hear me out. It's going to be a multi-step process, but we're going to go with this. So Jura has to actively heal the Shinju, at least when they're in the Soul Thorn state. and or the 10 tails doing it, it's actually drawing upon Jura's chakra pool every time, so he gets weaker because of that. Either way, Jura needs to heal up. However, because his chakra's been blocked, he can't heal Hidari as is. And there's a time limit, so he needs to heal him before it's too late. So what does Jura need to do? Well, he needs to get his chakra working again. So he goes back home to do that, however he's going to do it. It can either be Divine Tree shenanigans, it can be Matsuri shenanigans, it doesn't really matter. The point is, he's going to get his chakra fixed so that he can then heal Hidari before it's too late. That's a reason to leave. This does require you to remove the laser beam shot, but very simple solution is to just have him like suck up the thorn soul like Momoshiki did with Kinshiki. Like, just have it rip out of Boruto's hands when he's not expecting it. It's fine.
Well, two things is that, one, you're really, really focusing on the blocked chakra and applying that to how we already understand it to work. Whereas he can still use his chakra in this case. So it's not his chakra is blocked. He just can't regenerate his chakra. So his chakra regeneration is blocked. I don't know how or why. Just Himawari shenanigans that apply to Inojin, which now that makes that scene make more sense and meaningful as well. Because whatever happened to Inojin happened to Jura.
Well, what happened to Inojin is his chakra was blocked, not that it was anti-regenerate.
Well, in this rewrite, it is this case.
Well, the flow stopped. The flow.
Yeah, but I think it would be better if the flow just stops, then it can't regenerate, because now there's still better reason for him to leave. Like, just amplifying his reason to leave in that case.
Why? Well, how would he leave?
Because he's essentially in a worse scenario. He needs to get his chakra fixed so that he can heal Hidari in this hypothetical.
Okay.
Like, what I'm saying is, if his chakra's blocked, he just can't do jutsu now after Himawari did whatever she does in the fight.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So now he can't heal Hidari, so he needs to leave to get fixed ASAP so we can heal Hidari in time.
Yeah, my only thing with that would be the fact that it wouldn't be keeping it as similar as possible by removing the sniper thing, whereas mine does keep it as similar as possible. But I see what you're saying. I do like yours technically better. It just doesn't keep it as similar as possible. But we don't have to keep it as similar as possible.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it does.
Yeah, I would, because if it's just like, guess my concern though is otherwise, if it's just the anti-regenerate chakra thing, Jura's power level is just very blatantly much beyond Hidari, and I do find I feel like Jura would need to give Hidari level of chakra to heal Hidari, and I just feel like Jura is just enough of a magnitude over Hidari that's just not a big deal
Jura
for him,
has
and I don't
been
see
fighting.
him wasting enough against Himawari to make this a concern. So I like the idea that he's just blocked in general, so he just can't do it.
Well, you say waste, but I don't think Jura is caring or considerate about his own chakra level, because he's not considering the fact that it should be blocked.
But it should be basically endless. He's the
You
10
say
tails.
that, but he probably doesn't have
about
good.
running low on chakra.
He probably doesn't have good chakra
He
control.
shot one Biju bomb. Like, he didn't do much.
He doesn't have good chakra
if
control.
If the Nine Tails could spam 800 billion Biju bombs, I think Jura can handle the 3 he did.
Karama canonically does hand signs. So I don't want to hear it.
But, like, seriously, though, if Jura was running low on chakra from what he did, I would be so disappointed. I would revoke all my statements earlier about Jura being stronger than Ishiki. I would revoke everything. I'd rather have it be Jura kind of got hacked by Himawari unknowingly. He could have avoided it if he knew. Himawari's got some OPS power. That's cool, and it's also more similar to just Gentle Fist. It's not really much of a precedent. Now, I'm saying they can't do this, but blocking chakras much more just established than anti-chakra regeneration shenanigans. It's a little bit more grounded to what the series has. It also is a better reason for Jura to leave. And I really don't think this, as cool as the snipe shot is, I really don't think it's that necessary.
That's what
It's
I was gonna
very
say.
minuscule.
Yeah, again, outside of the reason of trying to keep it as similar as possible, there is no reason to try and keep it as similar as possible because we're not losing anything by not having the snipe. It's not like the snipe leads to anything meaningful. Again, we talked earlier that the interrogation, it doesn't matter. We talked about
And
that
we can just have him
earlier
snipe
today.
someone in a cool way in any other time. It's not like it needed to be then.
Yeah.
And the interrogation sucks anyway, so let's just remove the interrogation. Just have Boruto leave, and you can remove most of chapter 14. Doesn't matter.
But again, I love this as a concept because this makes pretty much everything that happened before and afterwards more meaningful. Again, the scene with Sakura and Inojin to explain what's happening. Because with Jura, I don't think we would get the full explanation here. We would get half of it maybe, and then the other half with Sakura, with Inojin. And then everything that led before this, well, the reason that this happened is because Himawari is fighting him. All right, that makes Himawari's fight meaningful. And then why is Himawari fighting? Because of Team Ino Shikacho. So if Team Ino Shikacho didn't do this, Jura's chakra never would have been blocked.
Yeah, it ties both parties because again, like, so the way to do is you have Jura be like, what's this? I can't use my jutsu or my chakra's blocked, whatever he says. And you're like, oh, that's weird. And then you have the Hidari situation. So Hidari being a thorn soul in danger of rotting, that's an earning from Boruto. And you're going to establish this, by the way, a little bit better, but that earns Boruto's side of things and Sarada and them.
Yeah.
Jura being blocked, that earns Himawari and Team Shikacho's side of things. Everyone played a role in this retreat of the Shinju, essentially.
So
on both ends.
Okay, this might be going a little bit too far with it, but would you prefer it if Jura's just quizzically talking about it, like unamused? Or would you prefer it if Jura tries to do the I Biju bomb, and then it's like we get like a pain emoji, a shock-faced reaction expression as it doesn't work, and then Jura like falls to the ground, huffing and puffing, no longer able to fly, similar to like when Kabuto first got up after Naruto's first Rasengan? Or even, like, if you want to count this, like Neji, when he does his gentle fist against people.
Both in theory definitely can work. So for the first one, the way I would probably do it is maybe you see him closing. You could do it one of two ways. One, he closes his eye, nothing happens. Or you could do it the other way, where it's kind of like when Sasuke tries to do Chidori and it fails, where you see, or like when Naruto's trying to do the tail beast bomb and it fails, like where you see it like starting to form and then it dissipates and he's like, what's wrong with my chakra or whatever. Either way, the point's kind of the same.
Even
I
like
think it would honestly work because the first is very Jura-like, and so you might say, "Oh, that feels more natural." Makes him look more scary. The second one makes Jura look less scary and Himawari look more impactful. But then, which could be cool payoff-wise, but a concern is that, well, Himawari roughed him up that badly. It's kind of like, okay, I think we can handle this dude pretty easily. Just let Himawari get in one good shot while everyone else distracts him. Whereas if he's pretty calm as can be about it, it's like, okay, it's not that big a deal.
I don't even need to compare it to Naruto.
Right.
There's two, arguably three, Naruto Next Generation's Boruto scenes I can compare it to. The first one being Ao, when he picks up the lightsaber and is like, ah ha ha!
Yeah, that's the first one
And
that
then
came
he
to my mind.
drains of chakra. Yeah. The second one, this is the one that I don't know if it counts. It would be Delta's eyes being overpowered through the sheer chakra. I don't know if that does count, but like a
Yeah, I
similar
wouldn't count that one.
concept. Yeah, not in principle, but in concept, I think Delta's reaction at least is similar. And then the third one you probably already know, it would be Ishiki reacting to Baryon mode once he realizes what's happening. Like at first he's all hunky-dory, but then he realizes, oh my god, my lifespan's shrinking. I need to defeat Naruto. Oh crap, I can't defeat Naruto. It's like, oh wow, yeah, he's freaking out now.
I think you could just do a similar, if you really want to pay homage to it, you could have Jura just start coughing up blood or whatever, just like Ishiki. Now, he's not going to say anything about his life force. He'll say my chakra's blocked or whatever. But
Does
like,
Jura have blood?
visually, you have a Baryon mode like girl, and then Jura kind of looks like Ishiki sometimes, is doing an Ishiki-like thing. Like,
you know what? We're
you
giving him blood. It's might as well. Black Uchiha, what do you think about this whole concept? You like it, dislike it? Anything you want to add, take away, change? Thoughts on it? Analysis?
Well, I'm picking honestly, I was picking up on parts. I was going in and out. But as far as like the whole connection with we were talking about Jura's. I'm sorry, say the last thing you were saying again.
So basically, the idea is that Himawari blocked Jura's chakra, being the reason that
Yeah,
Jura
block
left.
his chakra.
Yeah, you like that as a concept. Anything you
So
want to
like
add to?
yeah, I would say like all those comparisons with everybody realizing like once something's wrong, it works with his it would be in character for Jura to like
Mhm.
operate as if like nothing's wrong necessarily until he actively needs to do something that will require the effort or chakra. So but as far as like the senses of it making it work, like he already fired the Bijou Dama and healing Hidari. If they like Hidari was healed, so
Yeah.
But I think that if they decided to do something like that, they
Well, in this
definitely
case,
it would work.
it would sort of go back to what we were talking about last night, me and Kamui on stream. We were talking about like a small victory versus like a larger problem. So like Sasuke versus Orochimaru in the tuning exams, his small victory was the fact that he like overwhelmed the amount of power that Orochimaru was outputting in order to survive. But obviously, we
Right.
know that Sasuke was never gonna defeat Orochimaru at that moment. Like, that was never a thing. It's like the bigger problem was always gonna be he was either gonna die there or he was gonna get the curse mark by proving how powerful he is. He was never just gonna defeat Orochimaru. So, it was
So
always
blocking,
about the small victory, though. It was never about the larger problem. Like, Sasuke wasn't
like
fighting to keep the curse mark off of him because we didn't even know that was a thing at the time.
yeah, I see what you're saying. So like in comparison to here, it would be like Himawari's small victory would be essentially blocking Jura's chakra having a long term effect rather than a short term effect, as opposed to like she obviously lost the fight, but she affected him in a way where preventing whatever he needs to do at the time,
Well,
requiring whatever chakra he would need.
the small victory would just be
Yeah.
defending the village, living for another day, recouping, whatever. The fact that they forced
Well, yeah,
Jura to
staying
retreat,
alive
not
that she
forced him,
didn't
but the
die.
fact that they convinced him,
Yeah.
whatever, because of their actions, Jura retreated. It's the fact that the threat has left. And they're back into a semi-peaceful state in comparison. But the threat obviously isn't over. If anything, it's arguably worse than ever. If they get Hidari back, it's just as bad if it was, as it was. But the point is that they did have that
You see
small
a
victory.
and it could be seen as a small victory for Konoha as a whole. Now they have Kurama back. Not
Yeah,
only
plus
that, it
the
was part of
intel
the
they
reason
gained.
why.
Exactly.
So
So I definitely think it works. As well as everything we were mentioning earlier of like every character playing a small part into one unified effort to overcome the antagonist in the end, just barely tipping the scale. Everyone matters here. In fact, you can argue that it almost does something meaningful with Himawari being the reason here. Himawari overcame her preconceived biases and made Jura leave. Even if it doesn't make sense, and me and Kamui have already talked about, at least it's there.
It would be
case.
infinitely better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
if they can describe it like that, definitely it would be better.
Yeah, and then
But,
I would love if they did something with Hidari. Defeating Hidari is also intertwined with that, like an A story, B story thing. Just to make that infinitely better, like Kamui's saying, but yeah. It's really all I had with
everything
that.
happens. It's like that can be like a domino effect. Like it just everything that happened continues because of the last thing. You know, it just keeps on going and ultimately leading to like the downfall of Jura.
I like it. Yeah. And if they were going to, just bringing this back to Tokyo Avengers, if they were going to do this in the Taiju arc, the church fight, they never did do this, but if they were going to do this, it could have been the fact that Taiju was starting to feel exhausted or whatever from everyone else stronger than Takemichi, who he fought, that when Takemichi fought him, he didn't even realize how tired he was, that Takemichi's punch brought him down to his knees, but they'd never really
Takemichi's
explored
punch
that.
literally like drained his adrenaline. That was the punch.
Yeah,
that took his
exactly.
adrenaline.
Like,
Yeah.
if everyone else exhausted Taiju to the point that Takemichi can unironically fight to bring him down, even if it's a difficult fight, then that'd be basically the same thing. It's just wearing the antagonist down over time through everyone's combined actions. Everyone else failed except for one person on the protagonist side because everyone else
not exactly
supported
the
them.
same, but it's kind of like Kashi Koji versus Jigen, to where Naruto and Sasuke wore him down enough so that Koji could then come in
And then
finish the job.
ultimately they come in and finish that job. Yeah,
Or even if you want to
that's
argue,
exactly what happened.
technically the other way around with Ishiki, to where it was retcon to where Koji died believing Naruto and Sasuke could take him out, but Koji was still like taking away his chakra technically by fighting him or whatever, giving him more time. Do you want to count that? Yeah,
Well, at that point,
not.
Koji's looking at the future now. Koji's looking at the future when he's on the ground.
We don't even need to get into the problems of that retcon, but that's the worst scene in Boruto now.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. There's a lot of contenders for worst. I want to do a tier list of the worst scenes in Boruto.
That's
Not the
hilarious.
best, but the worst.
Kamui, do you want to get into that since Black Uchiha doesn't know what we're talking about, probably?
We can at least do the funny part.
Okay, fair enough.
Are y'all gonna do the tier list?
No. So what we're talking about right now. So Kamui, do you want to talk about it while I find it?
Which one do you want to do first? Because there's three.
Well,
there's
probably the one we're talking about, not one that we're not talking about.
Well, okay. We'll do the two related ones. Okay, so we'll start with the funnier one, I guess. So Kashin Koji says in chapter 13, I had no worries because I could leave the rest to the Hokage. Blah blah blah. So the last thing Koji knew about Naruto at that point in time was that he was sealed away by Jigen and being guarded by Boro, because that's the last thing Amado told him. Last thing he saw. He doesn't know that Naruto's in the village. Like, Amado didn't even. He came to. He was like, oh that's
wow.
awesome. Naruto's here. This is even better than I expected.
So
like,
Koji is believing in Naruto, who is sealed, defeated by Jigen, and guarded by Boro. That's who he's putting all his faith in to defeat Ishiki, someone stronger than Jigen, who Naruto already lost to. Who he knows Naruto already lost to.
That's true.
he's not even putting his faith in Sasuke. It's just
only
the
Amado
Hokage.
knows.
Yeah.
I think it's just feeding into the whole hype of like, oh, Naruto sealed away. You gotta free Naruto. Is Naruto dead? Everybody's just like, yeah, Naruto. I feel like Naruto was gonna come back and then it's gonna be stronger than unnaturally and unexplainably stronger in a way. He was just like off the hype of, oh, it's just Naruto. Here's a strong villain for him to fight.
Mm-hmm. Then the second aspect of this, is this the same thing? Yeah. So the fact that he was just like quietly awaiting death, this is not that.
And he was content because he had fulfilled his duty once he dragged Ishiki out of Jougan.
Yeah,
that's just retconning the entire Ishiki fight.
So if you remember the point of the Ishiki fight, Ishiki was like, yes, Amado, he made you because he was clinging to Jiraiya's mighty fate, the fate to change. And then Koji's like, that's absurd. I'm nothing like Jiraiya. I'm going to be my own person. I'm not going to die actually, just like Jiraiya.
You're paraphrasing in a way that I understand, but it actually makes it sound less bad. So specifically, Ishiki says, like, Koji, you were a pawn. You fulfilled your duty once you dragged me out of Jougan. You were never meant to do anything more than that. You're going to die here. And Koji says, that's absurd. If you think you can distract me to get away, it won't work. I'm taking you down here and now. And then Ishiki prods on later on, like, yeah, you didn't want to believe that Amado just used you for the Jigen part. So he's like, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I mean,
he said it was absurd.
Ishiki says it right here.
He was just waiting.
Like, because you lack the power to take me down, Amado understood that. It means, Kashin Koji, you have already fulfilled your role at the point you dragged me out of Jougan. What is Koji's response? That's absurd. If you're trying to distract me in order to escape, it won't work. And Ishiki continues, It's the truth. I'll make you understand if I must. You're not capable of being a heroic shinobi tool. You're nothing more than a pitiful sacrificial pawn. Juxtaposing this to chapter 13, I had no fear nor any regret. I could leave the rest of Hokage. I just quietly awaited death. That's not him quietly awaiting death at the moment he dragged Ishiki out of Jigen.
It's also not him being content with that. Like, that's why that's, like, at the time, it's implied that that's why he reverse summoned away, to prove Ishiki wasn't gonna die, and that there was more that for his life, basically. But now he's saying that he just agreed with Ishiki.
In fact, this is implied in the B story with Amado and Naruto. Naruto's like, you told him straight, didn't you, that this is gonna be death? And Amato's like,
And I was just like, what's your point? Why are you so worried about it? He's dodging the question because the answer is no, he didn't tell him.
Exactly.
He was gonna die.
Yeah.
So it's like on all angles, it's clearly implied. And it's like, no, Kochi was not content with this.
Yeah, this is a retcon.
They're just retconning the point of the Ishiki fight entirely.
It's like, this is like one of the best themes in Boruto, and they retconned it. They retconned the theme. They've ruined the meaning behind the Boruto series.
At least one of them.
Yeah. It's terrible. But thoughts? Do you agree? Anything you want to add?
Completely. Yeah, I never really thought about it. Now that y'all mentioned it, but yeah, he definitely was not. I thought he could have possibly had a problem. Maybe I still think he has a problem with Amado, which will even make it more confusing because if he has a problem with Amado, yet he was contempt, why does he have a problem with Amado?
Yeah, he says it right here, but I was satisfied. I had completed my duty the moment I managed to drag him out of Jigen. He's agreeing with Ishiki here. When that's absurd, what Ishiki said. It means, Kashin Koji, you have already fulfilled your role at the point that you dragged me out of Jigen. That's absurd. Later on, I was satisfied because I had completed my duty the moment I managed to drag him out of Jigen. It's like, did you not read the fight? What happened to this being absurd?
Ikimoto hasn't read or watched Boruto at all. Or Naruto. He forgot who Ibiki is, too.
I was gonna say. Yeah, you know Ibiki, the guy who was introduced by not using pain in his interrogation, but instead relying on psychological tactics?
Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
Oh, can you hear me?
Might be messed up.
Kamui? No, I'm Black Uchiha.
It has to be the absence of. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, that's Kamui's thing. Well. Yeah, guess I'll let Kamui know.
Sorry, what were we just saying?
Okay, you can hear me again?
Wait, what were you just saying?
Yeah, I was saying that Ibiki doesn't rely on pain, he relies on psychological torture.
Yeah, that's his whole shtick. That's what makes him a good interrogator, like an exceptional interrogator, unlike the others who just rely on pain. So it makes him stand out.
Yeah, that's like his whole thing.
They also have, the whole read your mind jutsu.
That's the reason he's the written exams proctor. It's the perfect role for him.
I'll say this before, because I'm about to get ready to get off. But I'll say this because we talked earlier, and it was one of the things that irked me with this story. But there was so many ways they could have went about interrogating Boruto, or should I say, quote unquote, interrogating Boruto, as far as diving into his mind. And if they're just scared of the fact that they want to avoid them reading Boruto's memory and having to explain omnipotence, why they forget or just want to say, they could just still have someone do it and be confused, or probably maybe blame Boruto, he's trying to do a genjutsu by making me see false memories of his, something like to the point where like the thing can be like, okay, is Boruto memories real? Like, why do we see something like, or Ibiki or, you know, whoever dives into his memory, whatever they see doesn't necessarily match up with what they believe to be the history.
Yeah.
Well, an easy solution, honestly, is like they did this in the Pain arc too, just to delay Inoichi, but Genjutsu blocks. Just have Kashi and Koji put Genjutsu, very high level, powerful Genjutsu blocks in Boruto's mind, so that just in case this ever happens, they can't read his memory, or rather, it's going to take a shitload of time to do it. Time they don't have, because, you know, Boruto's going to be knocked out for a couple of hours at most. They don't have 10 days to peer through his head, because Koji's Genjutsu blocks are just that good. That's all you got to do. And that way they say, oh, we tried it, but it's not going to work. So we have no choice but to do plan B.
They could have said that. They could have done that. Just give us a sentence like, oh, Ibiki's dive jutsu is no good. Something just like, okay.
And well, another one would be just to have, and this doesn't take, you don't need a whole scene to show this. You just need the one line of dialogue to indicate it. When things go wrong with the Mitsuki stuff or whatever, Ibiki could have had a lot, or I don't remember. It doesn't really matter where. You could just have an implication that Ibiki thought they should have used that, the psycho mind transmission jutsu is what it's called. Just have Ibiki say, I knew he should have used that jutsu from the beginning, or something like that. Just that implies that Shikamaru convinced them not to.
What I was thinking is that
he was like, oh, that.
I was thinking the way to fix it would be, this doesn't fix it, there's still problems, but have Mitsuki there from the beginning, and have Ibiki planning to use that jutsu. He just doesn't get the time to, because Mitsuki just ends the interrogation early by just reacting.
You would have to figure out a way to get Mitsuki inside, though.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. In this case, he's just already there. Which, that's the problem with this scene. Why? But they already got freaking the elders and Kanamaru there. Just throw him in there. He's gonna question it.
They can pull something like, oh, Mitsuki's venom.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the whole reason that Shikamaru asks him to be there in the first place. Like, why wouldn't Shikamaru ask him to be there anyways, if this is the case? Like, he knew this was gonna happen.
It's weird because it's just like, I don't understand. Everyone's thought process going into this makes no sense, because realistically, Ibiki and all the other people should be thinking, number one, psycho mind transmission jutsu. If not, Ibiki's mind torture, where he would be messing with Boruto's head to the point that Boruto has no choice. Like, let's just say hypothetically, he was threatening to kill Himawari if Boruto doesn't talk, or some bullshit. And where Boruto's like, oh shit, I have no choice kind of thing. Like, Ibiki should be putting Boruto in these situations, but that's option 2. And then I guess option 3 would be to just ask. No, option 3, ask Ada. Option 4, ask Boruto. Like, they're in the 4th option down the list. And I don't understand from all the people's perspective, because Shikamaru should be thinking Mitsuki from the get-go. Like, realistically, this interrogation should have just been like, Boruto just doesn't get knocked out for long, and then they bring him there, and they're like, okay, we're going to have Mitsuki knock him out. We're going to use the Psycho Mind Transmission Jutsu on Boruto or whatever. Maybe they start by asking him just to see he doesn't talk. I'd be like, all right, we're knocking you out using Psycho Mind Transmission. All right, Mitsuki, come on in. Like, they should just be implying, like you said, Oodie, the plan is to use that jutsu once Mitsuki knocks him out. Because they never address it. Like, Shikamaru just says, let's use poison, or let's use venom. And I mean, we might assume Psycho Mind Transmission Jutsu, but I'm going to be honest with you. That's Naruto fans saying that. Two Blue Vortex only fans don't know what that is. Boruto Naruto Next Generation fans don't know what that is. Boruto only fans do not know that the Leaf Village can read minds. So I don't know what they're thinking the plan is with Venom. Was the venom just gonna make him tell the truth?
It's the truth
Like,
serum.
what are they expecting from this? This only makes sense to people who have seen Naruto.
No, Kamui,
which
I got it.
is-
Lying is venomous, and Mitsuki was gonna give him antibodies. The lying
I don't know. It's weird because even if you want to say, "Oh, truth serum," guess what? Only mentioned in Naruto. It doesn't exist in Boruto. So I don't know what Ikimoto was thinking with the venom point.
I don't know. Honestly, I was saying this earlier, they should not have shown the Shinju anyways. Just save the last page or two of chapter 13 to be everyone else's reaction, whether it's Himawari healing Boruto or going to Sakura or wherever the heck Sarada went, or more importantly, the thing that actually matters, Shikamaru and his current thoughts. Why is he thinking for the first time in chapter 14, Boruto, I gotta help him. Wait, no, I don't remember omnipotence. Why is this happening now? This should be happening the moment Shikamaru finds out that Boruto's been captured and gonna be brought to interrogation. It'd be so cool if it's like Shikamaru thinks, oh, Boruto is captured. How am I gonna get him out of this? Wait a minute. Why do I want to help Boruto? And that's how they end the chapter. So going into 14, we know both of those things and that Shikamaru is struggling because those are diametrically opposed. That could have been really cool going into this chapter from Shikamaru's perspective and seeing that struggle, not knowing what's going to happen and what he is going to choose. Way better than what we freaking got.
That's a good point.
I mean, I personally don't mind them creating the Shinju at the end of chapter 13. I'm more annoyed that they have the future vision showing it, where they're just going to use the same Shinju. It's kind of like, just skip the future vision then. There's no point. And B, they showed too much at the end of chapter 14. I think they should have basically just ended the chapter early.
I think they
and
should have
replaced
combined
those
them.
3 pages with something better earlier in the chapter.
You should have combined chapter 13 and 14, because 14 added literally nothing. And honestly, again, I don't think you need 13, as you were saying. Or at the very least, if you're going to have seeing those Shinju in 13, have that not the ending. Have Shikamaru be the ending. I feel like that's a way better ending.
With the phone call with Conqueror. Yeah.
No, sorry, that's my timer for food. Oh wait, sorry, your timer's something else. I don't know. Never mind. Anyway, I'm unsure as far as the ending part, because I really don't have a problem with chapter 13's ending. But what I will say is, if you just remove Konohamaru arresting Boruto, replace it with him flying Raijin away, and then you take the Shinju scene, and then you cut to the end of this chapter, it's seamless. You lose almost nothing.
I
really just
think,
lose a couple of small character moments.
considering what they did in chapter 14, I would have appreciated if they had Shikamaru's reaction in chapter 13, so that we know going into 14 sort of what to expect. Again, I don't have a problem with seeing the Shinju. I don't even mind that it's the ending. I just want the Shikamaru thing. But
like, basically, it's just a better cliffhanger.
Yeah, it's not even that the Shinju thing's a bad cliffhanger. It's still a good ending. I don't have a problem with it either. I just would have preferred bye.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Black Uchiha, did you have anything to add to anything ever at all?
Well, not really. Well, as far as that goes, for the cliffhanger thing, I agree with you. They could have definitely. Let me clarify my stance, because I know people like to, clip, but I do still think chapter 14 is a 10 out of 10. Absolutely enjoyed the chapter, hands down. But I do agree with the point being brought up. It definitely could have been combined with chapter 13 in terms of the information that was provided. And
10 out of 10 is
can
doing
be true at the same time.
work. 10 out of 10 is crazy. Along with listing complaints for the chapter. in the same sentence, it's a 10 out of 10.
You used to do that, bro. Before Tube Vortex made you hate it enough to stop.
Well, no. See, the difference, Kamui. I agree. This chapter, I agree with Black Uchiha. It is a 10 out of 10. But you already know my reasoning. So it doesn't count. It's only because of Damon.
Different reason.
Damon
I agree
existed.
though, but yeah, 10 out of 10.
Yeah. So
I
there
like
you
the
go.
information, honestly. It's a lot. It's slowed down, so
Yeah.
10 out of 10, definitely. With all of the
I mean, I'm
gripes
giving this
and
chapter a
complaints.
2 out of 10, bro. Like,
You didn't
there's
like
a
it
couple
that
of small
much?
moments I like, but this chapter is 99% just pointless.
But Kamui, Damon.
he's the converse the recap conversation between
I
Ada,
understand.
Kawaki, and Damon.
I understand. I know
is
it was recap. I know
90%
it's recap.
of the 2 out of 10.
Okay, I'll
That's
take
the
it.
reason for the 2 out of 10.
I'll take it. I'm satisfied with that. It's good enough. It's hilarious. Okay. Black Uchiha, I hate to stall you any longer. I don't know if you've been wanting to leave. You said like 20 minutes ago that you're about to leave. So if you want to leave, you can. If you want to shout out your channel, I want to say, well, I would say thanks for coming on, but technically you came onto the Cloud Ninja podcast, and what you did for us is you stayed onto our podcast. So thank you for staying
Yes,
on
thanks
to
for staying
ours.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
in the future you
definitely.
can come on to our podcast.
It was a pleasure, gentlemen. And yeah, I would definitely love to come on the Walky Talky. I think I actually probably, I've caught a few of your episodes. I think the most recent one, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be honest, I saw with the voice actor. I think Sasuke's voice actor. No, y'all had Obito's voice actor. And
Yep.
I saw that pod. So
Let's go. That was a good one. Yeah.
It was a good
I
pod.
think we're gonna get him
Yeah,
back on
definitely.
for the 1 year anniversary. Only a couple
that-
months away
yeah.
now. Yeah.
That's fire.
Pretty cool.
That'd be fire. That's fire.
Yeah. Shout out the
But,
Cloud. Got
yeah.
the Schwabmeister on.
Black Uchiha 3. Appreciate any support the guys will bring on.
I'll link you in the description as
Thank
well.
you guys.
For sure.
Thank you, Walky Talky. Kamui, Oodie. It was a pleasure. First time actually getting I think we were on one other pod with the Cloud Ninja together, but this is the first time we were ever actually able to, get some good discussions in. So I'm looking forward to more discussions between us. I like the theories you guys bring up. Very, very interesting. I'm gonna be honest. So
Yeah.
I sound tired, but like the reason why I stayed because it's like one of those one more game. And you guys said something, and I'm like, all right, let me just hear what he's about to say.
Yeah, that's a problem with us.
We have
And
that
I was like,
effect on every guest.
I was like, all right, let me just hear what he has to say. And I was like, oh, it's been an hour, and I have like 4 more things to say because of that. So let me just stay on.
That's why our streams
yeah,
take so
bro.
long.
Yeah, it was fun though. I enjoyed it, bro. I enjoyed it. Definitely.
For sure. Yeah, we'll definitely hook up at some point and get you back on. But yeah, thanks for coming on and have a good night.
All right, most definitely.
Yeah.
You guys take care. Yes, sir.
You too. So Kamui.
Yeah.
I know you wanted to start the Daigo rewrite tonight. I know you did. I know it. In my heart of hearts, I know it.
Honestly, I really did. But we were so far into this that I kind of just lost track of that. I was wondering,
Yeah.
your plan to finish this conversation was what I was immediately wondering.
Because bless your little heart, tear in my eye, sob emoji pending. I don't know if your innocent wish is gonna be fulfilled. Okay, I feel like Make-A-Wish has let you down. Ruined your childhood. You're never gonna be the purity of the Kamui that you once were. Darkness has reigned in your heart, and you've been exposed to the real world.
See, I would just start it, but I can't. I can't.
Well, okay. It is it's only 4 a.m. Listen,
How
listen.
long is it?
Inspirational, motivational speaker Oodie here. And remember, the health guy, you know, the reason we started this podcast, because we're the health, nutrition, life advice guys. We have been saying, for not weeks, not months, but like a year, realistically, since the first ever podcast, we never want a podcast that long ever again. Freaking every podcast later ever. That we want to get our sleep schedules better. And so I feel like we should learn from Kawaki, who's been, what's the word? Not retcon, not reacting.
A lot.
He's been falling back into his old same habits again. Like the smoker who's addicted, he smoked again. What's the word for it? The therapist thing I was saying yesterday. Relapsed. That's we should not relapse by staying up till 8 a.m. again. I feel like we gotta cut the stem at the bud. That's not the saying, but I'm gonna say it anyways. And call it short. If we don't do it, it's now or never. That's another inspirational one. But if you have the self-control, I'd be willing to try starting it. But I feel like the first one, at the very least, we absolutely should do the full way through. Maybe not. I'd want to do like a proper introduction as well. I mean, a little bit later tonight for that.
There's two things. One is just how long is it? And two is how much. So, okay. Compared to our Twitch stream the other day, I want you to, here's our two options. You have the Twitch stream from the other day and our standard video reaction style. Which will it be more like?
So, by that, are you saying... I think it'd be more like the first one. It's gonna be more like, it's more like the Twitch one.
Okay, because I was gonna say, is it gonna be like we stop and pause every minute for an hour talking about every change, or are we just gonna largely watch the change and then talk?
The first episode is only 13 minutes, as opposed to every other episode that's like 40 minutes. Well, some of them, anyways, the upcoming ones.
Oh,
so I feel like we could definitely do this first one if you wanted to.
Okay, if we're doing it Twitch style, then absolutely, I could just eat while we do this.
Welcome to.
Okay.
I gotta turn on your sound, though, don't I? Can you do the fancy?
Yeah,
let's
I'm
go to
already ahead of you.
Yeah, let's leave.
Oh, yeah. Oh boy, 4 a.m.
Yeah, ooh boy, 3 a.m.
Time for a Daigo patty. Okay, anyways.
Bro, I have been wanting to do this for what feels like years, even though I haven't even known about it for like a couple months.
Okay, I don't even know if it's... So first of all, can you hear it if I play it?
Rewriting Naruto series.
I don't know what you said. Hold on. Let me adjust the volume here because I had to
well,
turn
funny
down
enough, I said,
game.
"Can you hear it?" So I guess that
I definitely heard it.
Okay, perfect.
Adjust the volume. Why won't it let me adjust?
How loud is it on my end? Okay, it is pretty loud here. I can turn it down on my end as well.
Yeah, turn it down on your end a little bit.
Series of
videos a little bit better?
Will be rewriting the Naruto series
that good?
in chronological order.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like the best way to do this is to do it a proper introduction. It's the whole playlist and everything. Get up, turn the light on. You're lucky I'm doing this for you, Kamui, at 5 hours, 46 minutes in.
Wait, it's been that long?
Yes!
Oh, we started early, that's right.
Because of pregame, yeah.
Early for us.
Okay.
Guys, leave a super chat for our late night staying up nonsense.
Ariana Queen of Pop left too. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ariana Queen of Pop. Would anyone else like to be Ariana Queen of Pop?
We also have a couple people following on Twitch.
Our $2 per 6 hours rate of income, of which we get to keep 50%. and then divide that by 2, so we each get 25%. So we each made 50 cents.
Hey, I'll take it for 6 hours. That's something. Hey, that's infinitely more than we're used to. Infinitely,
Infinitely more than 0.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for the intro. So, that being said,